Hello everyone. 2025 is fast approaching, and along with it, big and exciting changes to the NLC ecosystem. Sharpen your ears, get comfortable, and let's dive right into the changes that are coming to the NLC Division 1 and below. Starting at the top of the ecosystem with NLC Division 1. In 2025, we are waving farewell to the old NLC format and are replacing it with a new, dynamic, and more exciting league format. First things first, the league moves to a 3-split format like the rest of the ERL system, bringing more action across the year. Now to the actual format changes, isolated to the NLC. With teams competing in the ecosystem with many different countries, it's time to see more of them compete at the top. To achieve that, the number of teams will increase from 8 to 10, just like you once knew it. For each split, the teams will compete in a 7-week format consisting of 2 stages, a seeding stage and a playoff stage. The seeding stage will consist of a single round robin with teams divided into 2 groups based on the standings of the last split. From the seeding stage, the teams will be placed into one big double elimination bracket, which will be played out from week 2 to 7. This is where all teams get their chance to show what they've got in a best-of format. Say goodbye to best-of-1 matches and say hello to the potential of historic runs. Moving on to the changes to the layers below our top division. Let's take the biggest change first. NLC Division 2 will be removed completely. While this might seem like a drastic change, it's all with the intention of improving the system as a whole and making the national leagues more impactful like back in the day. It's time to bring national rivalries to the forefront of the ecosystem, and this is a big leap towards that. With this change, you can look forward to seeing the national leagues flourish even more as they get closer to the upper level of the ecosystem. With the removal of Division 2, the NLC RPS will in 2025 transition to an annual promotion tournament between NLC Division 1 and the national leagues, where the teams competing in a national league will accumulate championship points across the 3 splits to qualify to the NLC RPS. And that's not all. Let's look at the long-term plans moving forward, because the 2025 changes won't be all you'll see coming to the NLC. From 2026 and forward, the league will take a structural shift, which is set to enhance the importance of the national leagues and boost competition across the board. As these are big changes for everyone involved, 2025 will be a transitional year to get everything set in place. Starting in 2026, the NLC teams will join their respective national leagues and play on a national level alongside their participation in NLC Division 1. This change is meant to further bridge the gap between NLC and the national leagues. Each national league will have slots that lead into the top division. Teams can change on a yearly basis, with the NLC being played alongside the national leagues throughout the year. National league teams will accumulate championship points throughout the year, and at the end of the year, the teams with the most points from each national league will have a chance to promote to the NLC the following year. To boost the new system, we're introducing NLC Roadshows, which will take the competition to live venues across the NLC countries. Expect awesome live events that bring the action closer to you than it's ever been before. That's it. The NLC plans are set in stone to bring you competitive action like never before. Keep an eye on the NLC social media channels for more updates on the new format. Are you ready?
Welcome back to day 2 of Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship Spring Split 2025. My name is Alexander Maya. I will be your host for the day. And today we'll start with Group B, seeding day 1. A lot of numbers, a lot of things, but don't worry. We'll break it down on the desk. And talking about breaking it down, let's bring the guest for today. It is Solari and Inc. Welcome to the show.
Hello everyone.
Hi.
Happy to be here.
Oh, I missed the memo. It should be a little bit darker. Okay, my bad. How are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, we finally have a desk with Solari and Trouble together. We have been waiting. I don't know about you. I have been waiting for it for so long. It didn't happen the previous split, and finally we're here.
I like the hype.
We are.
I like the hype. Trouble, welcome to the desk. Just want to say, aside from perspectives from yesterday, I like the thing on the background. It looks cool. Scary,
Right?
but cool, okay?
And I've
Yeah.
got a
one.
big one coming next week, so I'm gonna show that one. He's like this big, and I'm gonna show you guys.
Is it gonna fit there?
Yeah, he is.
I'm just gonna make a question and then we move on. That entire collection, did that all start in France when we went
yeah,
out
it
to
did.
buy one?
Absolutely. You fed into the obsession. You fed it, okay?
Wow, we got one! Trouble! That was less than a year ago. That's a lot. Well, welcome to the show, everybody. I hope you're feeling fine. Do you know what happened yesterday? You don't? That's why we are here for you. Los Ratones starting another split by winning 2-0. Verdant did the same. And then Venom Crest got a win. Aside from that, the other teams are still searching for their own win. But Los Ratones looking even more menacingly than before. While Verdant are looking confident as well. What do we have to say about Group A so far?
Well, actually, I feel like the scriptwriters for the NLC are working super hard this split because we have not seen yet Los Ratones versus Verdant. We have seen them play the exact same teams and beating the exact same teams in a super clean and quick fashion. We have not necessarily seen them versus each other. We did hear Verdant say that they haven't screamed much, but they play next week, so now they have an entire week and no excuses.
We might even have like 8 games of scrims for Verdant because they only had 4 before the split started. It's
Double the
looking good,
scrims!
so-
Double the
Man.
scrims in 1 week!
Profits. If somehow with only like 2 weeks of preparation they can make Los Ratones bleed, that's a good tell. But obviously we still don't know the script. What we know is the script for today. It's gonna be Group B, and this is what we have for you. We're gonna start with DMG versus Bulldog Esports. Ruddy will take on LightSide. Then Bulldog will play yet again, but this time versus Renew North. And then we follow up with LLS versus DMG. And to wrap it up, it's gonna be a big one. North versus the new improved, I don't know, the Ruddy Sack. Any game we should
Hey,
highlight.
it can't get worse, man. You can't get you can't say improved. It can't get worse.
Touche.
I mean, it can. They could have not
throwing
been playoffs,
punches.
but come on, man.
Well, Solari, I'll give you an opportunity to talk about this as soon as we see predictions, because...
Oh no.
Let me just check if you have everything.
Oh,
it's
Bulldog,
looking-
I'm
it's
so
looking clean.
sorry.
What do you mean?
They might or might not have been a little bit threatening on Twitter today about casters predicting for them in both games. Yeah, I'm sorry, but not have Yonkers. I mean, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
We may have been contacted by Bulldog Esports regarding predictions. Trouble, you also agree. The entire desk agrees with this. Only Foxtrot is looking a little bit wild, but that's Foxtrot by himself.
I think it's a
That's
switch
his,
point, to
model
be fair.
premise.
It's like, you know what, like a social media manager asks for a predictions and Foxtrot is just sitting there just flipping a coin and just whichever side it falls onto, he's like, yeah, put this prediction in, man. That's why
I
they
agree.
look like
I
this. There's just no other explanation, you know?
And somehow when we had points, he got first place. There's something wrong
He's
with
just
that
so
individual.
lucky. He's just so lucky.
Now, you could be lucky as well. You on the desk and you back at home by joining the event we're gonna hold for finals. Look at this! Experience the NLC finals like never before. This is not just an event where teams will be playing. This is so much more. This will allow you to spectate like live music, We have other games, co-streamers, giveaways, meet and greet. You could meet Trouble. You could meet Solari. You could meet our mascot, by the way, which I'm not allowed to pronounce because we don't have one, but you can meet her there as well. We have so many things prepared for this event, and we might even have a flamethrower to open the stage.
Come on.
Screw that. You could meet the Rat King himself if he makes it to the finals.
With a
again,
flamethrower,
so-
potentially.
May I ask something, Trouble? Is the Rat King casual now, or is Baus
didn't-
taking the place?
I didn't say yes. Okay.
I'm so lost.
I feel like
yeah.
they're all popular in their own right, and they deserve it because they played really well and they create very good content.
Alright, touche. I 100% agree. Solari, anything to say before we jump into the first game of today?
No, can we please jump into the first game of today? Yesterday was Ducklings Day, today is finally my day because we have 5 Polish people in Group B and I can't wait for their games to finally start.
In before starts picking them out of all their teams and just collecting them all into one. to make a super team, just so we can have, you know, Duckling in a full Danish suit and then Solari in a full Polish suit as well.
Oh my god, imagine.
That would be the best, you know, that would be the best breakdown possible. I'm so hard for that, so please, eventually we're gonna get that. DMG versus Bulldog. On one side, we have a team that went onto LAN and they proved themselves above all the other teams as we went on through the split. They were the surprise on a winter split. The other side, we have DMG. Now, I want to understand, what is this new DMG? Did anything big happen to this team? How should we look into DMG right now?
We should look at them as a team. Yeah, this is a team that didn't really have much success throughout the previous split and didn't have a chance to play a lot of games. But surprisingly, compared to so many teams from Group A, they didn't come into with the spring split with many changes. They basically changed only one player. We have the addition of Dum in the jungle. Everybody else on the roster stayed the same as before.
Yeah, and I feel like I have, and everyone I'm sure has a lot to be desired from this team. I felt like they were a little bit quiet when it comes to being in the NLC. You kind of want to bring the fire. And I'm not necessarily talking like personality-wise because they've got great personalities, but I feel like the oomph kind of like left the chat. We needed more from when it comes to the team. And I'm really glad that they're bringing someone new to bring that oomph. Dandom actually is coming into this team. He is their new addition. And what made me very excited when I looked a little bit at how he plays and his history and all that is primarily, thank you, production team, but primarily is Dandom's champion pool because he plays so many different iterations of junglers that I feel like it's just so interesting to see how he's going to move into this split, especially when you play into really, really good teams that have proven themselves in the previous split as well. And he's bringing so many different flavors, and I just want to see which one will stick with the team and himself. Thank you, production. This is the exact graphic I was talking about. The Diana, the Vi, the Javan, the Sejuani, the Lilia, all completely different champions and completely different playstyles.
Which is something that might work for Division 2, where he primarily has been playing up until this very moment. But question is it going to suffice in Division 1, where he's going to be playing against... Today he's playing against Lulas, who is a pretty good jungler himself, if you remember him from Bulldogs from the Winter Split. Is it going to be enough, or is Dandom going to pivot more into one specific playstyle by the end of the split?
Interesting. So DMG doesn't change a lot moving into the split, even though if you looked into the placements we just showed on the graphic, they were at the bottom of the bracket. They were really, really low in terms of placement. But just changing one member and a member that comes in from a lower tier division is a good opportunity for that player as well. And is he the key for the team? Because as you stated, he can play to everywhere. Now, looking to the rest of DMG before we move on, how does this team could look with this sort of player? Do you think the facilitator should be enough? Because for instance, Bucci was not as expected. Everybody was expecting so much from Bucci, and obviously maybe we missed an arc coming in from winter till spring, but is this enough for the MG?
It has to be enough. It has to be enough. That's the thing. Considering how tragic the end of previous split was for DMG, considering how little games they played in the end because they got deleted from the playoffs in the very beginning of them, it has to suffice. Otherwise, with only that, going into this split with only one change and not achieving greater results than before, this is going to be a disaster for them.
I feel like,
I like the way you put it.
especially
Yeah,
when
Trouble.
it comes to spring split, I feel like this is your biggest trial. I think winter, you're dipping your toes into the sea. By spring, you're knees deep, and by summer, you're gonna have to learn how to swim. And I feel like most of the changes should be done by spring, just so you can look for high highs over in summer. And right here, bringing a brand new jungler, bringing them from a lower tier division, I think it's a very good look for them, because I feel like jungle changes a lot in terms of a playstyle for our team. Different shot calling, different early game, different champions, different playstyle, different everything. So I cannot wait to see how. I don't know whether he's going to impact it in a good or a bad way, but I'm sure he's going to impact it in a completely different way than what we've seen before, which, again, I mean, I joked about this for Ruddy as well, but it can get worse, right? So it's only up from here.
Yeah, I understand. And it's not big shoes to fill. It's more of you look into the entire league and you're like, I have to step up. There's not much time to think now, but they only change one member, which is good for the team, and at least to move forward. And talking about changes into a team, let's look into the other one that actually talked with us on social media. Bulldog Esports, they didn't change anything. They got success, so why not just move forward?
To be fair, they had changes apart from the roster that we see on the screen right now. They had changes behind the scenes. They have a new coach right now. They have a new analyst, both of whom are Polish, by the way, totally not biased here. So they had a little bit of changes there, but the main roster of 5 guys stays the same. And it is one of those cases where everybody seems to be working well together. Why not continue their development throughout the whole year to see how much further they can grow as a team?
I feel like for Bulldog Esports, why would you change anything when they absolutely smashed any expectation anyone had for the org over in winter? And I think particularly, this is their meta. No more lane swaps.
Yeah.
You get to play good, pure laning phase League of Legends. We've got Exofeng and Kasing that can play their 2 versus 2. We saw how Kasing plays more aggressive, tries to get the engages, and I'm so freaking excited for Miatek up in the top lane. This guy was stuck in elo hell, getting lane swapped on when he was playing primarily carry champions in the top lane. Now he has the chance to get that revenge back.
Thank you, Trouble, for bringing that up. I do believe this is the meta where they can shine through. I was so hyped for this one. Their early game was different. Let's call it different with all those changes. And it was so hard for them to come back, and they would always get that opportunity. Now they can finally play. And when you're talking about the talent, obviously you have Kasing that was part of, like, you know, a Lord of the Rings where they made the rings and the elves were able to live until now. That's Kasing. So they made League of Legends, and Kasing is still here. Yeah, Kasing built the rings. He's the elf of NLC. Hey, I'm saying he's an elf. He's majestic.
That's a cool way of calling him old. And I will be
so
caught up
cool.
with Kasing so he can call you out as well. Just
He's
saying.
an elf. With that in mind, though, he's playing with Exofeng, which is a beast. Let's call it. He is a beast. He's so good. Look at him.
Hey, the thing about Exofeng, though, the funny thing is, if you try to look into the guy and you go into his stats, the stats are not shining at all, and that's why I love the graphic that we have for us today, because his KDA and his stats in the games that Bulldog have been winning are completely different from when they're losing the games. If you look at his score in any game that he has won throughout the winter split, the scores are insane. It's like 10-1, 8-2, 12-0. Like, whenever they win, it is thanks to Exofeng and his performance.
I feel like for Exofeng, he's given me a little bit of an LPL-ish flair of a player. The Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, the Zeri. These are sort of the champions that you see a lot of skill expression on. And I feel like what is more interesting down the bot lane is that you have such a huge veteran in the likes of Kasing who can lead that laning phase. And the brand new rookie who's really trying his hardest. Now, I will mention one thing that when I talked with Bulldog at the LAN, they talked to me about, is that Exofeng is not necessarily a very vocal AD carry. There was particularly a play where Exofeng was getting dived in the mid lane by 3 people, and like Lulas was just hitting his wolves, and Exofeng said nothing. And suddenly Lulas looks in the mid lane, he's like, oh shit, like, my AD carry is being dived by 3 people, I should join. So I really hope that they have the chance to work through these things. He gets a little bit more vocal. It comes with time and it comes with experience. And if anything, Kasing has all that in his hands to share with his AD carry.
Yeah, experience not only to play with Kasing, but he also got the experience on stage. And it felt comfortable. When you look into Exofeng playing on stage, it does feel like he was comfortable. It is his place. He's rocking this League of Legends pro play right now, even though he's so young. We're getting a lot of young kids moving into the NLC with a lot of experience in veterans plans and streamers and high personalities with all that. But Bulldog Esports, they're surprised on the previous split. They can do it yet again. They're on Group B though, which is concerning when you look into North and whatever may happen from the Ruddy second, other teams that also made changes, okay, obviously. But when I look into Bulldog, I'm gonna pull you up, like, this might be a little rough. Mid lane was a concern to me in previous splits. And I love Cayman, I love him. But he needs to do something different. I don't know if it's his playstyle, champion pool, I don't know. I love him, but I know he can do better.
I mean, you can have a personality for a player. Kevin is a fantastic person. However, he did have a rough split. And this could also be a case of he didn't necessarily adapt very well to the lane swap meta as well, because mid laners were also part of the whole swapping on the map, following the macro, being quick on adaptation, catching waves. However, the one particular thing with Cayman is that I felt like he overextended way too much in the mid lane, especially when he was taking trades, and he was very unaware of timers from jungle ganks. So I feel like they need to be more aware. They need to put down their vision a lot more, specifically around jungle, because there's one thing to be aware and another thing to know exactly where the jungler is. And I feel like particularly with a new jungle jumping in on the other side in that game number 1, you never know what you're going to be up against.
I agree with what you stated. Yeah,
the one thing we know though that he's going to be against Beastguard, who by the way has changed his nickname to something that I have struggled to pronounce for the whole day today, so I will not even try. But Beastguard hasn't really had a chance to play a lot of things throughout the previous split, partially because the team just didn't have many games to play in this split, partially because his champion pool is much more limited compared to Cayman's one. So here, at least in this part, there is an understanding, there should be an understanding for Bulldogs what exactly they're going against, and the expectation for from us for Cayman is to step up in this matchup. One thing though that I gotta say about Beastguard is that I have checked his solo queue and he has been playing Ari with Road of Ages a lot lately and winning a lot of games with her. So if there is one pick I'm looking forward to seeing today, that's gonna be it.
Please,
yeah, we're jumping into best of what?
Please.
Right?
Please.
It's rising. I don't know. I would rather see the Nafida. No, I'm kidding. No, don't kick me out.
Ooh, don't go
no,
that
I'm
far.
just saying those tanky builds in the mid lane and bringing some Grasp of the Undying on top with range like LeBlanc. Please don't do that to our meta. We are already suffering. But can I highlight the fact that the MG were cut short on the previous split because of the way NLC now works. So you don't have a lot of options. If you don't step up on seeding stage, it can be gone really fast, and that's what happened to the MG. Bulldog, though, they were the underdogs every single time. They were like, oh, these are the underdogs, we don't expect much from them. It's no longer the case. We know they are a top team right now, so everybody's on the lookout. The MG could be the underdog today because they didn't reveal as much as they could in the previous split. So maybe we might get that surprise because it's a best of 1 as well.
I actually like the way you brought it up, because you were like, hey, Bulldog walked in as the underdogs in Winter Split, but they smashed expectations. So now people expect them to do well, specifically because they didn't change a lot of the roster, specifically because their new meta suits their playstyle even more, and especially when we're just about to get into draft in a few minutes' time. I'm excited because you've got Mia taking your team, and right now Gwen, Rumble are B1 blindable in this particular meta, and he's used to playing all the carry champions up in the top lane, and he was stuck in the meta where it wasn't very favorable on the carry kind of champions, but right now it's his playground.
Agree. Salari, when you look into the MG and we're talking about Miatek, Bucci though, he was the, I play Xante, and if needed, I might play Renekton. So unless Bucci kept up with the meta and now updates his playstyle, he might meet his match like Miatek and might not be the Bucci we know him before. So this could be also another lane to look out for. And I'm going to ask you both, what are the lanes to look out for in a second after you reply?
First of all, why are you expecting me to have an unbiased answer about the top lane when there is me like a Polish player playing there? I don't know what you're expecting from me here, brother. Yeah, you were trying, but that couldn't lead anywhere. I'm sorry. I am rooting for Medic here. His ability to bring out really good carry champions is going to do it for the team, because in their victories you could see just how much value this guy was able to provide. And he's such a young player. He has so much to grow into still. But apart from the top lane, which definitely is going to be the focus for me, I would say mid lane, just because the expectations are so high for both these mid laners and they have a lot to prove to us, to the viewers and to the fans. This has to be one of those lanes that you have to look at.
Okay, it's interesting you say mid. I look into the bot lane and I'm looking into two different things. Okay, on one side, Kasing is really experienced, XFang is really aggressive, but when I look into Fateski and Kalmsky, they can play extremely defensive with long range, just farming and poking. And when we saw that graphic from XFang, that is wins XFang. That is not losses XFang. So when XFang doesn't have that lead, the team kind of collapses. And if the bot lane from DNG are able to play from afar, play safe, this might at least slow down the team from Bulldog. So Trouble, I got a mid lane lookout from Solari. What is your lookout for to this BO1?
To look out in terms of what? In terms of BDG being pushed to their limits? I feel like there's more to Bulldog than just that bot lane. I feel like Miatek was like such a huge part in terms of their team fighting in general. Specifically, I remember with the Ambessa, he was fighting fantastic flanks, getting into the back line. We saw really cool Sion games yesterday, believe it or not. I never expected to be so excited to watch Sion, specifically when it wasn't played by Bao, so it was like full tank or whatever. But I feel like Turtle played super fun with the Sion, found very creative angles. So I cannot wait to see like all those sort of gameplays where people try to break the fights apart, because a very dominant bot lane meta sort of tends to be a lot of front to back-ish. So when you actually break that mold and you spread the team very thin onto the map, you can actually see the cracks in terms of tempo and gameplay.
Love it. Well, with this in mind, it's time to not jump into the Champions Select because we're running into some technical issues. As soon as we can, we'll start the game. And you know what the quote is. Casters start the game. So might as well talk to them a little bit so they press the button. Initializing Foxtrot, welcome to the show. Are you drinking tea before the game
I was on
starts?
my tea break. I didn't want to have to press the button yet. Like, I've got my tea break on. You caught me mid-tea break. What is this?
Outrageous.
That's a good point.
Oh!
We're not being paid until 17:04 my time.
Yeah, so...
It is 17-0, by the way.
Nah, okay. I
was 2
realize
minutes.
that. I'm in England, so it's different. That's a time zone thing. So yeah.
The time zone is the
Wait,
same
wait.
as mine because I'm in Portugal. It's GMT.
I said 17:04, bro. It's 17:02 now.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
reading
So
into
it's
my
2 minutes.
recess, mate.
I think this has got to be like a workplace, you know, like, this is a harassment stuff. I'm putting a word into HR. What is this? Our boss is coming down and affecting our breaks.
Yes.
Okay,
actually.
regarding HR, the email is ashram@gmail.com/spam. And you might get a hold of HR. How are we doing for today, folks? How are we feeling? Initializing Foxtrot.
Yes.
First game of the
I'm
season
excited.
for both of you.
Absolutely, it's the first time we're on, and it's the first time we get into the spring split. We got the seeding stage coming through, and I'm just excited about the meta, to be honest. Like the way it's kind of shifting a little bit. You mentioned it a bit on the desk about the carry tops and stuff, and just the fact that worldwide on this patch, the highest presence pick. Yes, that does make sense. Is Gwen, bro?
Oh,
Gwen.
man.
Like holy
I'm stealing
moly.
you. You start talking about Gwen and Afidi, I'm done. Like we're out.
Yeah, that's
Let's
it.
go
The
back to
food's
desk.
another one. What's that about?
It's
dude?
banned. It's banned. And with that in mind, let's look into the champion select, the picks and the bans, and we might get Nafidi and we might get the Gwen. Casters, start the game. That's all I want from this one.
Ooh,
I
that
think
was
that
big from
works.
them.
It actually worked.
Oh, they did something good today. Good start,
Okay.
good start.
Okay, Draven is out. So obviously Bulldog Esports are the one taking the bullet to ban those specific champions. Meanwhile, on DMG, they can look for a wider spectrum right now.
So
Can look, yeah.
sorry, usually how the LPL works is that a lot of the time they will trade a B1 Gwen into potentially a Rumble Nafiri angle or a Nafiri in general on red side. And right here, BDG and Lulash in particular, he showed us a lot that he plays more for the aggro champions, the Viegos, the Wukongs, the Pantheons. So I was wondering if they have actually practiced together with Nafiri right here, because I feel like it would be a playstyle that really does suit him.
Because we are running out of bans, and I am not seeing either of them out there. So it might be there might be the world where there is a Gwen first pick by DMG. Could also try to look into the bot lane just to secure something for Faetzke and Kalmsky, starting out with like Varus, for example, on the blue side. Here is Gwen, at least that's not happening. Still one more left for potentially Nafiri from Bulldog side.
Ooh, I love this right here, actually, from DMG. They're taking the win away, so now there's Rumble and Nafiri. And I feel like Bulldog should actually not ban either of them. I really love the Cassante ban right here, because if you choose to take the Nafiri now on B1, then you can actually take away the Rumble. It's going to be the Jace. Rumble did pretty well into the Jace yesterday in the matchup as well. And right here, you have the chance to do something really funny, which is lock both S-tier champions on red side.
First time they are available. I did get to see one of that Nafidi play today. I think it was today for the LPL. It was kind of scary to see Nafidi available.
I think it was LCK.
Yeah.
I think LPL might be
It was
on
LCK, yeah.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was LCK. That was scary. Or maybe they're just ignoring it.
There is no way they're gonna ignore Nafiri with how crazy powerful she is right now, with how she can force those early tower dives into the enemy team. There is no way nobody's gonna pick Nafiri when she's open.
There's a big caveat to that. Sometimes these champions are banned for so long that when you have the availability to pick them, you're like, do we know how to play with them though? We never
We
saw
haven't
them.
practiced it in so long. It's been banned for like 3 years. We haven't even practiced it. They're gonna go to like very old ways right here. I like the takeaway from the Ezreal. You take the poke away from that bot lane. However, Ezreal with Varus, Jhin, and Misfortune open is very counter-pickable down the bot lane. And even though he's a champion that XFang really likes to play, I feel like the 3 champions that I just mentioned absolutely on him down that bot lane.
Yeah,
Oh,
you add
there's the
Vi to that. I know you don't like Vi trouble, we talked about it a bit yesterday, but into Ezreal, just locking him down and potentially locking the possibility for Bulldog to pick something immobile for Cayman on the mid lane. I feel like it's a good pick for them here.
Plus you pair it with, because if you bring the Vi, you need some lock in on one of
It's
the
gotta be
lines,
the
so please
Ahri.
set it up.
Oh, actually, they're going for the counter pick
Okay.
down bot lane. So I do like this and I don't like this, because there's 3 AD carry champions that DMG can pick up to counter pick the Ezreal, which is the Varus, the Jhin, and the Misfortune. However, Vi has very few great pairings, which is the Talia, Gon, and the Ahri, which is the other one that we mentioned, which Biscard has a lot of in his champion pool and his match history as well over in solo queue. So I wouldn't be surprised right here to just see Bulldog just straight away take the Ahri out and sort of deprive Vi of really good pairings. The other one would be Aurora. So we're looking at potentially Ahri and Aurora to pair up together with that Vi.
And Biscar has played Aurora a lot throughout the winter split, so potentially these two are really good bounce from the Bulldog side.
Second phase of bans, and there's the Ahri. She's removed, so you still don't have a mid laner or DMG, so might as well pick on the champion pool of Bisgard. I do believe that's a big champion pool, so it's going to be hard to take at least those picks. But Vi and Ahri work well together. You might pair with another control mage just to follow that Vi and make that early game a little bit better.
Could also remove Brom right now from the side of DMG from Bulldog, because they still have a support open. And for support options right now, they could go into Enchanters just to support Exofang on Ezreal a little bit. Could go into Engage supports just to make sure that Rumble and Maokai have some follow-up for themselves. Or since they already have Misfortune on DMG's side, always an option to just get rid of Brom and feel a bit safer about bullet time not being blocked or disrupted.
That's a
Let's find a
missed
way.
ban. Yeah.
Might be, or it might be a bug as well. We'll just get confirmation right here from our team. I feel like Aurora might be that other champion that you're looking to take away here, as well as potentially like a Nautilus follows up really nicely with the Vi. It's going to be the Alistar instead. And right here, you have the opportunity to actually lock in your mid laner. Cayman has been playing a ton of Yone over in the mid lane, and you do have the Maokai that pairs up really nicely with him, sets up for him as well. And there's 2 immobile carries all the way on the side of DMG. Yone loves these.
Final one for DMG. What do you take away, or maybe?
Yone.
Okay, it's just.
Never mind, I
missed
made
ban.
the speeches stand out. Whatever, man.
I mean, it makes sense to pick it for them, so it makes sense for DMG to ban it out. No problem here. But now it leaves BDG with the question of what do you want to go into right now? Do you want to finalize your bot lane with taking the pick for Kasink right now, or do you actually want to pick something to lock in something for Cayman early on?
Yeah, Pantheon mid. I think you get the Rumble.
Okay.
Cayman plays the Pantheon. Ahri is annoying versus Pantheon, so it all fits in.
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily Pantheon mid. It could definitely be Pantheon jungle, and you just hover the
And
Maokai
Maokai
over the
support.
bot lane together with
Yeah.
Ezreal. Works really well because they're both poke champions. Once the slow lands from the sapling, you can land WQ from Ezreal as well. Pantheon pairs up really nicely with Rumble as well, specifically when they're paired up in the jungle. And there's also Tristana to go in the mid lane. So You can play with more AD damage if you want to. You have a lot of AP options as well for Kamin that are open, such as the Victor that he played a lot of as well. And since as DMG are hovering the Azir here, or any type of control mage, I feel like Victor would round up the composition really nicely.
Or something very mobile for Kamin, alternatively, just to make sure that with Pantheon and with Rumble, you have a lot of options to move around the map and to react to whatever DMG are doing, or to force fight that's on the side lanes early on.
Reveal thy hand, Bulldog. It is time. Because, yeah, playing so far away versus your target as a Pantheon, I don't think that's the best idea. And that's exactly, they're going to turn away, but that's a double AP, kind of triple AP. So, yeah. Wraps it up. Okay, DMG versus Bulldog Esports. As we look into this comp, what's your first feelings?
I love what Bulldog Esports have done here because they put the Maokai down bot lane. Again, really great pair with the Maokai as well. And I love that Pantheon has a duo to play through. Aurora plus Pantheon can really shut down Vi and Hui, specifically since Pantheon really fist fights Vi to the death because she's that much stronger than her in the early game. And I feel like I'm getting a little bit worried for that Vi because it doesn't seem like she has a lot of support diving in.
I like the amount of poke that is available for DMG, but my worry is apart from poke, when it comes to bigger team fights, I'm not seeing anything else happening for them there. I'm not seeing any reliable front lane that this backline could work around. And with the ease of access to the backline from the side of Bulldog, team fights can go very dramatic for DMG.
Well, this is gonna be the first game of day 2. So Group B, it's Bulldog Esports versus DMG. Let's see who takes this first game. Best of 1 to get the first win. Take it away, casters. It's initialized at Foxtrot. It's time to work.
So they say, my tea break is over. We're actually here. It is gone. 5:04 for Foxy, 6:04 over here. So I'm actually on the clock now. And Foxy, we've got 2 drafts. And from what we can see and what we've been chatting about, the desk, I think, shares our views on this. It's going to be a bloody one. That is a lot of all-in wombo combo team fighting.
It's a lot of big dam. It's a lot of big AoE damage as well. A lot of jumping, go crazy, do crazy things. So it's going to be a very fun draft once we get out of the, get into the mid game, that kind of thing. I imagine you just group up your death ball and you do some sexy stuff. So always fun League of Legends when that's happening.
Yeah, and I guess that question, because I heard Georgia mention this at the end of the desk, there saying, look, she was a bit worried about the Vi going in alone. To head onto the Rift for our first game of the day. I mean, I guess you've got some follow-up in the sense that the Hui and Jace will be able to hit whoever you do when you press R, but there's no one really joining you on the dive with their bodies. They're kind of with you in spirit and damage, but not there physically. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. That's the thing, right? You need to have some follow-up with that. You've got the Rel and stuff, at least for this point. So she might be able to get some things involved as well. But yeah, for me, honestly, for the early stages here of this game, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on the solo lane. Sort of lanes, plural. We did kind of highlight that on the desk as well. Solari and Giorgio were taking a look at these two, top and mid. But I think, honestly, with the way these two teams are stacking up against each other, came in, I think, had very high highs last split, and certainly has the potential to do so again. In this game on that Aurora. And topside as well, Mietic, Bucci, two players who do have high up carry potential on carry champions, no lane swaps anymore, specifically with Bucci. I just want to see a bit of a redemption arc from him. He was great last year, hadn't quite found his foot in winter, and now we want to see if he can find it in spring.
Exactly that. And for Bulldogs on the other side, right, the question is, can they do what they did in Split 1 again? Can they make those deep runs? Can they push for top 4, top 3, hell, top 2? Do they have it in them? And again, it was a really impressive showing, and I don't think they can come into the split as underdogs anymore. It's now a matter of like, okay, you showed us what you've got. How much more can you show as we do come into a pause? So apparently, they're not going to be showing us all that much, at least for a moment or two.
Not just yet, no. We are, just having a bit of a tech issues right here. It wouldn't be League of Legends or esports without it. Not too much has happened so far though, but I feel like so far, things are always the same, right? With Bulldog, I think from winter to spring, this is a team that started off really slow in winter, right? Like they really struggled early on, and then when it came to actually closing the split out, like remember these guys were in the tiebreakers for bottom of their
Yeah.
group in the seeding stage, right? And then they made it to finals. They finished in third place overall, which was very impressive when you consider how far they came. And so again, you know, it's a team that I think they've had their growing pains now, right? And we want to see if this is they can come off of the high that they ended on in winter and get that sorted here for spring. They don't want to have another 1-3 start in the seeding stage. They don't want me to have to tell them off again either, although it was clearly
It worked. You know, you gave
motivational,
them,
yeah, so.
you took them aside, middle of the lesson, went, look, guys, I know you're better than this, and then they did it. They
And
kind
they
of actually
were.
performed.
And
The
they
homework was good, exactly. And again, we are just waiting to get this all resolved. So we do get a little bit of a chance to talk about some of this stuff. And I think then the question is, as we were kind of saying, look, can they do it again? And I remember talking with some of the cast who were saying, actually, you know what? This meta might actually be really good for them because it is Miatic out of lane swaps. He can look towards some of those more carry-oriented top sides. You can look to play around that if you want. They've got the Rumble versus the Jace. That should be really good fun. I'm quite excited to see that top lane matchup. You've got Exafeng in lane. This guy who was such a superstar in Split 1 kind of came in as this rookie alongside Kasing, this veteran, and they were one of the better bot lanes in the league. Those are some good pieces to be working around.
Yeah, it's a great combo, isn't it? Exafeng, who's one of the youngest players we have in the league, rookie, very inexperienced, very fresh, and then Kasing, who has been around since time immemorial. It's such
Nearly as long as you, mate. Yeah.
I mean, maybe even actually, yeah, it's a good shout. I don't know. That's a good shout. I don't know who came first, but yeah, but it's yeah. Back before he wasn't called Kasing, and he had a different name that made him change. If we all remember the good old days. Yes, but no, it's great, you know, and the fact that he's still knocking about and still doing great stuff is obviously, you know, it's good to see as a UK player as well, because we don't have too many UK representatives in League of Legends. They're few and far between, unfortunately.
We're right here, mate. Come on.
On the Rift, on the Rift. Outside of it, we're actually quite well represented, to be fair. English being our native language and all does have its benefits when it comes to broadcasting. But yes, it's all Gucci. It's all kicking off. We're back on the Rift. Finally, we pressed the play button again. Sorry about that. That was our bad. We just thought we'd pause for the fun of it.
Well, yeah.
And here we go. 2 minutes, 23 seconds in a day number 2 NLC Spring Split.
It was a protest for Archer. I'm interrupting our tea break. That's what it was.
That's it.
And as we've earned our time back, and a quick posture check required. Thanks for that one, Arozzi. And we'll be right back onto the Rift. Worth noting as well that the Pantheon was flex of the jungle. We did get that Maokai down towards the support role. Not exactly a surprise to see either of those champions there, though I will say the Maokai as a support kind of fallen away a little bit from the regular flex it used to be, say, a patch or two ago.
Still good in lots of different roles, so it does give you that draft advantage. We saw a lot of priority over Maokai, specifically in the EMEA Masters, right? That we got to see Los Ratones competing and win as well.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of priority into that, and part of that, obviously, it's just a strong champion in general, but part of it is the draft advantage you get with the flexibility of that champion. This time around, though, being in the support role, bot side, does offer some poke, which works alongside the Ezreal, but also a bit flexible in the playstyle of being able to fall in, engage, get a nice little setup for the likes of Aurora and Rumble to throw down.
Be the plan. Obviously, on the other side for DMG, not the greatest split one. Brought back most of their players, with the exception of Dandom, of course, is a pickup for this split. But likes of Bizguard here, who's come through their academy system and the like on one of his most famous and popular champions in the way. I think he's, what, 4-2 all time. Not been playing all that long, in fairness, as a player. Nice little chunk there with the Crushing Maw and the Severing Bolt. That's the name of that QW. There's a lot of Hui names. It took me a while to remember them all.
Yeah, there's way too many.
Oh, boo!
sorry.
Oh, no.
Right. I do apologize for that.
So, all right, I did have one I got Archer on with the other week, which was, you know, like, it's the supplement he takes at the gym, right? It's whey protein.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. I was very pleased with that one.
I just take Kit Kat, because that's my gamer fuel. Sitting on my Arozzi chair, eating my Kit Kat.
Any more
my
drops
Samsung
you want to do
phone.
it? How much are they paying you per read, by the way? Just double
Clearly
checking.
not enough. Clearly not enough. But just saying, if any of you guys want to hit me up, then I'm here all day.
Oh boy. Well, enough with Foxy doing his little quick advertising spiel there. Shameless as he is. We are not seeing too much happen early on. Of course, we've got that slight pause, which has extended the early game kind of by the fact we were sitting down waiting for things to happen. But first clears kind of happened. No real ganks came on through. Jungle's back on the Rift. And we've got Grub spawning in a minute or so, and First Dragon now alive on the Rift, should a jungler want to do it early. Pantheon with that Aegis can sort of do that if he wants to, I guess.
Not the Pantheon of old, who literally
True.
changed the way that
so
Dragon
right.
was made. Yeah, they changed the way Dragon was coded because Pantheon was exploiting soloing Dragon, right? So I mean, this is a bit of a tidbit, I guess, but while the game's kind of slow for now, Dragon's auto attacks used to be coded as an auto attack.
Yeah.
But Pantheon had his old passive before his rework, meant every 5 abilities he would block the next incoming
Which was pretty nuts.
auto attack. Yeah, got a bit of an engage in mid though.
Why
Bizguard
not?
very low. Cayman's gonna chill. Should just be, yeah, okay. Exchanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, chilling down
He's
there.
got Flash. Does he want to go across the veil?
They're
and think about a
hella
shotgun?
That Cayman is
true.
hella
That's
and
super
Bizguard
fair.
is hella low. So I'm not sure. It would be very risky. Very risky. But yeah, just I'll finish the dragon tangent. Now they're not auto attacks their spells. So because
Tragic.
Pantheon things. Yeah.
Been a few of those in the past. I remember when Akali used to be able to just ignore turret shots by using her smoke screen as invisibility when the rework first came on through.
That's right, was on something. They were on that good stuff when they made rework Kali. Holy
Cats, apparently.
moly. Too many. Too many. If such a thing was possible. We're just going to get a trade now of objectives.
Oh,
Spot side,
thank
top
you,
side,
observers.
dragon. And these grubs. Very standard. You take one, I take the other. Not too surprised to see Vi go for the dragon either because she's so good with those denting blows. Her passive W. Giving her that move speed. Percentage health
The shield.
damage, very good for single target. Yeah, the shield of course as well.
Always good. Get a hold of that. And then, of course, with those grubs traded, as we saw in the picture-in-picture, not too much to be seen. I think the most action we've had really is Cayman looking to trade out those ultimates in mid lane. But as it stands, the game remains 100 gold apart in various states about it. So a very small gold lead to Bulldogs so far. But that really is it. And now waiting for the trigger to get pulled for the first time, especially as level 6s will start to come on through on our junglers in particular. Your eyes on where Lulis and Dan have decided to press that R button.
I'll get into that point, as you mentioned, where the ultimates will start coming back up, and yeah, the junglers especially do have some good playmaking tools with those ultis available. Specifically onto the Vi, it's quite easy, just point and click, and there's some very vulnerable members on the side of Bulldog that could fall victim to the Vi ulti. A lot of escapes on those solo lanes especially. But here we go. We're seeing a little bit of chill for now. We are getting a ping out from Dandem as well. So Bulldog know where Vi is positioned, and that should mean that Mietic can infer that Vi is parting topside. And here we go. So
Spot on.
putting his own safety down there onto the grab camp. Just trying to keep the eyes on Dandem. Trying to limit that playmaking availability.
From the mouth of God himself, Foxy's got it there on the tee. Good push in from the Rumble, goes in, puts the ward down on the Gromp, and there's a known quantity. Of course, Lulis now could theoretically come to punish this if he wants. He is thinking about wandering into the jungle to maybe fight over this blue buff. Remember, with Rumble having the ultimate available and that follow-up, this could get very spicy indeed. Blue buff up, Lulis behind. Oh no, Dandem's in danger, needs to think about getting over the wall. The shield vault comes on through, but Dandem swift enough with his Vault Breaker buffer to get out to safety. Will lose his blue buff in trade though.
Just the blue buff, not too bad to be honest at this stage of the game. It's the second spawning of the blue, so not quite as valuable as that first one as far as the contextual value goes. Still going to be a little bit of an advantage here for Bulldog, and I think the most important thing is the tempo loss for Dandem. He has to reset now. He can't make a play on the map, right? That's normally the time where you would, you take those camps, you look for something. But he just has to dip now, and he is looking for either something mid, maybe his own type of invade in the bot side. Either way, there's no vision here. Cayman could be in trouble.
Pull the trigger though, they pull away. Still got a little while until something like a dragon's going to be spawning, so again, very stable early game. 10 minutes, no real action as yet. We've seen as a blue buff invade, a slight scuffle in mid lane with HB mana traded. That's been really it so far. Dandem back towards this mid lane though. Flash available, here we go. Might finally get that look on in. Vault Breaker charge, flash for the Q on in. There's the cease and desist of the follow-up. courtesy of the Wei range, allows that execute. Vi tees him up, and the Wei knocks him down.
Beautifully played right there by Dandem to get that flash Q off, instantly knocking up Cayman, and the combo, easy as you like. As you mentioned, the range, crazy stuff from Wei. Great little first blood, good use of that first ulti on Vi.
And that's what we're going to see, I think, a fair amount of. The way the Vi and the Wei's going to work as that bot lane play happens. Never mind talking about that one. In comes Lulis with an ult as well. Suddenly from downtown, a grand starfall. And the bullet time will clear out the wave, and Karmsky gets out. Some summoners blown. But DMG's bot lane survives.
Again, this time around, not going to be successful for the jungler, even though Lulish, unfortunately for him, does have to dedicate his ultimate there. So, getting the flash from Calm Sky, it's not too much right here. Depending on whether we can get a return play will determine the value of that flash being down, as Cayman is going to spot this one out. Here comes Lulish, doesn't. No DMG members just yet. Gotta be careful here.
A lot of ults available. This could get a bit messy. Over to the grubs we go. Reminder, first we went away with Bulldogs. Karmsky around, looking to come crashing down. Sing also here. They start to get with one of the grubs over, already denying that first 6. Lula's now in danger. To the skies goes Bucci, looking to get on top of Cayman, who is out of the pit. But unfortunately, his jungler is 6 feet deep in a grave. Kassin comes over the wall. Miantic now here as well. Biscard looking to get the Grim Visage shear down. Does so. Karmsky in danger. Can look to crash down, but is knocked back by Kassin's Bramble Smash. Xfeng gets the kill. Miantic desperately low. Xfeng also nearly down. Does go down. Biscard looking for the Severing Bolt. Can't quite get it. Flashing for a fear. Mistrates where Miantic is going. Looking for the damage anyway. But the scrap shield just about keeps alive. The Electro Harpoon. And there's still that blast goes. It should be out to safety. Biscard now very deep. Misses another Severing Bolt. How far does Lulis wants to go? Throw down Gaze of the Abyss and pull out to safety. It was messy, but DMG are the ones who get all the grubs, get most of the kills, and get out pretty happy indeed.
Exactly as you said, all of the grubs, crucially, every single one goes over to DMG in that exchange. Very nearly did Miantic fall towards the end here. So at the beginning, it's all DMG, right? Bulldog are just a little bit too split up. That is the story of this play. Kassin gets in late, Rumble gets in late as well. He's just TPing now, right? He's just TPing, and now he's here. Now he's got the red carpet, right? Miantic has the red carpet. Big ulti, big ability in these fights. But look what happens. He puts it down on Biscard here. And it's just chilling in the jungle. What a crap red carpet. And that is going to be the doom of Bulldog in this play. It is what it is. It just doesn't work. It's disjointed. No bueno for Bulldog. Great play for DMG.
Wow. And now Bucci, 2-0-1, up in a great spot. Mid lane with the kills as well. In a really, really strong position. Now up 1,500 gold. Stop that. Rub stacking as well, can look to trade around this dragon with more of the ultimates available. Remember, going into that play, a lot of people's ultimates weren't even up at the start of it.
We've certainly going to have to see how this one is going to develop now on the dragon as well, right? We already had a little bit of an awkward situation for Bulldog on the grubs. And to be honest, I don't think they're going to want to go for this. I don't think they're going to want to contest at all. DMG, I'm just going to be chilling on this. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we've got the lane pro to move forwards here. Biscard's on the wrong side of the wall. Oh, mate, this is tough. It's tight.
I know.
I think Bulldog doesn't let it go.
Towards. Looks like it. Sing was around just looking at a potential angle for that Nature's Grasp. They pull away from it and it will be just given over to DMG. So second Drake is secured for them. Also with the first 3 kills and now the first 3 objectives. DMG now owning themselves some very strong feet to go with the rest of their various gold leads.
Very nice start here for DMG. Got the feet, got two dragons, they got some grubs as well. It's a very, very nice start. And to be honest, when you look at these teams, like, it's not like one team has the scaling advantage over the other, right? I wouldn't say that Bulldog are just chilling until they can, you know, scale up and get strong. Like, there's some element to that, obviously, with someone like Ezreal getting involved and whatnot.
Sure.
But I would say, all in all, it's a similar situation for both of these teams. So, yeah, certainly DMG, they're very happy with how this one's gone down. But of course, the difficulty of playing versus these wombo combo team comps when you have Rumble or Rura or Maokai, it can all turn on a dime to get a good engage.
Looking in the bot side to Kasing for something like that. Could see some chunk of the Fatesky, of course, got the Bloodthirster, but we'll need to be able to hit some minions or some champions to use it. You're forced away from lane here. Nice look in from this bot lane of Bulldogs. Bucci's around on this lane swap. Could all be a bit of a bait. Hang on. Looking to maybe turn this around. Can't with the Shattering Strike. Will force a flash out of Kasing. Had to wait a second for the spectator to update. I wonder whether Kasing had just managed to teleport in my brain. And then, no, just a second on the spectator. But not going to find too much more there. Niantic. Back away from that bush as Dandon was around.
Yeah, Mietic knows something's up. He knows. He can smell it happening. Just going to chill out of this one. But I mean, Bulldog, what are you getting from this? Bucci was bot side. Fatesky recalled as well. Like, you shouldn't be losing bot side and top side here, right? Okay, cool. So we put Luge bot instead.
Okay.
Going to go for this tier 1 taunt now. And the red carpet does sweep out the minions top. So, yeah, net advantage right there for Bulldog. Good response. Getting some gold in their back pocket.
On the other side of this, though, while we've got a brief moment before things like Herald and stuff spawn, how much better from DMG does this look from last split? They look so much more engaged and actually making some cohesive plays. Dandem already with a great gank mid. We've seen some good stuff out of Bizgard. And Bucci, a guy who last year was one of the very best top laners we had in the league, has been overshadowed this year for a variety of reasons. They're huge juggernauts in terms of names and players coming into the league has kind of slid him down the rankings a little bit. He didn't have a great winter on top of that either. And right now, 2-0-1 up 20 CS. He's in a really good spot to really carry on a true carry in that Jace.
He's doing great this time round here as well. I do think he's one of the players who really needs to step up and have a bit of redemption here in spring compared to his performance in winter. As you mentioned, was so good last year. One of our great homegrown rookie NLC players. I just didn't really formulate in 2025. And we are looking for a change of that here. And so far, I mean, it's early days. It's early days, sound to be saying that, but it's, you know,
good first game back,
decent.
right? Yeah.
First game back, yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. And Bucci looking back to his old ways with the Bucci gang in full force.
How do you feel about the fact he's got a taxidermied fox in his room, though? Is that something you find?
Does he actually?
He genuinely does, yeah. He's had it on interview before. How do you feel about that as a dropper of foxes? Is that something that you find mildly threatening? I mean, I don't know how it works.
That's a good question. To be honest, I was unaware. And I will have to think about it a little bit, to be honest.
I'm really sorry to drop that on you. That's probably quite intense.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. I've always been a big fan of Bucci, to be fair. But this, I mean, I don't identify particularly strongly with foxes themselves. The dropping is something that's more akin to my liking, especially when it comes to my personal LP. So, yeah, I guess that's where I sit with that one.
So what you're saying is you never should play Ari, is what happens. It's just a bad
Absolutely
idea.
not. Absolutely not. For many reasons. You know, too many skill shots, dude. Annie, potentially. Ari, hell no.
All right, well, we've got to, moving on swiftly away from conversations about taxidermied foxes and Fox Drops LP. I was going to say gains, but that's the wrong choice.
Yeah. Lack thereof.
Lack thereof. 45 seconds until next dragon. This would be sole point for DMG. As a result, we're seeing Kasing and Lulis look to come in and contest for the vision.
DMG will be pretty happy with starting a fight here. Obviously, this dragon coming in 30 seconds, as you said. Just want to sweep around this vision, get control of the area of the map here. It's tough, honestly, for Bulldog to face check into DMG because you know DMG can pull the trigger, can turn that around. So many tools with the rail and the Vi to do that. So really, it's going to come down to Kasing and those saplings on cooldown to just put those forward, sweep those bushes, so to speak, with the saplings to really identify where those bushes are safe and where they are not.
Step on forward, gets to the Kamski. That's the Magnet Storm down. Kasing, though, in danger. Will throw out the Nature's Grant. Big! Between worlds, though, as they try to turn this around. Fatesky in danger. Can't be flashing out. Bizgard also flashing to safety. DMG blinking low health bars. 4 members flash out, but stay just about alive. You lose Kasing, but the entirety of DMG has to reset.
That's it. That's the wombo combo we were talking about. Even though they are behind in this game, Bulldog, they execute it well. The between worlds, the red carpet, even that Arcane Barrage or something from Ez.
True Shot Barrage, yeah.
True Shot, that's the one. Yeah, that's a Xerath move, that one.
Arcane mentioned?
Yeah, that's it. What can I say? Yeah, great combo, and that was precisely what Bulldog need to make that fight. DMG cannot rest on their laurels, even if you've got that early advantage, man. It's a killer if you get caught in that combo.
Oh, man, and that, I think, will be what DMG needs to keep their eye on. Again, their single target burst with the Vi, with the Hui Jace follow-up. absolutely brutal. We've seen it already. Really, really good stuff. But the Bulldogs got to pull their combo. Not really seen it that much this game until just then, but there was the case in point. Really does hurt. You called it out. The AoE is particularly nasty this game around from Bulldogs.
It doesn't really matter what your gold lead is, to an extent, if you're DMG,
Sure.
if Bulldog can get that execution on the combo. And, you know, to be fair, the truth is also, if it is in the inverse as well, right? Like, if you fail the combo, then yeah, you live and die by the combo, basically, if you're
Did it
Bulldog
work?
here.
Yes? Keep going.
Yes,
No,
good.
go to the grey screen.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's how they lost that fight around the grubs, right? They
Very
failed
true.
the combo. They were scattered. They were one by one. It wasn't great, and yeah. So we've seen examples of how it can and can't work. It does just then come down to the execution, right? And it can be a little bit tricky to get those combo wombos off. So
I know George has called this out in the caster chat as well, but Karmsky on the camera there, in grey screen with the exception of the red highlights, is a very artsy way to have his camera on screen. I'm just saying.
I was gonna say, if there was one support in this game who would be stuck in black and white, I thought it would be Old Man Kasing, but Sky has clearly just
Bro?
got his own ideas.
Jolly will be sending you a DM after this one.
Listen, it's all good banter. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. To be fair, even because I can hear his chuckle wailing through the great British air as I say these things.
Traveling
Although
towards your
Glass House
home
isn't
right
that
now.
That's it. That's it.
Well, we've got ourselves not that much to play for right now. Atacard is up, but neither team has looked to really contest that as yet. And we've got another 2.5 minutes until Dragon. So there is room here with a Herald to try and burn some cooldowns and look to get some of these structures. There's not too many other neutral objectives to trade for. And it does look that X-Fing's just going to sit way back and give that turret up.
Not going to get the second charge, though. Bulldog will be making quick work of Shelly on that one. Opening up the map now, though, is DMG. Allows them to get a little bit deeper and to put some extra vision down in the jungle of Bulldog, which is very important if you're trying to avoid getting dropped on for that wombo combo, right? As we've mentioned before, it is quite powerful. So if you can have some deeper vision, you get more control of the map, you're more aware of where people are, then you can avoid them engaging on you.
Saying, I'll throw down some saplings, not under any true threat as yet. Trying to ensure they got some vision around this voracious Atacon on the top side of the map. So it is our GA variant of the Atacon, a very low action game in the early stages. Makes sense why that one spawned. And starting to get some second items completed. Bucci's had his Muramana transformation for a little while. That Jace, by far the biggest gold leader in the game. But second item now done for Fatesky, who is interestingly gone for a Lord Dominic's Regards rather than something like an Essence Reaver or an Infinity Edge, which is often your regular second choice on the Misfortune, and still building towards second items fully completed on the side of Bulldogs. You'll nearly got the Muramana transformation, you've got the Black Cleaver in for Lulis at least, but still waiting on something like Cayman or Mientek to get something else on the board as well.
It's an interesting second buy, isn't it? The armor pen for Misfortune. I mean, you've got Vi and Jace on your team, so more like a preemptive buy, I would say. Yeah, like can probably anticipate a bit of armor in his future for the enemy team, so just going to buy that armor pen second. And yeah, working towards, like you mentioned, most likely that Infinity Edge coming through as well. We'll see how this one develops too. That bullet time really does benefit more from stats like AD, armor pen, and if that's, you know, the role that Fatesky sees himself in rather than an auto attacker, which benefits more from the crit, then it makes sort of sense to go nice like that. Here comes Kasing, just advance.
Speaking of benefiting, big AoE roots would do just that. Gonna get the carpet down as well. That equalizer hurt, but the turnaround pretty good as Fatesky looks to find an angle on in. In comes the cease and desist. They've gone way too deep. Looking at a 2-for-1 right now in the backside goes Bucci and the rest of the team. Kasing's gonna flash away to the skies. Goes Bucci and into the dirt. Surely goes Exafang. Nowhere to run. There's a Mega Blast Cone and a dream as Kasing flees into the forest, the home of his people.
Live and die by the wombo combo, and it was not there this time around. Came in, joined the fight way too late, didn't get to slam down his ulti. It just was a little bit disjointed. Again, Kasing was so hard on that engage, but it didn't work out. You know, it felt a little bit too forced. You don't have to go for that one if you're Bulldog, and now as a result, DMG, you know, it's a very significant gold lead, 4,000, but more importantly, sole points here at 24 minutes into the game.
DMG, we expected to come in and be second best to Bulldogs. This was a team that made it to the finals weekend, had a good showing against Nord, even if they didn't beat them. We expected good things than coming into this, and DMG had kept a roster that we kind of thought were a little bit lackluster, bluntly, in winter. They changed one member, and so far the comms look good, the trigger pulls look good, and they are now a significant amount ahead. This is looking really good right now for DMG to close this one out.
It is, and it's kind of tough for Bulldog too. Like the Vi just picked up the Sterak's as well. So a champion that is really squishy early, and she just wants to jump in. She needs to go in. Like it, you know, she's quite vulnerable at that stage of the game. But once you start picking up items like the Sterak's, right, to go alongside your Thunder Sky, then actually you're kind of beefy. It's kind of hard to take you down. So I think DMG will be feeling pretty happy to go trigger happy themselves in these situations, and Bulldog again just need to all be on the same page. It looks very disjointed so far in this game.
There seems to be a little bit of snatching and grabbing. I tend to agree there, and that is a bit rough to see, especially on the other side. DMG look very, very coordinated. They did just get a word from production. Sounds like there's been some mic issues, which hopefully have now been resolved, and that will allow us to go back into the game shortly. 3,500 gold lead right now to DMG, and in some good spaces, particularly Bucci holding on to a lot of that. But there's a fight immediately at the end as Darmski jumps onto Kasing, who tries to twist and advance out to safety. Lula's being knocked back himself. He's in danger of the crushing Mordred. Pantheon got nowhere to run, and the man meets, unfortunately, the arms of gods a little early on. 1-3-1. Not having a great time on this Pantheon, and with the jungler dead, Baron and Atakan up. How far did DMG want to push this?
Ooh, they've got to make a decision quickly. Mietic is knocking on the doors of the turret. The tier 2's falling down, but Baron is the call for DMG. Here comes the teleport.
For the wall, cease to descend, bullet time! Bucci goes to the sky, Karpski drags people into the less than calm skies of his Magnet Storm. Mietic flashing on forward, spiraling despair on top of him though, as Dando trading on out. On the other side, Bucci just hyper accelerates a few more shock blasts, and Exafang alone survives the onslaught.
DMG, they pull off the Nash, but they win the team fight.
Woo.
I'm not so sure whether they'll be quite so happy with that result, but either way, it was close. Mietic got another bad red carpet off, because he silenced himself. Oh, here comes Lulish.
Jump onto Dandem, who was interrupted with that cease and desist. Sorry, Vault Breaker, get that Q&R mixed up there. That's a bad idea. Now back away as Misfortune once again makes it rain. Bulldogs aren't interested in picking up that hot money.
Okay, yeah, speaking of hot, that was Rumble in that fight. Definitely silencing at not such a good time here. It's all tough though. Losing your jungler for the pick is right outside Nash as well. That is scary, that is spooky. Bulldog kind of feel like they got away with that one a little bit there. DMG not quite able to push that and punish it as much as they would like.
I'm also now looking at this Jace who just hit 3 items. Who on earth tanks the Jace Shock Blast right now? Never mind a bullet time. Never mind the Hwei combos, which Bizguard's been landing. I think it's getting tricky for Bulldogs if they don't pull the trigger on a really short timer. The extended trades are not going to be nice.
Yeah, they're not as squishy as some team comps are for Bulldog, right? Because champions like Pantheon and I love the Riftmaker for Rumble. We get another fight though. Cease and desist.
Ski goes on in. Magnet Storm is down between worlds as Cayman escapes for now. The Ignite's on top of him. Cayman gets a double Bramble Smash away, but Dandem will just Vault Breaker forwards again. Kasing can buy as much time as he wants, but the bullet time after will force a flash out of Cayman. Stun on Texfing pulls away. Bucci looking for a shock blast angle. Acceleration was threatened, and Cayman goes across the veil, but it's all a fake up from Bucci, who doesn't read it anyway. All the while, the Mientic will at least trade out in mid lane for the tier 1. Tier 2, though, is DMG's prize on the other side of the rift.
DMG are engaging without relent this game. As soon as Vi hit those tanky items, she just knows she can go in, she can go hard, she can find those plays. And Dandem here is the replacement for Bitzer this split. The difference in the roster comes in that jungle position, and so far he has been the playmaker and he has been the orchestrator of DMG's success in this game.
Mentally gone towards that Starex, not going towards the Black Cleaver and the damage items. Knows what his job is this game, and it's to start things off. And so far, so good on that front. Resets coming on through for DMG. We've got a minute until what could be sold for them. Baron and Atakan up as well. They can start to play some catch-22s here. If Bulldogs go towards the Dragon, you take the Asakard and Baron. If they go towards the Baron, you can get Soul. It's not a fun position for Bulldogs to be in on the map.
It's tough right now, and you're kind of running out of time as well, right? Like 30 minutes, you probably need maybe 5 or 10. Well, you know what? Actually, I'm just going to completely run that back and say, if you can get the combo, you don't need it, and we might just be seeing it again. Luna!
Tried to pin people down with Kasing and dies for it. Your jungler's dead again. TP comes on through. Came in immediately after the golden. The equalizer only really lands on the Bizguard. It's not the best. They go between worlds regardless, but Bizguard on the rampage. To at least pick up that way. Gaming gets that, but 2 for 1, including your jungle. That's not pretty once more.
Does Bulldog use this wave to push in mid though? I mean, DMG are being held at bay by the Arcane shots, but I think we're just chilling here. Dude, BDG, excuse me, are just not, they're still not on the same page. It's such a disjointed team to watch right now. Like, so, it's like the mic issues that we paused for whenever resolved. There's no communication. It's tragic to see from a team that was actually, in my estimations, you know, greater than the sum of their parts in winter, right? They were so good in their team plays. Their macro was really good. It looked like they were always on the same page, and that was one of their greatest strengths. Really not seeing it so far here in their first game of Spring.
On the other side, though, DMG praised them already. I think it's right to do so again. They look very competent in terms of pulling the trigger and also kind of counter-punching when Bulldogs pull the trigger unwisely on their end. They have punished Lulis and Kasing multiple times this game when they try to go forwards. Dragon is up, is started. Bulldogs with more wards in the river, but DMG, generally stronger overall, makes that not necessarily the win they'd like it to be.
Again, Bulldog, they're all together at this point. They've been pulling the trigger constantly. Does Lulish decide to go for it? This Dragon is up. It's a very crucial point in this game. You ruin this fight, you lose the soul.
As well on Bizguard and Bucci, how many of their skill shots can they land becomes a little bit of a Dance Dance Revolution game. Can you dodge the skill shots? Away and Jay's poke at this point in the game will really sting. Another shot flash lands onto Exafeng. Down to nearly half HP on the key carry. We'll throw a 3-shot barrage. Kasing goes in himself. Knockback, but it's only really onto the Rel. Who can still come crashing on down. Wait, look at Luna flashing in the backside. Gets a hold of Bizguard. They still manage to trade it back as they lose the Rumble. Aurora against Jace though. Bullet time will make a mess of the divers. Those X-Men kind of try and trade out onto Dandem. Kasing slowed down by the Make It Rain. And the Tree, who's normally just happy with the rainfall, hates that acidic version of it. And they head towards claiming soul. DMG come out on top.
It was a decent combo for BDG, but just not good enough. DMG, great team fighting, will secure themselves that soul, the Hextech soul now working in their favor with Nash on the map again. You imagine that is going to be the next point of call, the next target for DMG in a very dominant game 1 so far.
Not what the expectations were, certainly weren't what our predictions. Let's have a look at the replay again, because it starts with a big trigger pull from Kasing, but it's only really onto Karmsky to begin with.
It's that choke point that BDG attacked between the chicken camp and the river. They threw everything towards there, but it wasn't enough. And Bizguard, he gets really caught, but crucially, Fateski survives, flashes out, doesn't use his flash, sorry, walks out and walks to the bottom just to keep himself alive. You really need to get on top of him now. He is a big deal right now in these team fights. There's a lot of threats, to be fair, and Bulldog just need to find the window and get them all at once, which is very much easier said than done.
Yeah, now you've got this misfortune at 3.5, the way at 3.5. Back when you decap the Dark Seal as that, which I kind of do. You've got nearly a 4th item done for Bucci as well, who is so strong on this Jace. It is feeling very, very difficult. Look, they killed off Bizguard well enough. The problem was Bucci and Fateski, as you said, weren't really touched in the same way, and becoming very difficult. Dandem has found the Entic as well in the river. I don't think there's very far for this Rumble to go. Cease and desist into the Severing Bolt on the CC target. Forces the flash, won't quite get the kill, and he does get to reset at the very least. Amen. In a similar position. Dandem goes for the shotgun, doesn't quite have the damage, goes between worlds, looking for the kill, just doesn't have it. Where does he go? Here comes the rest of the team. He's on 3 items, but just couldn't pop him. In comes Lulish. Where is he going? Now into the jungle himself. Bucci split off from the team, but he's got another man going to support him as Bulldog splitting the team up but to very little avail. That felt like desperation as a Severing Bolt will come on through and allow Bucci to pick up another kill onto the Bunny Rabbit. It is Wabbit hunting season, apparently. Karmsky locked down, but the equalizer, unfortunately, once again, is a red garbage to nowhere but the fast food. I feel that Bulldogs will need to get over the source of this game. It's looking pretty rough. Kasing backs away. Severing Bolt lands. Shock blast after. And the tree is felled. Lulis in danger, trying to buy some time. Xfinity insect run away. But where, oh, where do they go? Maybe back to the fountain. They'll try and true shot barrage, but Karmsky under no real threat. Baron's up. Atakan's up. And DMG have 3 men to the advantage and a jungler down.
Bulldog grasping at straws, trying to find their way back into this game. Unfortunately for them, wasn't quite enough, and DMG so good at retaliating, at punishing BDG when they've gone for their plays. And their reward this time around is a handful of kills and the Baron Nashor.
Won't bother with the Atakans yet. They're quite happy with Soul and Baron. No need to flip there. They've got the prizes they need. They've got the items they need. And Bulldogs, I mean, it was a little bit sad watching Cayman try to go for that 1v1 on a 3rd HP Vi and not threatening her at all, apparently.
I think the Steric Shield propped. So
Yeah.
it didn't look like it went off, but it got completely
Must have
eaten
done.
up by... Yeah, so it did look a bit sad that Cayman had negative damage versus the Vi there, but... Yeah, I mean, looking for the plays, this is it, right? So Bulldog are trying to claw their way back in. They're trying to look for those things, but they're just a little bit too far behind. It's not working out. DMG have punished perfectly when Bulldog have tried, though.
3.5 items on the Rumble and the Ezreal. Maybe that'll offer something. While with this Baron on, you can imagine exactly how much gold they'll be claiming from this. Only 1,000 or so over the Baron take as yet, but they are now onto the inhibitor turrets, and Bulldogs, do they have the wave clear? Do they have any defense? It looks like they're just giving this one up for free and gonna try and mitigate losses rather than look to fight.
Can Bulldog hold, though? It's looking like DMG are just walking their way with this
Oh,
Baron
base.
buff into the base of Bulldog, and there's not great wave clear here. There's not good answers. Bulldog might just lose their entire base if they don't pull this trigger.
X-Fang eats a Shock Blast and a Severing Bolt and loses 2/3 of his HP bar. He has to go back to the fountain. They're now onto Nexus turrets. You will need to pull the trigger soon. Came in on a flank angle, looking for the big Nature's Grasp. Onto the backside between worlds, trying to get the execute. Feisty will surely fall. No, he will not. In goes Pantheon, but the age of the Spartans is well and truly over. It's the age of gunpowder. And Feitsky finally falls, but not without taking the whole of Bulldogs with him. Mientek alone survives, but this mech, this Rumble, has got nothing left to say. Will go golden and throw out a barbecue, but unfortunately, he's the meat back on the menus. DMG come into Spring and humble Bulldogs back into the kennels. They go.
DMG disappointing in winter, anything but in game 1 here of Spring. It was a great game here. Like, it was scrappy at times, back and forth, and Bulldog with a great wombo combo team fight comp almost looked like they were able to find a way back into the game in that mid game. But DMG, credit to them for sticking with it, and to be honest, it always looked like it was going to be in their control. And I do want to give a big shout out to the jungler, right? Like, Dandon was great. He was very impactful, great plays early, and most crucially was the catalyst for their plays in the mid lane.
Well, that's enough impactful talk from us. We'll have some impactful analysis from the desk next. Desk, take it away.
Impactful transition as well. Welcome back to the desk. And somehow DMG pulls his first game away from Bulldog. We were setting up the stacks, and now Bulldog were kind of favorites, part of this group. DMG had to climb. They did. They did. They look clean. So let's talk about how they got here, starting by the draft, maybe.
Yeah, I actually have so much beef with Bulldog for this draft. It's actually mind-blowing how they managed to get themselves counterpicked everywhere when they're on red side. Picking the Maokai early with the Ezreal, again, we mentioned. If you can also put the graphic on the screen so you guys can have a more of a visual representation of what happened. We mentioned that they picked up the Ezreal on red side super early. There was the Fury open, there was Rumble open as well. However, they opted for a champion that can get very easily countered because his 3 biggest counters were actually up for grabs on the other side. And the fact that Prioritize the Misfortune took that priority through that bolt side of the map was actually kind of mind-blowing to me. I mean, performance aside, I think Bulldog really dug themselves a deep hole from the draft.
I agree. I was waiting as well for more, and we were still waiting for that graphic. So we have the damage displayed. I do believe Bucci did a wonderful job as the chase. They gave the priority towards the chase, and I was a little bit afraid because we usually had to see him on Xante duty or melee duty, and now with this long range and poking, yeah, I think it was a good one coming in from Bucci, and the entire team is congratulated on that. Also the jungler as well. The Vi, I know trouble. I know it's a Vi. But it was a
Okay, guys,
execution.
come on. Okay, let's put the whole Vi thing to the rest. I hate Vi when she has no artillery and no body follow-up. In this particular game, she had artillery. She had the Jace, and she had the way to be able to follow up with her. However, again, my biggest bone to pick right here with Bulldog, haha, no pun intended because they're Bulldog, is these fights. No setup, late TP, Cayman never presses the R button as well on his ultimate, and suddenly they're stuck into a pit where they hadn't really necessarily worked through how they're gonna play that early game through the transition, and it has been the case through Winter Split as well. Their early games sucked.
It is actually insane if you look in the retrospective for this game. The only good fight that happened for Bulldog was the fight at around 90 minutes in the game, and in that fight they didn't even take a single kill out of DMG. They got all the flushes out, they got the dragon outfit, they got a little bit more tempo on the map. They didn't take a single kill, and any other fight that happened was terrible for Bulldogs.
Yeah, and most of the time they were playing a little bit isolated from each other. You try to bring something that works together as a combo, and yeah, you have to be careful with Misfortune. But you also need to use your combo. There was a play where Kaseng just initiates and they were like, oh yeah, we can play together. And it almost works out. But as soon as you give those leads, it starts getting a little bit harder and harder. And maybe this is the one we were talking about.
It wasn't one fight, that is exactly the fight I think that you're talking about. Yes, because this is a good beginning, because there are the ultimates on Maokai and on Rumble and on Aurora, and you want to have this mobile combo. But why are we not doing anything about Misfortune? Why does she have the full ulti out on us, taking insane damage on us, and nobody does anything to stop it?
I'm actually on the completely different side of you guys. I think this engage should have never happened. It was way too deep. You do not have a tower behind you. There was a very nicely placed ward by DMG right on that tier 1 that went down from Bulldog, and it was just a very easy wraparound from the Jace. And I feel like it started with DMG being super dominant through laning phase, having the counter picks. I think Bucci played a fantastic game on that Jace as well, but I just didn't necessarily see any single lane get ahead from the side of Bulldog, and I feel like it was very clean from DMG to be able to basically just wombo combo their way to the victory. It was pretty clean. They won through objectives, they took that early off of Bulldog, and I feel like this has been a continuous issue for Bulldog. We said, hey, they look dizzy with the lane swaps. They kind of look dizzy without the lane swaps as well.
And we're hoping for the no lane swap meta to help them out a little bit, at least to help out Miatek a little bit on the top lane. And he was able to play Rumble and to stay on the top lane, but it didn't even result in anything. And Miatek, even though his ultimates most of the time were good on the team fights, nothing else worked out for him.
And you have Exofang playing with the poker champion, damage from afar. When you're used to seeing that hyper carry, and it just wasn't enough. This is another one, and there you go. This actually led into Dragon Soul.
This is another ugly one, because the team is so separated, and partially it's separated because look at where Aurora is, look at where Pantheon is flying, far away from the team and a little bit too late, but look at what Dantam is doing at the very same time. He's separating the team. He's not letting Exifang and Kazing rejoin with the team. He's removing them from the Riva so far away from everybody, and then it allows DMG to pick them one by one and then rotate to the Drake.
Whoa.
Yeah, I felt like it was a little bit uncoordinated as well, but primarily it feels like the Aurora Pantheon just never came online. You've got the early game. Aurora can bully Hui when you have the setup from Pantheon. You can play the 2 versus 2. The 2 versus 2 never got played. Your other lanes were unfortunately losing and falling behind. And if you look at the graph, this is exactly what is being represented by the purple line. It feels like DMG just picked up the reins from that early game through those Void Grubs fights where BDG tried to force without setup and then just run away with the victory.
This in mind, DMG takes the first game of the day and puts himself in a really comfortable position looking into Group B. Group B is going to be heavily disputed, as you know, with the name tags that are currently on it, especially with the game that is going to happen after this one. So getting that early win to start things off, it's looking good. I know Bulldog Esports started on the left foot on Group A previously on the Winter Split. But I don't know, we were looking at them as one of the team. And now, yeah, the underdog story doesn't work anymore. Sorry, that is Winter Split feelings now. This is Spring. With that in mind, we're about to jump into the next one. So we're gonna do a small pause. We'll be right back. I'll see you soon.
Arozzi skapades av gamers för andra gamers. Vi har en känsla för vad kunden vill ha. Gamers har vuxit upp och vill ha en modernare stil. Våra bästsäljare är Arena Desk och våra olika modeller av gamingstolar. De har fått pris inom ergonomi och hållbarhet.
Welcome back. Game 2 is underway. It's going to be the Ruddy Sack versus LightSide. A lot of changes for both teams, so let's start talking about them. Obviously, the Ruddy Sack was under a lot of conversation online before the Winter Split. Same for Spring, as they take an entire new route towards this roster. They bring in new names, they bring in old names as well, and I have a feeling this might be the old Ruddy ? If any of you agree.
Which is funny to say because this is a completely new Ruddy, like the roster is completely revamped. But actually, yes, it might be the old Ruddy, both in the sense of the vibes that they're bringing in, and in the sense that some of these names are familiar. We have like Nat, we have Nara on the boat, and have already been playing with Ruddy before. So yes, they are bringing some names back in.
I feel like this is a good flavor of Ruddy, I will say. I made the comparison. I don't know how many of you, and if we can pop the graphic with obviously like the old roster and the new roster. I made the comparison here. If anyone has watched Gossip Girl, and you remember little Jenny, who tried to go up in the society, coming from a lower income family, and tried to be a superstar and super famous, a super glam and glitz and everything. And that was the Ruddy sack of Winter Split, bringing double MSI champs, Worlds finalists, leader, like really star-studded roster. But the ones who actually brought the essence of Ruddy is the Ruddy sack that we see in Spring Split, bringing back names that they know, but primarily they did pride themselves in scouting, in finding players through other ERLs and through lower division ERLs, and actually bringing them up, which is what has given them success so far in 2024.
I agree with you 100%. Even on the announcement stream that Don Jake did on Twitch, he announced it on the live broadcast. He was talking specifically player by player, and why should we be on the lookout for them. All of them bring a new flavor and personality towards the stream, and it looks like in terms of scrims, it also clicks as well. It's gluing together. And that's something extremely important because, yeah, you can be a meme, you can definitely be a meme, but it has to be a working meme. And I see that flavor coming back from the Ruddy. It's looking clean, it's looking good. Is any other thing that we need to highlight from Ruddy before we talk about LightSide? Because they also changed a lot, so Solar, hit me.
I have to highlight this. Marlon is another Polish player that we have in Group B. He's coming from Rift Legends, where he unfortunately just had a pretty tragic split. He got 4th place with his team, but it was a very uphill battle for the whole split for him and for the team. So I'm really hoping to see more from him right now with this new roster of Ruddy.
It's day 1, so our info is not that big. Tell me, Trouble.
Give me the jungler. Just give me the jungler.
Oh my
Natinat is so... It's going to be so much fun to watch. This guy is crazy in the best way possible. Number 4 on EU West in the entire ladder. And I think this speaks volumes for himself, and primarily he has 170 games on 2 champions. One of them is Rengar, the other one is Mundo. He plays 2 completely different playstyles, and honestly, I want to see if he's going to bring that flavor, because yesterday we did see Mundo jungle, and he actually looked quite strong. This guy's highest win rate with that many games is on that Mundo, so I'm expecting to see some spice coming out of Ruddy.
It's kind of ironic when you talk about the Mundo for Ruddy, because Mundo was the key factor for Venomcrest back in the day to steal their finals away. That's how it all started, so bringing the Mundo specialist, it's funny as well. Now, LightSide, it's a revamp. They totally revamp and they bring in a new flavor as well. And a lot of these names we already know, others we are going to get to know them right now. I mean, what better way to start this LightSide introduction than with the jungler himself? Hi, Bradge. We have a clip from him from a previous split, if we possible to bring it up.
Middlecott said that?
Middlecott and Foxtrot. Yeah.
Foxtrot as well?
Yeah.
Get these 2 guys off the desk. You want me to come on the desk? Hey, Archer, I got you.
Hey, join in, my man! Join in!
I saw
We
Middlecott
banned them!
I was like, what the hell is this guy on, mate? I was like, he's become a teacher and he's just gone off the rail, mate. I don't know what's going on. I like No Name, but come on. He came into the game as a No Name, he's gonna leave the game as a No Name as well, you know? So initially, I thought the mid laner was Hunt, so I signed up, and I realized it was Harbo. I was like, oh, okay, what's going on, guys? Like, I just get scammed. Rusty Rahan Sniper, do you want us to come and win the NLC? And we sat down, we had a bit of business talks, and we were like, yeah.
Well, why do you think Foxtrot and Middlecott are no longer on this desk? He requested. We took that request to our HR. They're suddenly gone. Hybrid speaks. We listen.
Fox is the remaining one, by the way. We're giving him another shot on the casting part. No longer desk.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We no longer know about Middlecott. If anybody has news about Middlecott, please provide them to asheram@gmail.com/spam. So, Irish is obviously really funny, but he backs it up as well with gameplay. And that's extremely important for LightSide. And he's also really vocal within games. I don't know if he's vocal as he is on interviews, but I know he's vocal. That's the important part. But he's not alone. Another big key part of this team, Elijah. What do we know about him?
MVP of Summer Split 2024. And I feel like this guy was a big carry on Venomcrest as well. You saw that the second he had to step out and he had to be subbed in by someone else from Venomcrest in the playoffs, the team sort of collapsed. He was the primary key factor through that top lane. The Renekton's, the Nars primarily, that looked super strong. And he actually gives an extra avenue to play through. Another guy that I'm really excited to see play now, especially that lane swaps are no longer a thing. And you can actually see his laning phase playing the more aggro champions up there.
Yeah, because he used to play those more aggressive champions, right? Because in previous splits, it feels like he has been locked into this more passive, more of a weak side role because of the lane swap meta. But he has that mastery of those more aggressive champions, like maybe that Gwen, for example, maybe something like Gragas could be brought out on the top lane. I am looking forward to seeing Elijah playing in this meta.
Hey, we have 5 cams coming in from LightSide. This is good. They're locked in. iBridge forgot to focus. I hope he gets focused in game.
He's
And
focused
Harpo as
IRL.
well. Oh, there he is. He's locked in. He's locked in. Now, Harpo as well. We also have information about Harpo, not in the graphic wise, but we've seen him play as well. This LightSide team, at least in my opinion, is looking extremely strong, which makes this Group B stacked. I mean, you look into Bulldog esports, they already showed evidence during winter. DMG looking good to begin the day. They got their win versus Bulldog. Now LightSide, Ruddy, Nord, every team. Group B, is this the group now? Or is it still the fake group, as we call it on Winter Split? I don't know.
It's definitely a spicy group. It's definitely a very interesting group. It's definitely a group to not ignore just because Lost Returns are not playing in it. It's a very explosive group. And this match can be very explosive, to be honest, because we have some players who we don't really know too much about, including on the side of LightSide, for example. Their bot lane is completely new, but somebody knows something. Somebody's looking at that, and now somebody has been checking the match history.
I mean, it's not that hard, right? OPGG /
Yeah.
Natty Nat, 172 games played. Rengar,
Oh my God.
171 games played. Mundo, like, it's not that hard.
Wow.
That's a
So
lot
you
of
get
respect.
2 of those. Do you go for the Gwen now? Because do you give the Gwen? Nafiri was open on the previous match. It didn't get picked because if you are not allowed to scream with it, might as well not pick it on officials.
Which is disappointing a little bit. But yeah, either Gwen or Nafiri are going to be open this time. I wonder if Ruddy are not the ones taking Gwen if she's available, if LightSide are looking into this possibility for Elijah. But no, they decided upon that herself.
Oh, that's actually very weird for me because now you're actually pretty open to that Nafiri being taken away from Radisak right here. However, we haven't seen a lot of Pantheons and Viruses being prioritized in draft in general. I feel like they are very versatile when it comes to the role. You can play 2 types of different viruses down the bot lane. You've got a lot of priority through it as well. And now a lot of the lanes that have been played primarily into the virus are either the Misfortune or the Jhin, with the Jhin being a little bit more prominent because you can match sort of the AD side of things. And Nafiri, again, on red side.
So you pick Nafiri now for Highbridge, and then you pick something aggressive for LightSide Spotland. You pick something that you want to utilize this ability of Nafiri, this you rework Nafiri, maybe trying to go super aggressive in the early game. Jhin Rel, for example, for LightSide for the botlane, and trying to fish for those early game tower dives.
Got to see the Varus yesterday, and instantly the reply was the Jhin. It's working so far at the NLC, and that is a good one. Vi could be one to try and fish for that Jhin if you paired it up with the lockdown. Ari in the previous game was banned. This one, well, 1+1. There you go.
I actually love that response right here from Radisak because they're playing for the duo between the Ari and the Vi in the early game, and especially when you have an Afiri, it's a farming jungler, it's a fistfight jungle. You definitely want to have priority through that mid lane to be able to push the Ari out. I wonder if maybe an Aurora could potentially come through. Sylas is a little bit concerning because suddenly I'm seeing a lot of melee champions on the side of LLS, and traditionally the support and the top lane tend to be also melee champions. So I'm getting a little bit worried in terms of Radisak have a lot of dispositioning spells with the Ari. You've got range through the Varus as well. And if you play way too many melee champions instead of LLS, you could be running into a brick wall where you just cannot bridge the gap.
Which means Jace right now from Ruddy would be a really good ban just to make sure that you remove this possibility of a really reliable and aggressive ranged top laner and a lot of poke from the side of LightSide.
He's gone. Jace is already gone, and let's see what happens now.
Oh,
on the rotation.
that's him. That's his pretty face. I didn't recognize him there. I usually see that new skin.
I know,
yeah,
Solari.
yeah.
I'm on the same page as you, Solari. It's concerning. That's good.
A man of
Not
culture.
as out. So this is a range melee champion you want to take away from Elijah. I had a thought on the champion. I'm not going to say this would be really, really far-fetched for Elijah. Kind of fills in the range and also the control of a team fight. Maybe if we go deeper into the champion pool. Regarding other options, you need to take away more of those engage. There you go, the Poppy, because if you have an Afidi and the Silas, you need to remove it. There you go. Nocturne was picked as well, at least for Trouble for a few seconds. Don't worry, she will be back with us as soon as possible. And Bessa, another one that can just roam around in a map and in the middle of a team fight, Solari. Now Golden Penny has to pick.
So probably picking something for the bot lane right now. Okay, picking Rel that I really wanted to see paired up with a Jhin there, and the bot very aggressive and limits the opportunities for Ruddy to counter-pick something for Malone on the bot lane. And Marlon prefers to play those melee champions on the bot lane himself, and now a lot of them are removed. So probably Alistar, I'm thinking, could be a pick for Ruddy right now.
Makes sense.
Oh, no,
even the
this is not
Nautilus, if you can
Okay.
stop, because Nafidi wants to move across, and Silas as well. They want to be slippery, but Nautilus might just hold him down, especially with the vibe, with the pair of a charm, and even the Vados locking in and then sniping it away. We still don't know if this is going to be an attack speed Vados, but you can bring the attack speed into the top side with the Jax. What do you bring now, Elijah, rookie of the split of 2024 summer?
It feels like Elijah is being forced here a little bit to play something that we don't want to see him playing, something a little bit more defensive, a little bit more tanky, a little bit buffier, and something I can answer on the side lanes as well, because Jax is going to be a menace there. Oh, welcome back, Trouble.
Hey, thank you guys. I just got Nocturne ulted and I survived. I had to go back to my I had to go back to Fountain and respawn, so it took me a while to get back into lane. But drafts have been concluded right here, and actually I really enjoy what Ruddy have right here, because I love the Varus, lots of priority through that bot lane, lots of catch up as well with the Vi and the Nautilus as well into a lot of melee champions, which is a bunch of CC and primarily knockups that cannot be interrupted or reduced rather by tenacity, and a lot of self ability to play those fights through their champions as well. I feel like definitely their early game should be played flawlessly though, because again, you guys know I'm a Vi hater. Once he falls behind, it's kind of over.
I'm gonna go in the opposite direction actually here. I'm gonna say that I like LightSide's draft. I think it shows a lot of promise. I think it can be a very explosive one. It's not an easy one to play, but they have a really reliable front lane and a lot of interesting things to work around.
Well, LightSide and Ruddy are going to start this one. It's a new phase for Ruddy, and it's a new light for LightSide. Let's see who stays on top of this one. We already had a surprise at the first game of today. What will happen on the second one? Maybe Foxtrot and Initialize can tell us. Where's Middlecott, by the way?
I think during the blackout on George's cam, the little minions went and got Middlecott. That's what's going on. I fear what is going on in George's background there. Like, I feel every time the light goes off, it's like, you know that episode of Doctor Who with the Weeping Angels, and every time you blink, all the lights go out? That's what those things are. I helped her buy the first one of those, so I'm fairly certain it's mine and Archer's fault. So I can only apologize to everyone out there for what we have unleashed upon the world.
Okay, so Rip Middlecott, it's yours and Archer's fault. Fair play.
Yeah, basically.
We've
Sorry
learnt
about
that. We have learnt that past tense. We are going to learn future tense just how broken the theory is in the NLC. So when we were talking about draft as it was going down, we were watching it. You were very much like, oh, you just picked the theory here, surely first pick, right? When Ruddy had options for it, and they went for the Varus instead, right? And they traded over the Neferi. Now I quite like the combo of Varus, Vi, and Ari. It's quite a nice pick composition. It's kind of scrappy. It's kind of chain CC type thing. It's strong. It's powerful. But when a champion is as broken as Neferi, is it worth trading that across? That is going to be the question that we'll have to answer. And can Hybrid pilot it?
For context, guys, for those of you maybe not watching other leagues too much, Shadow, who people may remember from being on Mad Lions in Europe, now plays in the LPL. And he is on a struggling FunPlus Phoenix, of course, world champions back in 2019, but had kind of fallen from grace a little bit. He picked up the Theory and went 17-0-10 in 22.5 minutes against JDG, I believe. So a really good team in the league. Like, this has been a champion that has allowed players and teams that have been struggling to really do unspeakable things. And we've seen it a lot into, hint, hint, Vi. You can immune her ultimate with your own W. You can dive your own right with your own R. You get resets in a way that Vi doesn't. It's not a great time in the jungle.
That's a good point, actually, yeah. So if you're unfamiliar with the Neferi rework,
Yes.
gameplay update, the short story is her W and R are switched, right? That's the very short story. There's obviously some tweaks to them to, you know, make one more of an ability, more of a basic ability, one more of an ultimate. There are some more funky things going on with her pack mates, her dogs that come through. But more specifically, obviously, I guess another big feature that was added that's worth noting is the resets that you get with the ulti now, right? So what was the W? You lock onto someone with her ult, right? Her current ult now. You lock onto someone, and if you bring them down, then you can reactivate it and go crazy and go ham. And there's a lot to it basically for that. So yeah, she's honestly, I think it's a pretty good, from a flavor standpoint, a pretty good way to identify Neferi. She's a dog. She smells blood. She gets it going, and she absolutely goes ham. She goes crazy. So, yeah, definitely something that can rack up the kills, as you pointed out there. Initialize. It has happened already, and it would not be so strange for it to happen here today.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how it exactly gets piloted. Because Elijah back on his Cassante that he made a name for himself last year. I believe we put him on Venom Crest at the time. Obviously, he has moved over from Venom Crest on this LightSide revamp roster. But then I look at Ruddy and by all accounts, from what's coming out of the scrims and stuff, they've been looking really good with a whole new rebuild themselves. Yes, the likes of Natty, Nat, and Nata will be familiar faces to NLC. And Joyce and Natty, Nat obviously was on Ruddy not so long ago. But by all accounts, this is a Ruddy team. They have built in the Ruddy way. It is not the style of team we saw last bit, which is kind of more like what, say, Lost Retones or Nord have done, looking to bring in big names and play for that kind of streamer hybrid, bring in these big names and run from their kind of style. This is a much more, as kind of said already, that Ruddy style of building teams that we now have to see whether it will work again in an NLC that feels like a very different landscape with very different players and very different strengths of teams. I think LightSide here on paper with another rebuild will be a really good test of that, especially as we've been hearing. Ruddy have been doing very well in the scrims, but scrim bucks don't mean real life wins, so we'll have to see as we are onto the rift properly for the first time with these two new rosters.
Pretty aggressive stuff already so far here down in bot side. Sunfry's in trouble.
Oof.
Okay, just ignite, sorry, blown for both the supports there. All right, level 2 coming through as well. Respecting it. The sack. Bruh, it's already happening down here. I mean, you've got Nautilus, you've got Rel. Yeah, not too surprised to see themselves throwing their bodies at the opposition.
Worth noting as well, Nata there with the lethal tempo, as the rune choice suggests it's going to be the on-hit virus, not a ranged poke one. There's always a bit of debate on that one, but I guess when you've got people like Cassante and Rel and Silas and they're very all jumping for your head, you're not really going to be able to play from range too easily this game, I'd guess.
That's the thing, right? That I always think a lethal tempo build on virus is kind of risky because it's just, as an ADC in current year, it is what it is, right? I don't think I need to
our Lord Riot have declared every ADC shall have dashes.
Exactly. So it's just, but the thing is, like, when you've got people in your team who can frontline for you, who will jump in and make it a bit easier for you to get those auto attacks off, it's certainly something that can work a lot better. As Natty Nat now is looking for his bot side gank, has been spotted out, but here's the engage.
Will it matter? They do get the crash down away at least. Still looking for the flash. Nice flash from Gold Penny. Means they get out and in for a penny, in for potentially a pound here. Speaking of pound, the dogs might be out of it. Looking to come on towards the bot side. Already using the call of the pack to try and get some more bounce back up. Throws out the Dark and Dagger. Root comes on down. First blood to Golden Penny.
It's already starting here for Neferi. She's getting it going. That full clear and a bot side gank. Nice play here from Hybrid, from LightSide. First kill of the game.
Ang at least will force an early reset here from Harbo, who has got 2 pots but doesn't want to stick around too much by the looks of it. Ari from the newer mid laner here for Ruddy Sack. Pretty well in the early stages.
All right, level 5 coming through from Peng. Should be soon for Harbo as well. Once we get to level 6, things will really start exploding here on the mid side of the map. Ahri ulti plus Vi ulti with that mid jungle combination is pretty horrifying. And likewise for Harbo on that Silas, who can steal the Vi ult or the Ahri ulti. And combined with the Nefiri, which will get that lock-on engage as well. So much jumping in, so much scrapping will be coming through here from that mid jungle duo. Gotta be mindful of that. Gotta be careful. We're probably only a few minutes away from that one happening here.
That'll be the tracking point. And again, Harbo and Highbridge on a very potent duo here with a lot of good ways to play out the game. You can kind of match the Ahri and arguably do it better than they do with the Silas stolen ults and all those kinds of things we've chatted about. Nefiri involving Vile, as we mentioned. Very silly. But you've still got to deliver, and I think it's fair to say Harbo and Highbridge, for all we saw the wonderful sort of banter and silliness that Highbridge was showing in some of his interviews last split on the Rift, didn't really have the greatest showing, at least in our opening split. And here, with this revamped roster against Ruddy Sack, who've similarly revamped, they have to turn up, or I think it's going to be a pretty rough start to the split for them, all things said and done.
Yeah, LightSide definitely not with the split they were hoping for in winter. And I agree, to be honest. Harbo, Highbridge, the returning members here, definitely left a lot to be desired in our first split. We're going to get a little bit of a scrap now, though. 4 versus 4. Harbo's looking to engage.
This is abduct, looking to look for a play. Peng now pulls the Spirit Rush. Marlon in danger, goes down. Natty now in danger as well. They lose 2. And now with the Spirit Rush stolen, Harbo can just keep chasing. Lands that abduct. Flashes over the wall and the Fox is put down. Or should I say dropped, considering my caster pairing.
Gross stuff right here from Harbo, stealing the Spirit Rush on Ahri. I mean, you just take a look at the lineup from top to bottom. On the side of Ruddy Sack, they all have ultis that Harbo will be very happy to steal, and none better than the Ahri ult. It's a great little skirmish here for LightSide. They get the kills and they get the dragon. And look who the kills fell over to as well. All the carries on LightSide. Very happy with this one.
That one was a bit rough. We're going to go over towards the Grubs, but Highbridge now over here. He's got the level 6. Can maybe look. Pursue with all of those hounds. Natty now has to pull away. Didn't even get the one grub they were starting on, so a very good start to LightSide. And look where all the kills and assists have gone. It's in the AD carry, it's in the mid lane, it's in the jungle. Exactly where you want them.
They're very happy about it, and Highbridge securing the first dragon and 3 grubs as well means they're going to be very close to getting these feats of strength too, right? Already securing the ones of warfare from the first 3 kills that they picked up there. Just one more objective, and that'll be theirs actually in their pocket already. 7 minutes into the game, and already set themselves up for a perfect little early. And the questions will always come down here, Initialize, mate, with the way this game continues. You know, the Nefiri, right? The Nefiri pick. It was open for Ruddy Sack. They opted against it. LightSide snapped it up. And so far, it has been a bit of a defining factor in this game.
The early bot gank, that early dragon skirmish, and already we're seeing some notable advantages in some key positions. As we kind of noted, Highbridge, not the greatest split one. Had some great moments on camera, but on Rift, less so. And right now, now getting to walk the walk a little bit more than just the talking side of it, in a very good position to take over this game. Of course, we're not done yet. We're only 8 minutes in. It's only a 500 to 600 gold lead, but it is a significantly good start to the game. Even if from the laning stats, people like Peng actually did a decent job of picking up a bit more CS. Bot side though, Nata and Marlon can see very little at all, and out there in the dark is lurking a lot of coyotes. Well, I'm actually not sure what Nefiri is. A dog of some kind, but I feel like it's not like, I don't know, a cockapoo or something, is it?
No, probably not. Probably not. Not sure entirely what the breed would be for Nefiri, but yeah, I would go so far as to say not a cockapoo. Potentially hypoallergenic though. Who knows? That's a thought as Harbo now.
Allergic to ganks. Here comes the abscond though. Theory looks to abduct back. Will not quite land it, but a flash, shattering strike, crash down, charmed out of. Nice work, Peng. Very clean mechanics there. They will burn a flash. Get out safely.
Great little play there by Peng to charm away the Sunfry. make sure that the Jax isn't going to get caught out more than he already was, just trading his flash away on that one. I mean, to be fair, so far, Peng really putting the pressure down onto Harbo. Almost 30 CS advantage,
That's
2
big.
plates as well, and it's basically solo right at
Whoa!
this point.
Hang on.
Harbo,
Look for the last auto, can't quite find it. Hound's Pursuit gets over the wall. There will be an eviscerate, but can't quite get that ultimate
Crazy.
pop. And Hargo forced to reset. Nice combo from Peng, who's having a great old time in the 1v1 at the very least.
exactly. The fact that he's drawing this much attention in when it is just a 1v1 forces Hybrid over as well. But now Elijah could be in trouble. Here's Natty Nat.
Gonna go all out, potentially drag someone through the wall. Can't quite find it till now.
Whoa!
And then they go on through. Gathan will pop a counter strike. We get out to safety. Elijah, and the ultimate finds a nice angle to escape from the attempted gank.
Oh, dude, Cassante is certainly a champion, isn't he? He's not
Got
even
quite a lot in his kit, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's wild, man. I can't believe we lived through that time where he was doing even grosser things than this. But it's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Okay, so Elijah gets away with that one. Doesn't even blow his flash at the end of the day. Again, in the 2 versus 1. Does seem to be a bit of a recurring theme here for these solo laners. Getting ganked and actually coming out on top.
A little bit of that. But our Dragon's spawning in 42nd. Our Grub's at a similar timer. So now we just see whether we're going to see a fight or a trade or possibly both, depending on how things play out. First item just about beginning to come on through. Notably, Peng's gone for the Blackfire Torch here on the Ahri. Not something like a Malignance or occasionally something like a Lichbane or whatever. So going for a longer burn build here. On the other side, worth noting, Hybrid picking up that Eclipse. You know what Neferi needs on top of all of her dashes and invulnerabilities. More ways to get shields.
Yes. I mean, Eclipse is just such a good Neferi item. Always has been, to be fair. She even gets shields now on her ultimate as well when she jumps
Reset
in.
on
So
it,
yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of shielding and just so hideous. Second spawning of the dragon is up now, and LightSide, if they're able to secure this one, it will be those feats of strength as well. It's the last objective they need, and Nate is in spawn, so he won't be around to contest this one if LightSide are able to burn it down quick enough, but I'm actually not sure they can. Harbo's been forced to reset. He's not going to be on the map in time.
Yeah, he does have the teleport, and he's going to teleport straight into the pit. Though, look at the other side. Dredgeline lands into the Chains of Corruption, and Peng kills off Sunfry, who flies a little bit too close to his namesake. Back towards the dragon we go. Hybrid and Harbo can look to trade this one out potentially themselves, but it would be a man disadvantage. Looking at the Hybrid, who will call the pack to find an angle in. Still rooted on up with the staggering blow. Dog is the recipient of a Dredgeline as the curtains are called, but I don't think anyone's in the audience to care about it. Jin is bowing to an empty auditorium as the dragon's already gone.
LightSide started up just a little bit too early there. Harbo wasn't around to make the play, and the 4 versus 3 getting the pick was enough.
Good charm as they turn it around. Hybrid will call the packs and fine for now. Harbo and Hybrid go looking for an angle. Harbo goes dodging away. Hang on, Natty. That's pretty deep. They still get the kill because there's a roam down from Jax, who strikes right on back. It's looking like episode 5 of Star Wars right now as I'll head on towards the top side of this one. A little less snow than the start of that movie, but still a good start and a bit of a punch back after the 4 kills LightSide picked up earlier on into the game.
Ruddy Sack did not have a good start into this one, but already in the 5 minutes that followed, they've picked up so many good things that they actually have the gold advantage right now as well. 600 is not a huge amount by itself, but considering a deficit, that's a hard word for me to say, apparently they were in. It's a good shot. It's a good shot right here. And so far now LightSide, who were in such a great
vocal
spot.
range, dude. The little meh sound.
I
was impressed with that. That's good vocal flexibility.
I mean, cheers. I would prefer if I could speak English. I have spent
Well,
roughly all my life speaking it. There may be
win
a
some, you
year or
lose some.
so where I wasn't, but, you know, it's, yeah, I guess, I don't know. It is what it is.
I'm going to leave that one there and leave you to your musings on linguistic capabilities as Peng, potentially in danger, has Spirit Rush, will start to burn it. Harbo won't steal it away quite yet, but turns it around himself. Ultimate down, and Harbo doesn't burn all that much in trade. Aside from, unfortunately, across a lot of this game, a lot of CS down 45 odd at this point. 1.1k advantage individually. Peng's in a great spot as Hybrid. Also turned up bot, but looks like we've got the end of the action for now.
A lot of people, yeah, they were gravitating towards bot side, both teams, even the Jin and the Varus from mid were potentially looking at getting involved here, but it's not going to happen. Instead, just chilling. Hybrid gets the crab. Marlon will have to flash away from that play. That is now down. And we'll see if that materializes into anything, because the Nautilus without his flash... Uh-oh. Okay.
I wondered too. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Alright, no, it's happening. It's happening.
Counter-Strike comes on down, but Gaethan's got a few cinders on the ground to give himself a brief boost. Looking like Need for Speed out here with the occasional NOS on the ground just to pick up. We move away from Summoner's Drift and back towards the mid lane.
When that now is taken over from Peng. Because you mentioned it as well, but had really done so well in this game. Like, pretty much considering it was that 1v1, right? There's not a lot of help given over from Natty Nat into mid or anything like that. It was purely just Peng able to put down the pain onto Harbo. Even when Harbo got those early kills in that early play, right? And that was a shutdown that he got onto Peng in that play as well, right? So it was... It's impressive for him to be this far ahead at this point, as now he roams up to mid. Harbo is going to be here a bit late.
Bang. Burn, the ult already looks at the charm, and there's some dogs in the way to block that one out. So the charm doesn't really land on target. A little bit past Valentine's Day, unfortunately for Ari there.
Let's see what we can get from this on the bot side, though, because Natty Nat is still hovering. He wants to do something with that ulti. Hybrid has smelt this one out. Sunfry as well. Or we could just get a 3 versus 3 skirmish. And remember that flash from Marlon, it's not available. Still squishy at level 6. Gotta be careful.
Hang on, looking on forward, gets the charm, but already the Hound's Pursuits come on forward. Nowhere for Peng to go. Sunfry and Danger on the other side, that makes it the 1-for-1. Mid for support. LightSide find their target.
I think that's worth it though for LightSide. Getting the kill on the Peng. Means he'll be off the map and missing out on that CS, which Natty Nat has to pick up instead. And a kill into the pocket of Hybrid as well. Now, he's got himself a little bit of a bounty. Working towards really becoming that raid boss status as the Neferi. Which sounds kind of odd to say, but with the Neferi in her current state, certainly has the capabilities.
Yeah.
Certainly so. Very strong champion.
Looks like it's going to be the Black Cleaver second, which is really good because... you can go Shogun, which is also really strong, but the Black Cleaver is super busted because if you land 1 Q, your bleed stacks the Black Cleaver for you, so you almost insta-stack Black Cleaver all the way to 5 stacks. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that is pretty gross. That is a pretty gross interaction. And also, the Conqueror that Hybrid has picked up does favor more of a bruiser build, but again, the stacks on the Conqueror having a similar interaction on the Fury too. So it does opt into tier 2 boots early though, even though as if the invulnerability on a basic ability wasn't enough. It's got some...
It's just fizzy, Ruby. It's just fizzy, you know? As you know, we all know every dog needs that. Hang up. Peng. Lands a charm, but not that much damage again with this build. It's a bit more of a longer con. They're going to have to give up this dragon. Did manage to get the second one over after a good series of picks, but Ruddy leave that one alone. Did pick up other 2 grubs a little later on to match that one they picked up earlier. There is Herald on the Rift, so it looks like Natty Nat will be picking that one up, but that means Peng, left alone on the other side of the map, will back very swiftly away from that tier 1, knowing he's not very safe here, especially with Neferi and her pack haunting the walkways between the red buff and the rest of the lanes.
Peng well respecting there from LightSide. That is the feats picked up from them. And here's the teleport though from the Jax. Here comes the play.
Loud, but Dave's good. Rocket Belt just to squeak ahead of that charm.
Okay. I'm quite interested about how these solo lanes are going to play out now at this point as well. As we see Gethin with his Triforce. That's a pretty big item for Jax to pick up. And even though Cassante is Cassante and just, you know, hideous in his own right, it's kind of tough to actually stop Jax from doing what he wants to do. And you can see right here, Cassante, Elijah's nowhere near it, close enough to stop that turret from going down. And you give an inch and Jax will take a mile here with that Demolish in the side lane. Nothing to do to answer him so far.
We chatted that much about Gaten yet, but already had a good roam mid twice. One was very aggressive dive, but the second got a kill. Top side though, we got to fight as Peng. The beautiful thing goes down. They all want Ari. They will get punished for diving too deep for it though. Hybrid's now in danger. Gets the call of the pack and looks to eviscerate over the wall to safety. Flash for the relentless force. There's the Vault Breaker after. Finally a shot down as the dog eats the lethal injection of Varus Q. Double kill onto Nata.
Big shutdown gold onto Nata there as well. Very happy with that. The ADC getting all of the funds.
Oh,
He's chilling, surely. Uh-oh.
Gun's called. Look to get something more. Flash out. Did already pick up that tier 1, so good play from Gaethan in the long run. TP now behind. Pull back. We missed the 4th shot, though. And now Marlon's around Elijah. Wondering how his AD carry missed that one. And Elijah, unfortunately, can't make this one biblical. The Prophet falls down. Peng picks it up. Gets back onto the Rift and back to their winning ways. 3-3-3 for the Ahri.
Yeah, it needed the teleport though from Ahri to bring down Elijah in that 1 versus 2 and almost made the kill ring return as well, right? But the charm just stopping him in his tracks. Crucially now, we take stock a little bit about the items that are being picked up. Nata after getting the kill and the shutdown. Bork plus Ginzu's complete now. He's a big boy, he's a scary boy, and if Ruddy Sack, if they can create enough space for him to get those auto attacks down, he will shred through the LightSide lineup.
Well, he will manage to pick up another goals, and suddenly, Ruddy very significantly ahead this game. Look at that goal lead, nearly 5,000, probably more like 4.5 if I do my maths right, and that never happens. We'll leave it as the statement as was, and big blue leads wherever you care to look. Gaethan with those 2 turrets, now 1.5k ahead, 1.3k ahead in mid, 1.2 in the bot. That is a massive inversion of what we saw early on. Yes, your Neferi's still strong, but it's only even with the Vi now after the really solid lead we saw out of Highbridge and Harbour with those early plays.
It's fallen apart here for LightSide. As you mentioned, some good early plays, but since then it's been very timid from LightSide. They just haven't quite found their angles. They haven't quite found their skirmishes or their fights. And I do just want to put a lot of praise into the pockets of the Ruddy Sack solo laners. Individually, in lane, they were holding their own. They were doing exceptionally in the case of Peng. And now that we've left the lane phase, they're moving around the map really well, drawing so much attention too. I think a lot of the success for the Ruddy Sack turnaround has been on the shoulders of those 2 players.
Now in a fantastic position, nearly at the Leandries. Ahri did stop off for the Oblivion Orb early to get some of that anti-heal, and when you're into the Silas, the Neferi, see why that might be an option there is Natinat goes over the wall. Now upper level on this Neferi after the rough early start. He's always known for being a good mid-game resource gatherer. The last time we saw him in the NLC, Gaethan trying to trade out on the Krugs, and we'll now know exactly where that Neferi is. And that gives Rain the rest of Ruddy Sack to look to the other side. Nice W onto the counter-strike though, puts Gaethan in potentially dangerous positions, but again, that is 2 people to deal with a K'Sante over Krugs, while Sack shove on and chunk out that tier 2. At least they have enough wave clear with the rocket belt to get rid of the wave.
Yeah, this is the problem for LightSide. If they're dedicating 2 players top side of the map, you've got to get something, right? When Ruddy Sack are sieging down bot, and this... yeah, it's all falling apart at the seams for LightSide. They're not going to be able to contest this one. Varus with this on-hit build as well absolutely destroys the Atakan. I think LightSide have just about clocked on here, but it's going to be too little too late.
As Dragon spawns 2, they're going to get 2 neutral objectives with the withdrawals available. That is possibly a game breaker. The game was maybe playable before this, was looking a little tougher than it was, let's be real. But Ruddy Sack now in a commanding position. Claim the second dragon, have the withdrawals to work with. Baron spawns in about 2 minutes. They can look at that one a little later. Peng. Ahri looks for a combo charm onto the Neferi, but can't get anything more as Highbridge can just cartwheel over the wall with the E.
Those resets, the retreats from Atakan have unlocked Ruddy Sack to play exceptionally aggressive for the next few minutes. But crucially on top of that as well, the divers on the side of Ruddy are now also, like, they've hit key item points. They're big, they're very big. We mentioned in the last game, but it's the same for this one. The Sterak's now on Vi, completed. Easy peasy as you like, jump in. Jax going towards that Seeker's Arm Guard for the Zhonya's. I don't need to explain why that's a good diving tool as well. It's all coming together now for the Ruddy Sack, and these next kind of 5 minutes for LightSide, especially as this Nash spawns in a minute's time, could be really tumultuous for this squad. Gotta be careful.
Some murky waters for sure. At the very least, you are also at 2 items. Problem, as we said, is the withdrawals on top of all that, making this tricky. Teleport's now flying. Golden Penny looks for the Deadly Flourish and will disengage part of it. Peng can look to go ulting over the wall, looking for a charm angle onto one of these guys. Lands it onto Highbridge. Oh, Peng! You named that because it's damn beautiful. Great charm, even with all the pack in the way.
Highbridge is meant to be the slipperiest, hardest to focus player on LightSide, and not when you're paying, apparently. Just aimbotting his way on the Ari and into Highbridge's demise. Question now is for the Ruddy Sack. What do they get on top of this? They're looking for this mid tower. They're looking for Sunfry. He's not long for this world. He's donezo. There goes the support.
Nathan may be asked to withdraw. Got a little bit of time left on that one. Buys much time. Flashes on it to try and get Golden Penny. Can't quite do it, but here's Natty Nat. Vault Breaker cease and desist as a shield. Wait, the footwork might put Natty in a dangerous position. How much longer does he have on the withdrawal? Will be forced to withdraw, but now Golden Penny is surely dead, hit with the hail of arrows. Elijah looks to footwork to find a Q3 pullback, but Natty can still press Q, and they do finally get the man they were looking for at the cost of 2 withdrawals, and therefore no real gold to LightSide aside from about those, the kind of, what's the word? Consolation 200 gold apiece.
Not good. Not good here for LightSide.
Yeah, that is the correct phrase.
Well, I'm choking myself away here. It's unfortunate situation. You can't really be trading yourself kills for those retreats. It doesn't work out that way. I mean, I get the desperation, right? Because at this point, 5,000 plus gold down, the game is slipping away from you. You've got to try something, and they are trying it. But this is just the power of that Atakan, right? Those retreats mean that you can afford to go as aggressive as you're going and not get punished for it. And now the posture, the positioning around this Nash. The question is, can LightSide make a play here? Can they try and stem this bleeding? Because the game is slipping so far away.
Oh no, Highbridge will use the W, the flash, the E, all of it to run away, but the depth charge goes flying through 3 people. That's a fair amount of tools burned by the Neferi. Stays alive. That's not all she can say right now.
Well, considering how this game has gone, I think they'll take that. You'd think the Neferi would be quite good at staying alive, but it's been tricky so far, to be honest. The Nash is falling down. LightSide are going to try and stop it, but can they?
The question. Charm then onto the Cassante, who definitely can't this time around. In the backside, Gaethan and Natty now win the 2v2. Harbo's trying to run. Peng's got so many Spirit Rushes to work with. They finally bring down the Jacks, but at the cost of their whole damn squad. Peng is running. Faker's skin. And much like him, there is nothing fake about this man. We're aware. Do Ruddy keep finding these mid laners? Another one comes on through the system. And he's looking damn hot here in game 1, alongside the rest of Ruddy Sack.
Yeah, the death timer's a little bit too long here for LightSide. You've got 20 seconds still on the carry. Sunfry, the only member alive, trying to hold the gates.
Nexus turret 1 goes down. Sunfry tries to clear the wave and fails to do so. Ruddy Sack with the rebuild, with a return to their roots. We asked whether it would work in the NLC. Game 1, so far, so good.
Considering the completely different direction that Ruddy Sack have taken here, in the spring split, they went from as the smart price Los Ratones to actually, you know, investing and bringing in their own kind of rookie. I mean, we've seen these names around before, but you know, not big names, not old names here. And so far, I mean, I say that was probably one of the more impressive looks that we've seen from Ruddy all year.
I completely agree. And look, it was against LightSide, another team who'd gone for a rebuild. They've still got sterner opposition theoretically to come in the likes of Bulldogs and Nord. But that will be for later games. For now, we will throw it to the desk to break that game down.
Thank you so much. At the end of the day, Ruddy does take the game over to home, even though the beginning of the game... Oh, take it away, folks. I'm having some issues with my microphone.
Okay.
We do see Ruddy coming back to their old ways. They brought a completely different roster. They went back to the roots with the rookies, bringing in players they had trusted before in 2024 to bring them the victory. And I feel like this was a pretty clinical game where, I just said it from the draft, I feel like LLS just sort of like handicapped themselves by just picking way too many melees, and there was so much movement on the side of Ruddy Sack that they completely took advantage of that on the skirmishes.
That was one of the issues for Ruddy in the winter split, right? Among other issues. One of them definitely was their draft sometimes where they were overcooking way too much in the drafts. They were trying to come up with things that are really hard to execute, really hard to play around, and then having so many voices in the game that they had, it was just hard to execute whatever they were trying to do. This time, they're coming in with a composition that is simple to play, that it works really well into the enemy comp, and they execute it cleanly.
And I'm just gonna try one time. Ashram, give us a 1 to 10.
Hey! 10.
Okay.
Was that good?
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah.
We'll get,
No,
we'll
no,
get
no,
the poke from production as well.
My microphone is going through some changes. Yeah. It's
roster.
suffering a little bit. Yeah, it changed it well from winter to spring. Yeah, don't worry.
It's not going well for you, I'm just saying. It was a downgrade.
Yep, it is. I need to buy a new one. With that in mind, though, Ruddy Sack, though, are looking clean, even though the beginning of the game was not that clean. There were a few options coming in from LLS, and it almost looked like LLS had it in bag. But then you talked about something, Trouble, which I think we need to highlight. The fact that you have 4 melee champions versus Varus and Ari, so you're walking into a trap.
You've got so many melee champions into double knockup composition. The Nautilus, the Vi, you can't really murks those types of champions. And then you've got a bunch of CC coming through the Ari charm. You've got the Jax Counter-Strike. You have the Varus who's keeping you at distance. I mean, Nata right here even sort of... I think he played on-hit Varus as an insurance. He's like, listen, if our early game doesn't necessarily go well, who the heck kills Cassante later on? But they didn't even get to this point.
Yeah, they didn't even get to the late game where their composition, apart from Varus and apart from the Xander situation, should have been stronger just by default, but they didn't even need to drag the game so long because yes, LS had some good fights in the early game, they had some really good kills, especially for the bot part of the map, but they didn't really translate into anything, and later on, I feel like Peng has become such a big problem for them because Man has been playing clean. Man has been catching them off guard constantly, and I didn't see them doing anything with that Ari throughout the game.
Yeah, and here's an attempt right there to actually catch Marlon, right? And Nautilus should be technically easy to kill. However, this is your Cassante overextended. Don't have the setup. This was obviously like super late into the game. Around us, like we're already pretty much ahead. But that was a last-ditch effort from the side of LLS trying to make a play to contest for the Baron. It just wasn't possible. And honestly, when the top damage in your team is like Cassante, is a little bit worrying, specifically since you picked that Jhin into the Varus, you picked the Sylas into the Ari. And I need my red side teams to wake the heck up, man. I feel like they're really making it difficult for themselves to actually play those lanes. I feel like Nafiri Sylas, he's just not easy to play into Ari Vi. You pretty much just took a losing 2 versus 2, and you took a losing mid lane matchup as well for the set of Sylas in the early game. So you allowed the Ari to roam pretty freely, and from there on out, it was just clinical.
I agree. I was going to bring it up. Somehow, red side is being counter-picked. I'm confused. But yeah, second game with that in mind. But we do have an interview right now with Ping coming in from the Ruddy Sack.
Hello, guys.
Feeling? Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, we need to talk at the end of the interview because Trouble has a big thing on the background with a lot of things. But look at you. You're stacking up as well. We're going to talk about that later on. How are you feeling? Welcome to the NLC. We're the Ruddy Sack. Tell me about this early game and Nafiri being open. What was the idea with that?
So we got it. First of all, Nafiri thing. I think we found the solution, like how to play against it. So that's why we are like open to let it out. And yeah, we are like prepared that they will pick out Nafiri because it's one of the most broken champs, right? In the meta kind of right now, like everyone's playing it in LPL, LCK, and early game, right? I think the early game, I think at least in my part, it went very smooth. But I think the execution at the Drake, right? I think we kind of fumbled there. I think we were like a bit, maybe first official, like a bit too rushed things. I think we could play it way slower, and after that we just like calm down. Everyone calm down. It's okay. Mid diff is right there. I have 20 CS lead. Just press tab. It's okay. I got this.
I like this so much already. I'm in love with this interview. We need more. Peng, tell me, when you look into this team, the Ruddy Sack now having a new vibe, new personality, what can you tell me about this team?
I think this team is pure chaos, but in a good way, I think. Like me and the Nati, we are like the best two right here. Like we are the goats. I can tell we are ready.
Just
and then,
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I think overall, I think we are like really just first day in the official scrims. We're just like literally just like everyone in a puzzle, like the perfect for each other. I think.
Do you
we
have
actually
more
went.
than 4 scrims already? Do you have more than 4?
Yes, we actually went 20-0. And then I told my friends on that, and then I cursed it, and then we just lost the first scrim.
Okay, you got cursed. Now we're about to finish the interview, but I need that. So when you look into that big shelf,
Yeah.
favorite anime. I need to know. Favorite anime. Pink, come on. Which one?
One Piece to go.
One Piece? Oh, big. What's your favorite character there? I mean, you have a lot of them, so yeah.
Zoro.
Zoro. Okay.
Oh, Zoro.
Okay, I like
Goat.
it. Hey, we'll talk further down the road about animes as we go on these interviews. So
Yeah.
keep waiting so we can continue this conversation. Okay, Peng?
Yeah. Hashtag Ruddy up. We're winning this.
Ready up. Thank you so much, Peng. Lovely
No,
to
thank
meet
you for
I'll
having
see you
me.
soon.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, have a great evening, guys.
Welcome home. I love it.
Sure.
Did you guys have get a gaze of like all the anime waifus he had in this glass display? Because I was like, he was talking, I was looking at the waifus in the glass display. I'm not very respectfully, but I was looking. Very
Man,
respectfully,
I
but I
already
was
love
looking.
Peng.
I
I'm
got
just saying
I got
this.
caught looking.
But we do have another glazy, which is Nata. Well, he's back, and look at this. Wow, okay.
Okay, he's not here to self-glaze like Peng was about his Ari, but he did his job. The funniest thing right here is that I mentioned how he went on hit virus instead of poke virus, and you see like his DPM is not necessarily considered super high for an AD carry, especially like an on-hit AD carry, but he didn't necessarily need to do much. Just the fact that he kept his distance, did his job, took down the towers, kept pushing the waves, like that virus worked. And again, he went on hit to beat that insurance just in case Cassante did Cassante things, but he just didn't need to.
Looking clean so far, at least for Ruddy, but now we need the last team to be introduced into Group B, which is going to be Nord, but in order to do that, you have to wait for their next game. It's going to be the third one of the day, so you don't want to miss it. I'll see you soon. Bulldog Esports versus Nord, third game of day 2 of seeding stage for Group B. So many words at the same time, we don't stop right now. Bulldog already played today, Nord are revived, the Phoenix comes in with the different roster as well. Let's start with Bulldog, let's start with Bulldog regarding what happened earlier in the day, because it didn't go as expected, but that's the Bulldog way, isn't it?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense of that mirrors a little bit how the winter split started for them. It didn't start very well as well, but they managed to pick themselves up and to build up. However, on the other hand, the expectations after them finishing the previous split so high are insanely high as well. And for them to start off the split with so many eyes on them, with such a disastrous game, that is definitely not the start they were hoping for.
Trouble is mute.
I did it again. Oops, I did it again. I hope we don't get DMCA'd for that. But yeah, this is the Bulldog Esports way, right? I was expecting for a miracle team fight to come through, because that's what they were usually known for. They would throw the entire early game. Who cares about laning phase? We don't care about lane swapping. Screw that. We got dizzy, but we know how to team fight. They didn't get there. They looked very dizzy around team fighting as well, and maybe they're just trying to find their footing. However, trying to find your footing versus Nord, who are the favorites of that Group B, is going to be a very tough task. However, this is where the Knights rise to the occasion.
Okay, let's talk about the big one at the top one from Bulldog Esports. Mietek, we already kind of talked about him, but what about this champion pool and what can he provide?
That's the thing. He can provide anything. We have been expecting today for the top laners. We have been expecting so many things, and unfortunately, haven't seen that much yet. But Mietek is the case that you just gotta wait a little bit. This is usually the guy who brings in the most influential picks for the team. You can see so many times that even when the team is behind, it is usually up to this guy and his Rumbles, his Ambesses, his Jaces to bring the team back onto their footing and to bring them back into the state of the game where they can actually win. He's a very good player with a lot of potential and a very good understanding of the game and a very versatile champion pool.
Yeah, I'm on the same page.
I was expecting you to disagree with me. I don't know.
No, absolutely not. I feel like he's great when he plays his own game, when he plays more aggro kind of champions. However, I didn't necessarily see him too much on that Rumble game. I feel like that laning phase wasn't necessarily the best for him, and he did shine the most when it came to team fights. However, I feel like, again, Bulldog Esports didn't necessarily allow themselves the space to play around those team fights. So this time around, they need to be a lot more careful going into the North series. Well,
okay, so we talk about Bulldog second time, but what about Nord? We haven't talked about the big bird in the building and how they change as well. Chachi, Jankos, Ronaldo, Inax, and Nash. A few changes. This is looking clean as well. This is looking dangerous. Vinci Chachi, photo to me. He's the goat. He's so nice, by the way. But yeah, what can we highlight?
He's wondering about Poppy. He's wondering if this is a Poppy angle, you know? Even before the draft.
It's always a Poppy angle.
It's always a Poppy angle.
And what about the jungle, though? I mean, you got Jankos in.
Okay, I have been excited for Nord for a long time already because I love Vizichachi and I love their old roster as well, but they brought Jankos in just to spice things up, and I feel like this is so big for this team because they already have experienced voices, especially again coming from their top lane with Vizichachi, but Jankos, he's not just experienced, he's also super vocal in the games, and I feel like this might be exactly the thing that Nord needs right now, somebody to just line them up and tell them exactly what is happening, what they're gonna be doing.
Yeah, and I feel like Jankos coming in is very exciting because even when he was playing for Ruddy, I feel like his stats really did speak for him. However, I did consider Santorin the best jungler in the league from the winter split. Like, this guy did not miss a single beat. His spacing, his pathing, his ganks, his team fighting, everything looked super clean. However, I want you to look at the stats on the left. These are Jankos' stats from when he was playing for Ruddy in winter split. That was on a losing team. That was on a losing team. He was going above and beyond on a losing team. Santorin just had to play the facilitator, play for his team, play for his side lanes. However, Jankos had to go above and beyond. And right here, I actually feel like in Nord, he does have those lanes to play through to actually not have to go the extra mile. However, I would like to see that happen. Just to prove that, hey, I'm saying that Santorin was the best jungler in the league in winter, but now Janko's gonna take the reins.
He has really big shoes to fill though, because Santorin was excellent in terms of he was always playing towards his team. He was always playing towards his lanes, as you already mentioned. Jankos is a player who can be selfish in the jungle when it's needed to be, but also he can do the very same thing. I just wonder if the synergy is going to be as good for him and the rest of the North as it was for Santorin and the rest of the North. But something tells me, just from experience of watching Jankos games, that that is going to be the case.
I mean, you gotta give it props. Janko's map awareness and vision is top, especially now that he doesn't have eyebrows because he lost a bet. But I tuned in onto his stream early on in the day. He was playing AD carry, by the way, and he was saying, "Guys, I'm sorry, Twitch. I have to play a few games of jungle. I might have a competitive game." And this is so funny about him as well, because he knows the entire map itself. He can play any lane, so he understands what he needs to give towards the lanes in order to put them ahead. And when you look into the rest of North, yeah, jungle to me is a big aspect of this new composition from North. What else do we highlight? Because Ronaldo is now the mid laner. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased, you know, but he's a vocal one, and I think he fits. Jankos and Ronaldo, those are two big yappers.
You imagine having two big yappers in your team. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, it's going to be a pretty explosive mid-jungle duo. However, I do want to see what's going to happen down the bot lane. We've got Inax and Nash. And particularly for Nash, I'm very excited. This is a name that always hovers really high up, you know, towards the LEC lists, but never quite manages to get that step forward. And right here, again, there's so many eyes on the NLC right now. So Nash has a pretty good chance, together with Inax, to throw some spotlight on their names.
That's illegal. You don't do this. You don't take away the puppy.
With the first ban, this is a lot of respect coming from Bulldogs towards North's top laner.
When Nafiri was left open, she was picked. Bang said it. There's a plan behind stopping the dog. Maybe teams will feel comfortable letting it slide, because eventually you get a little bit of awareness how the champions are used and how to counter them, unless it's Cassandra. And now Gwen is the one being removed. The final ban, will it be the Nafiri, or are you going for something a little bit more specific? Because Varos has been getting a lot of attention recently on these 2 days of NLC.
There is Varos open, there is... Okay, Jace is not open anymore, but there is Rumble still open for Bulldog. Some of the comfort blind picks for them for the blue side are still available. No, Rumble is not open actually. He is blocked by Bulldogs themselves, so they have something else in the mind, because normally there would be a pick for Mythic, but maybe it's an Ambess angle this time or something else. Oh, no.
Okay, so Exofang loves his Ezreal. However, Misfortune, Jin, Varus, all up for grabs on the side of Nord. And this time I like it a lot more because you're picking on blue side, so you technically need to make that B1 work, especially when a team is on blue side. Your first pick will have to be something that you capitalize upon. So Exofang and Kasing need to actually make sure that that bot lane is gonna be making it worth it. However, the instant counter pick with the Kai'Sa and the Vi, that the heavy dive coming through from Nord might make it a little bit difficult to move for that Ezreal.
We have full dive, we have lockup, we have so many things to add also to the North's composition already to make sure that you have more follow-up to both Vi and for Kai'Sa. I wonder if Rel, for example, is going to get through the draft here. Oh, but actually, no, Bulldogs are going to take it out themselves. That's a good point, because otherwise it could have been potentially a very deadly combo on the North side.
Okay, Singh did play the Maokai in the previous one. I mean, you do have some CC and you can provide a lot to the team, but getting the Rel, I think it's more fitting. On the other side, though, you can pair up that Kai'Sa with another engage capability. Oh, Lulash, that's usually the Yankas play, at least for winter splits.
Yeah, I think I'd rather see something like a Pantheon right here for Lula, something that can actually fistfight with Ahri and you can pair up the mid jungle. However, I think here Bulldog, at least they're doing something which is more comfortable being seen on blue side, which is you pick your classic front to back type of composition and then you round it out with your mid and top lane carries. And of course for me, I think this is going to have to be a huge pick right here, because you're most likely going to be counter picking, you're going to be blind picking into Chachi, who actually plays a lot of neutralizing picks over on the top side of the map.
See, what do you take now? Do you go for the mid laners? Because you give priority to the mid lane pick of Azir to at least get some range in constant TPS through those fights, since Kai's a little bit shorter. So you probably want to focus on the champion pool of Cayman, probably pair it up with an Ahri after this way. On the other side though, you might take those supports, maybe the Leon or something that can follow through, even the Alistar that were hovering before.
I honestly don't think Bulldog should bother about supports here, because there's Nautilus, there's Alistar and Rakan that pair up really nicely both with Vi and Kai'Sa. I think if anything, they should focus on neutralizing the top side of the map from Chachi, so that Miete can get a pretty comfortable matchup on the top lane.
Yeah, because it's going to be so important for Bulldog to secure this top side of the map to be as comfortable as possible, to try to play towards Miedek, to try to play towards the early grubs potentially in the game. But they're not doing that. They're actually getting rid of the Alistar that was being covered there a little bit. Good pick up into things like Skana, for example, from the Bulldog side, but I'm not necessarily seeing it as the highest prio for Naught. So interesting bot regardless from Bulldog.
Hey, Aurora.
Oof, that's very directly against Cayman. Hey, these are your two most favorable champions. We're gonna remove both of them.
This leaves the Ahri open, and I think Cayman might be comfortable with the Ahri. I don't know versus the Azir what he's going to be capable of doing. But there's a Rakan. You told us about Trouble, which means the entire champion pool of DC Chachi, aside from the Poppy, is available.
Yeah, absolutely. And also you need to keep in mind that, for example, Akali is a pretty good pick into the Azir as well. Pretty deadly after level 6 too, so Cayman could look potentially towards that. There's a lot of setup coming through the Skarner as well. However, the Braum is not something we usually see with the likes of Kai'Sa. However, because you've got the point and click engaged through the Vi that can get the Kai'Sa into the backline, you don't necessarily care about a very hard engaged support in the likes of Braum, and it really does counter both a lot of the poke coming through from Ezreal, but the rel in lane as well, since it's a melee carry. Talia most likely gonna come through right here from Cayman, and we could potentially see a more aggro pick right here from Miedek, since we have the Talia to play for side lane.
We still have a lot of things open though for Miedek. I am looking at because there is an angle to go into something just tanky to pair up with Skana to have on the front lane to allow for Ezreal to have easier time in the team fights, or you can go into something that has good backlane access. I'm looking into Camille that he hasn't played for a long time. I'm looking into Ambessa that he has had so much success in the team fights with, and honestly, his Ambessa picks have been so pivotal for the team. But he's going for 9. That he also had really good Na games in the previous split when the team plays around his Mega Gnat timings, the team fights go very well.
Is that going to be a GP coming through from Chachi? He has chosen that before in the matchup. Oh my god, if that goes through in Winter Split, he showed us a hell of a Camille. And especially when you play into the mini Gnar, you've got so much setup in every single lane. If you're Vi, however, you play towards the top side of the map, you shut down the Gnar. Instantly, you take away one of Bulldog's really big strengths.
And this B1, I think it's nullified. Ezreal is like, hey, I can play safe. Can you? Everybody can go to you. Everybody can follow you. So Arcane Shift is just a way of repositioning on a team fight. Everybody will be able to catch Exafang, which is one of the primary carries coming in from Bulldog Esports. So it's going to be a rough one for the dogs. I don't know how you're feeling about this and what your predictions are. I think Champion Select went smooth for Nord.
It went way too smooth for Nord. Like, it's even concerning how smooth and easy it looked for them. They have all the cover champions, they have really good team synergy, they have great backline access, they have everything that is there to win the game.
Trouble, we got a counter pick on red side.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nord did fantastically well. I mean, there's I told you, you either give Vi artillery or you give her bodies. And I think everyone, the second Vi presses R, everyone's just diving the backline with her.
Yeah, and that means Ezreal will become a body if they are not able to protect him as well. This in mind, Bulldog Esports have another opportunity. This is the first try for the Nord to get their name on that group. Group B is a tough one. Let's see who stands on top of it. But we know who's going to start this one. Casters, press the button.
Now he's asked. I'm not sure I want to. I might just make you all sit here and listen to us for a bit.
Yeah, but then you're the bad guy.
Yeah,
You
that's
need to
true.
make Archer the
That's
bad
true. I
guy.
gotta make him. How do we do that? Do I just give him the button?
Yeah, that's
That's
exactly
okay,
it.
yeah. I'm faxing you the button right now, mate. So you have to press the button really soon. Otherwise, it's your fault.
Yeah. Well, and I hope he does press it soon, because we're going to get a pretty entertaining game, I would say so. Bulldog, I would imagine, have a fire under their ass after the first game, because that was not great, honestly. From game one of today, it was anemic. It was disappointing. It was pretty weak. It was naff.
That was not performance of a finalists team, right? That was not a team that deserved to go to land that we saw there. And that's harsh to say. It's only one game, but it was very uncoordinated. It was the players we expected to be more aligned and more on the same page, fumbling, and that is not a good sign. They'll need to do so against much better opposition on paper here in Nord. In fact, the team they lost to in the semi-finals, yes, revamped themselves. They've got Jankos coming in. They've got Inax in the bot lane as well.
Yep.
Former Refair EC player as well over on Schalke No Fear is a Worlds attender as well, with Unicorns of Love dropped out to Splice, of course, who are now all the way down that lineage, Movistar Koi, but it was a 3-2 in favour of Splice at the time. It was probably the last time that org had a really good showing at Worlds, actually, because of course it's been a bit of a rougher start for them internationally ever after that. So you're looking at this roster and you're going, oh boy, that's scary. Yes, they've got a stand-in. Ronaldo's in mid lane. It's not no way for you. However, it is still a big task ahead of them, especially considering likely this will be our best team in this group. You would imagine on paper, right?
Yes, Nord were impressive last split, and they will look to build upon that. But to be honest, I feel like Bulldog also are looking to build upon what they were able to do in winter. Just haven't been able to do it so far. So kind of disappointed, to be fair, so far for these guys. And it's just, yeah, that game one, it wasn't just the fact that Bulldog lost against DMG, which was a pretty big upset in and of itself, but it was the fashion in which they lost. It was just that you said the words, they were disjointed. They weren't on the same page, like their engages. It just wasn't it, and they were playing a team comp that wanted to press their buttons all at the same time, and they weren't good at doing that. And it didn't seem like the Bulldog that we had witnessed in winter. So yeah, I think it's a bit of a trial by fire here against Nord for sure, but Bulldog, we know when they're on their game that they can compete, and they're going to look to do that here in this game.
And guys, for me as well, then turn towards a little bit of that bot lane. Inax and Nash, new bot lane pairing for the NLC coming back in as, of course, Nash, who was once upon a time on Ruddy Esports. We're seeing him going up against his old team, now of course renamed to Ruddy Sack, a little later on today, but still should be an interesting one to watch, because of course Nash is replacing one of my MVP candidates for the league in Treats, who was so damn good.
Treats was great. I agree with you. He was really good, and specifically he was good on his engaged champions. He really knew when to pull the trigger. Was very effective at doing that. And to be honest, even sometimes when he wasn't playing engaged champions, great example of this would be the Braum. He still played like it was an engaged champion and was able to find those windows. So, and considering the comp that we have here for Nord, as Trouble and Solari on the desk mentioned, it's a lot of go in and yeah, it's a bundle team comp, right? Miechik now might be in a bit of trouble.
Actually, on this, because Camille, that's the wrong word, Camille. I think I managed to conflate Cassante and Camille into one champion, which sounds horrifying, but not actually what's on screen. Actually, playing ice, I believe this is... I don't know which way around it is actually mid lane. Never mind, Ronaldo in danger, has to flash away. Kami can look for another auto or two. Where's the thread? Volley lands it! Enough musing about skin lines as Kamin comes in and finds a very easy kill. Jankos doesn't burn the flash there to look for that vault breaker. Nice middle of the lane play there from Kamin. It's off to a really good start here.
Brutal solo kill in the mid lane. Kamin doesn't use his flash. Ronaldo uses his. Just a pure 1v1 right there. Big outplay for Kamin to secure that. That was pretty illegal, actually. That should not be happening here.
I mean, the other side of that, right, is this is the substitute. If you're going to find a place to attack on short notice, yes, you've got other players coming in. Jankos, as we've kind of talked about on desk, huge pickup, huge replacement towards Santorian, another legendary jungle in League of Legends. but it's not Lowy. It's not the one of the theoretically standing members here back in the mid lane. It's Ronaldo's having to step in, and that is not a great way to calm your nerves as a sub player. Getting solo killed by Cayman, who just come off a pretty lackluster game himself. Top side though, Stick in danger, eats a Q2, Jankos around, but so is Lulas. Goes stepping on forwards, picks up a boulder, but hasn't broken the upheaval. Goes to put some tremors down himself. Muntic nearly at the Mega Gnar, should be out of danger now.
Lulas just shattering his teammate there. Muntic able to just, as you mentioned, get that push out. Should be resetting and then teleporting back in. Yeah, not a great early here for Ronaldo, but we know this guy's an ego player for sure. Like, if you've seen his interviews and the comments he's made, like he's very confident in his capabilities as a mid laner. And I would imagine a situation like that getting solo killed by Cayman, he would imagine that he would, yeah. He's got something to prove now. And that might genuinely, you know, some players would, they die in that situation and they'd start playing passively, they'd be scared. I think this, if anything, this would just turn Ronaldo into a little bit angry, you know. And I wouldn't worry too much if I were a Nord fan here for my mid laner.
That'll be certainly something to keep our eyes on. Again, it can go one of two ways when you're playing with a kind of like, I guess with that ego, right? It can either be you come back really hard, outplay your way back into it, or sometimes you see people who then overplay their hand trying to respond to the early deficit and end up just bleeding up further and further and further. And again, I guarantee that's going to happen, but it's going to happen. A substitute player with that kind of like style of play, you could see that being a potential weakness. Still though, a bit more to keep our eyes on as Grub spawning in 30 seconds. First dragon up. Tick. Under turret, nearly at Mega, should be okay here as Jankos went looking in to Bulldog's jungle. Looking for an angle here onto Cayman, who'll shuffle the side of Ronaldo back over the wall and gets out to safety relatively freely.
Still looking for those aggressive trades though is Ronaldo, despite how the early lane went. And that's kind of the thing I was alluding to. He's not going to sit back, he's not going to play passive, he's not going to chill. He's going to keep that up. Speaking of chill though, this game otherwise has been relatively chill. Not too much happening on the map, although we do have the objective spawning now, right? Dragon, Grub's coming up now too. So it's usually when we start to see teams maybe look for a play, secure an advantage to help them go towards those objectives. Jankos is topside, he's on the Krugs as these Grubs are going down. I don't think he's going to contest this one, but he's certainly not in the position to answer, to mirror this. To go for the dragon. This might just be a net positive, a freebie here for Bulldog.
Walk on up, claim that one. Came in, managed to thread a volley a few times there to help out the Scorpion. We back away. Another game, another pause. Hopefully this one will be revolved very swiftly. Rather. And we come back to us. Hello, guys. Long time no see. Archrom hit the button again, didn't he?
Yeah.
Paused the game, not played it.
He's got the pause button and he's very trigger happy today. I think we were just about to see, I want to see whether Jankos goes to bot side and plays for that Dragon exchange after the Grubs have been taken away already by Lulush and the rest of Bulldog. But so far, pretty chill stuff, not too much happening. And Nord were always a little bit chill in their early games anyway. We saw on that graphic that popped up on the pre-game of this one, right? That Georgia and Solari walked us through. The comparisons between Santorin and Jankos, early game wise, early game stats. Santorin wasn't really doing a huge amount, like his stats weren't, you know, anything sublime. He didn't need to, right? It's not even really a dig on Santorin, it's just about the play style of him on Nord. Yeah, but Jankos is not like that, you know, so it's going to be interesting to see whether Nord will continue their identity of being that little more chilled out team, you know, winning through good macro, good team plays, good map plays, or whether actually now they have a little bit of sting to them in the early.
And we'll have to see how that goes again, because I feel like a lot of their early playmaking often came from Treats roams linking up with Santorin, but you've now got a very different mid-jungle, or jungle support rather, actually, in this case. You do have a different mid-jungle as well, but that's by the by. And again, I think Jankos, at his best, often been known for being able to find those early angles, finding those early plays on things like Jarvan. Way back in Season 4, he was one of the best Elise players in the world. You know, like, he's had this history of having those moments. You know, he's come a long way from being the First Blood King. That's not really his acronym so much anymore. It's his moniker, rather, is the better term for that. But we still know this is a guy who can play aggressive, can look to be a leader and an engaged style chat player. I mean, obviously the jokes about Sejuani Duty write themselves. He's not on that today, but he is on the Vi, and will be asking to make some plays happen on a champion like that.
Dude, don't say that he's got capacity to be a leader. You're giving PTSD from the winter split, bro. He's left that behind him. None of that anymore. We're over now.
That's right. When he's walking to Norden, going, just John's going, say, Yankos, my friend, man. You know, it's just like, you know what you're gonna be? A leader. And it's like, no! I thought I escaped this. I just wanted to stream my games, have a good time, get back on the Rift and start playing.
Well, he's on the Dragon then. So we did talk about this this handshake. I didn't think Nord were in position to make this one. Yankos was on his Krugs when these grubs were going down, but it seems as though Bulldog just don't care. They don't have the position in bot lane especially to really move out of the map. And Lulush, satisfied with that grub playing, just farming his topside camps, has hit level 6 now. With that reset, will be on tempo, on the map, ahead of Yankos now. See whether he can use that to his advantage to make a play.
That will be the idea. As it stands, too much to be seen. It's been a relatively slow early game. Bulldogs with a slight early lead, partly off that kill and partly off some decent laning here. There's not that much to write home about. I think once we start seeing these level 6s come on through a little bit more freely, things like the Camille Vi combos can start to come on through. And then, of course, we have the Talia ult to follow up on wherever Lulus goes as well. So I think these skirmishes should theoretically start kicking into action anytime soon. I promise, guys, we will get some blood.
Well, I wouldn't promise it.
Well, I have now, guys. Don't yeah, like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Yeah, okay. Well, I hope so as well.
I'm trying to artificially build hype. Stop this, man.
we do have the tools. You know, we do have the tools. We've got the Vi ulti, as you mentioned, and you know, the follow-up for the rest of his team. And we've seen Ronaldo make some big Azir plays before, right? He loves to do that shuffle, flash ulti as well. So it's certainly possible, but without too much to fight for here. You wonder why would these opportunities arise? You know, like we're not contesting objectives, not really pushing anything down either. ADC is a chilling bot, top lane is a chilling top. I don't know.
What you're saying is I'm a liar, is what you're saying, basically.
I think, no, you're not a liar, you're just an early, you're a preemptive truth teller.
That was
there you go.
Very delicately put. Thank you, Foxy.
It will happen soon, at some point.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing 2 minutes on the objective times, particularly for Grubs, and with the first set going over to Bulldogs, and when you've got the likes of Anar, and even a Talia, right, who's got quite a lot of map mobility. I could understand wanting to deny the full set over, especially when you've got a Camille on your team as well. Split pushing turret taking power can be pretty potent, so my eyes then turn to the top side of the map in about a minute's time to see whether we get some action kicking off.
Yeah, and speaking of top side of the map, Yankos is hovering top side, does have the baby cage on Camille to make a play. Both junglers are here in the area now. Yankos just about to point out Lulush. This should cancel everything out, unfortunately. No play happening here, but it's great. It's great setup. Camille plus Vi. I mean, that's kind of gross. And this Mininar as well. Yeah, he's low. He's in trouble.
Oh boy, flash on in for the season to save the ending. Just about outside, but gets hit by the flash and the tactical sweep. And despite a look on in from Luz, cannot keep their top laner alive. Ronaldo TP's in. We've got Grubs in a minute. The resets will come on through. Actually, I imagine Chachi will now teleport to mid to clean up that wave and help set up those lane shoves just in time for the Grubs.
And those Grubs, speaking of, the icon on the top left of your map, does that not look like a fidget spinner? Or is that, am I bugging?
I see it. Actually, what I thought of, it looks like a Pokemon. You know Combi, the little flying bee that looks like honeycomb? That's what it looks like to me.
I can give you that as well. Yeah, that's true.
I hadn't seen fidget spinner, but I sort of get it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why that's what my brain is like proper fixated on, by the way. I'm struggling to focus on this game of League of Legends because
where is your fidget? Do you need a fidget spinner to stay focused? Just something,
Maybe
something
I do,
in the background.
Actually. Maybe.
Well, so here
15 seconds
in the backside.
15 seconds that we done. Yeah, like a that's what I need.
Well, no.
It's gone soon. Soon we won't have to look at the icon anymore, and we can instead take a look on our screens of what's happening here. As you mentioned, the wave setup for these objectives starts in the mid lane, getting that push for Bulldog. It's kind of a back and forth seesaw type situation. When you push the wave out, you move in to set up objective. And then when the other team pushes it out, they move in to set up the objective. But Bulldog are going to be starting this one up. Cayman's catching a top wave. He's not here. Does have the Weaver's Wool. Can he get here in time? Do Nord fancy the fight?
I mean, Jankos and Chachi, despite using their ults a minute and a half ago, still not off cooldown. They are big early cooldowns, so they don't have that Vi Camille combo quite yet. With Chachi having no TP, there is a world here where you can get the 5v4 courtesy of Niantic having one of his own on the Gnar. So I think Nord would be unwise to contest this too heavily.
Yeah, Niantic did just use his wallop. Or whatever that one is, the ultimate, or the Gnar, it's just called Gnar, isn't it? He did use the Gnar. That's not... Yeah, okay, well, it's cool, yeah. Nord just chilling on this one. That is 6 grubs, though, for Bulldog. Much better early game here than we saw from them in that first game. Yeah, they'll be happy with this one.
Away we go instead towards the bot side of the map. Nord didn't really have the cooldowns or the map positioning that time around to play it on out, but they will be able to play for second dragon in about 10 seconds. Kraken Slayer just got completed by Inax. Chachi got taken pretty low here, though. That could be problematic. Seismic Shove goes wide. They go looking for Niantic, just hops away. Sees the assist. In comes the Kaiser with the killer instinct. And Niantic not quite in the Mega Gnar. Can't come on through. Stays mini. No evolution allowed. And they get on out of there, having picked up the kill they were looking for. Seismic Shove allows a turnaround, though. Came in. Finds 2 wonderful kills this game.
Beautiful. Picking something out of nothing right there is Cayman. He could be in trouble, though. He's been slowed down.
But here comes Lula's Ixtal impact into the wall, into a suppression. And Cayman just fills some holes with those rocks. Chachi now here gets a Q2, but they just lost 3. An awful retreat from Nord. And Bulldogs come away with actual murder.
Nord getting the first kill, getting the pick. It was looking great. But Cayman, wow, what a superstar. Able to pick up that return kill on Jankos. And then here comes the cavalry. Avengers assemble. Beautiful turnaround from Bulldog. And it's right as this dragon spawns too. Potentially might be looking for that one. Let's see how it happens again. So it all starts from Yetik in this mini. Nah, he's weak. He's feeble. He gets picked out. And it was the dog pile from Inax on that Kaiser to follow up the play. Just as you like it. Pretty cookie cutter. This is where it should all stop though. But a great seismic shove. Relatively blind as well. That is not his ward in that bush. It's so back and forth right here. And here comes Ludish with the return too. He's got his back mid-jungle duo. It's a powerful combination. And there it is. That's why.
Yeah, weren't respectful of Lulish finding that gank on through. Thought with the Brawn passive coming on through, they could pop the Talira, and they can't. And now Cayman has all of the kills for Nord are in their hands. 4-0 early on here. That'll be dragons picked up for Bulldog as well, breaking the stacking. Will also mean they pick up feats of strength here with the Mark of Martial Mastery alongside those 3 objective tokens. Find themselves some strong feet to go with their early lead.
Beautiful start here for Bulldog, and this is precisely what you wanted to see when they had such a lame game. In game number 1 today against DMG, it was not what they wanted to put forward. And again, I said this before, but I will reiterate, it wasn't just that they lost, because I think DMG played well. It was the manner in which they lost, and specifically, they just didn't look good as a team, right? They were very disjointed. They weren't making plays together. But this time around, in this game, we wanted to see more of the Bulldog that we saw in Winter Split so far. Yes, it's happening, and Bulldog are on head in this game.
Much more as we were hoping for, I completely agree. And Cayman, a player who has sometimes been known for being a little, we'll talk about that in a second or so, temperamental, but now look how far Jankos has been dragged! Where on earth did that cease and desist go? That letter was sent about 30 miles in 3 countries!
All right, yeah, got some airtime on that. Beautiful stuff. Nice little trip for Brian Jankos. He had a bit of a cheeky smirk in his player cam as well. I think he knew he bit off a little bit more and he could chew on that one. But a great response from Cayman. Dude, honestly, this guy, I rate him with an asterisk. Right,
yes.
As a player, as a mid laner here, Bulldog came in. Like, I think he actually has some incredibly high highs. Like, I think he's generally like when he's on, he's like top 3, top 2 mid. You know, like he's really good, proper quality.
Amen. In danger, stays alive. The Seraphs came on through, still looking to trade, but misses the Winter's Bite though. Does Nash teleport now coming on through? Kasing in danger. May need to mount on up, but with everybody's teleport coming on through, Lewis having an ultimate to work with. This could get ugly. Chachi eats ice. Impaled for a second, will throw out the Hextech ultimatum and manages to escape for now, despite what looked like a deadly teleport. And everyone just about gets out alive from that bot side shenaniganery.
Wow. I'm surprised no one died in that exchange. It was very close. Specifically, Chachi at the end there didn't even have to flash, man. Just hook shots out. Happy about that, not having to blow any of his summoners, apart from the teleport that got him into trouble in the first place. But these teams just really love going at it, don't they? Like, there wasn't anything to fight around that bot side for, right? Like, they weren't setting up for an objective. They weren't, I mean, really sieging or anything like that. Just a fight happened, and then everyone decided to join in the party. Well, speaking of fights and objectives, we do have the Herald up now. We might just see a repeat fight.
Crash down, driving into the wall, can't shuffle out quite yet, but begins to turn it around. There's not that much damage there, though, because it's just the Rel and the Tilly. Hang on, Cayman, that's a bit deep. You're on the wrong side of your own wall. You need to leave. CC6 to the backside just about falls. Now Jankos going to try and get some work in. Inax flashed on, shoved into the wall, but still no damage. What about the Intic and Exafang, though? Looking to try back on out as Nash is in danger. Hopped over to Xman, gets a double himself. Ronaldo now in danger. Surely goes down here as he doesn't have enough soldiers in the world. Plays Regicide as the Emperor falls. Inax in danger as Lulis on this big metal scorpion. Can't quite find the Kaiser. Gets a shield with the seismic bastion, and I think decides the better of looking for that one. Where is the rest of Bulldogs? Do they want to jump on this Kaiser? I think not. And that was a lot of kills, but no objectives taken. I should hop away from X-Fang. We calm down for a second or two here.
Yeah, we just love fighting in this game, don't we? Crucially, though, big takeaway there was Inax picking up the shutdown from Cayman. So that's donezo now. All that gold into the pocket of the Kaiser. Precisely what you want to see when you've got the likes of Meganar and Skarner in your face. You want to have that consistent DPS. The damage coming through from your ADC. It's quite frankly, you're not going to kill these characters without it. So getting that gold on Inax, very nice stuff. At the end of the day, though, it is Bulldog kind of winning that fight when all's said and done, and picking up this Herald now as well.
She needs to be a bit wary, of course. With those 6 grubs and the Herald, you can have some very, very aggressive shoves here. Gachi farming up well, is ahead of Yatik just about here, and can be in a really good position later on in the game to be a serious side lane threat. And diver onto people like this Ezreal who can't arcane shift out of that Hextech ultimatum. Still though, first turret falls towards Bulldogs with the assistance of Cayman and Lulis. Actually, I say I take that back. Nord already got one down towards that bot side as well, so bit of a lie there. The mid lane turret's also fallen in favour of Bulldogs.
Bro, Cayman is locked in. He got that top lane turret, immediately Weaver's wall into mid to pick up that wave as well. He's playing hyper efficient right now. And getting the shove into mid as well with his presence on the map might just mean you get the inside track onto the dragon that's just spawned too for Bulldog. So quite you know, not even thinking about it, right? He's in that flow state and looking for these players, looking for the map control. I think Bulldog though, yeah, they're just going to put the vision down and they're going to chill for now. But maybe we might just get another contest in a few seconds.
Thinking about it, but they decide against it. I think probably want to get some value for the gold they've just taken from those turrets. Doesn't even take left alone in this top side though. No Weaver's Wall, no teleport. Nearly at Mega though, so not the easiest dive target. Lulis jumped on, but he's under his own turret. Don't see how much we're going to see the rest of this. I think just used his ultimate too, so a lot of scuffling in mid lane to little avail, and came in. All the while just autoing at these turrets until here. Not normally a split pusher. She is when she's got 6 grubs.
Yeah, she's chilling, man. Came in, more gold into his pocket too. And it is going to be the Dragons started up at the same time. So many good things coming through right now for Bulldog. Already have a 2,000 gold lead, but they're getting the second dragon here as well. It's a great start to this game. 20 minutes in. When you look at the first game of the day, Bulldog were already just floundering around and looked like they're out of the game. At this point right now, it's very close, but a lot more control from Bulldog, which is what they're going to want to see coming out of that first game with the lessons they've learned.
Here to be, came in, looking for an angle. Won't find that, and at least Nord do pick up at the second turret of the game. Keeps the gold within touching distance, still 1,000 or so behind, but not as bad as it could have been. Important to note as well where that gold lead really is for Bulldogs, all in this Talia, who's now at 2.5 items, but it means if Cayman's not there, the rest of the map is pretty even, or even slightly ahead if you look towards the top jungle.
Yeah, that's a good point, to be fair. We're still waiting for Exafang to get his Manamune stacked up, get that Mira mana out. But you know, Inax is sitting on Kraken plus Ginzu's, right? Like he's a big boy. He's got lethal tempo as well. It's certainly, you know, I've been glazing Bulldog a little bit here, and that doesn't mean that Nord are donezo, right? And that Bulldog are walking all over them. This is still a very, you know, anyone's game at this point. And the scaling from Nord especially is definitely pretty horrifying. You know, with the carries themselves kind of just reach cataclysmic mass. And then you have all that stuff, all the jumping as well. It's pretty scary stuff for Bulldog. I have to respect it as the game goes on.
Chachi tried to play against Cayman, but the Unraveled Earth meant diving in with the hookshot was pretty tricky there, so loses a fair amount of his HP. Shove comes on through. We've not got Dragon for 3.5 minutes. It'd only be soul point for Bulldog, so not the full soul on the table. And they have actually got Herald and Infantry for only a little while longer. We do need to think about using that. Cayman in danger, flashes on out, but over the wall goes Yankos! Cayman goes golden, Inax flashed on in, but I don't think there's anywhere for this Talia to go. The seismic shove goes wide. Nice pick up from Nord. Voidseeker lands, immediate R-press from Inax.
Really, really well played from Nord, and zero hesitation, as you pointed out. They saw Cayman and immediately pounced. Yankos read that flash beautifully as well to go over the wall into the Baron pit. There was just no help. There was no backup from Bulldog whatsoever. Cayman a little bit far pushed out. I mean, to be honest, not really, right? It was just a great catch from Nord, and this is the things you expect to see from a Vi comp, especially a comp that can jump in alongside the Vi.
This will be the way for now. In a very good position for this Dragon at this point. And again, if you do keep blowing up this Talia, it's a lot harder for Bulldogs. Nearly at the Zonies, but won't have that completion quite yet. Still has a couple minutes though, so my imagination suggests that Cayman should get a hold of that before the next big team fight.
Alrighty, there goes the Heralds. Bulldog. I would like to see them walk this one into that tier 2 mid. But until this point, Cayman might be getting caught out again though. Yeah, I think Cayman's donezo here. Cayman in bot side.
Down.
Okay, got the TP.
TP out. Hang on, Ronaldo. Oh. No!
Uh-oh.
Didn't shuffle out. Oh no, we'll try and get an Emperor's Divide away, but there's a burn on top of him. Where does he go? Cayman's items do the work that his kit started. They are now going to look into mid lane though. Exafig in danger. Killer it into the backside. The Magnus Orb is decent, but not enough to keep Exafig alive. Kasig also falls, and Inax picks up another alongside Yankos.
Disrespectful from Bulldog, overextending mid when you know you've dedicated your 2 solo laners to that bot side of the map. But great punish from Nord, and Yankos especially with that killer instinct. Not literally, that's Kaiser's ability, but he knows to make that play, run from bot straight into mid. 2 plays, honestly, within the space of 10 seconds. Knew when to abandon a lost play, but still salvage something out of it. Shows the pedigree of this guy and the experience alongside.
Just about picks up the tier 2 though, as Lula's hanging around to ensure the safety of Cayman, and so no one really out of position coming into this Dragon. Might see a reset here from Cayman, who does have a Weaver's Wall if they want to back a little bit before that fight. Atakan also available. I believe it is that icon at the top. I believe it is Voracious, the one that gives you GAs. I think it looked orange to me. I may be wrong, but we'll double check that one. And away we go towards Dragon in 20 seconds. I am assuming we're going to see a bit of a fight over this one, Foxy.
Yeah, there's 2 things down there that are worth fighting over now, right? With the Atakan and the Dragon. Dragon itself isn't a... Ooh, wrong score.
Bit of danger, gets suppressed by the Impel, driven into the wall, and Nash is just gone. Man down before the fight can even really start. Back end of it, though. We're going to see Chachi, but he's on vision, immediately jumped on by Cayman and X-Fang saying, you cannot be there.
I just realized the confusion of me calling Baron Nasher Nash when Nash is in the game.
Also in the game, yeah.
Yeah. So Nash has gone, but Baron hasn't. And yeah, free Dragon.
No relation, by the way, guys.
No, absolutely. Certainly not worth quite as much. Although, with Nash falling, it does secure the Dragon, and that is now soul point for Bulldog. And with Infernal as well, when you've got a lot of range from this Ezreal Talia Q as well, you know, a lot of that kind of consistent poke. That's something that can really benefit from the Infernal. Okay, no.
All right.
They're starting it up, but it's going to be spotted out. They'll have to back away from this one. Oh, yes.
Weaver's Wall now,
Yes.
yeah.
Good call, but a little bit too much. A little bit too much.
They earned themselves an ultimate, but that's about it. Cayman, honestly, just gets to walk over this top lane wave anyway, so it doesn't feel like he's wasted too much time on the Rift. Now it's sole point of Bulldogs. On the way, just a touch here. Atakan still up, no one's taken that, so worth noting, despite of course getting that man advantage. Didn't want to start a fight over that neutral objective. We'll trade it for Baron perhaps, as would have been another option. 3 items now complete for Bulldogs in the mid and bot lane in particular. Shojin done for Xafeng. And the Zonya's fully completed for Cayman. It's actually now building towards what looks to be a death cap. Okay, on by Chach, but not too much more there. At least Inax picked up a fair amount of gold. Is at 3.5 items himself. This Kai'Sa now should have that W upgrade as well as hitting critical mass on the Void, or Daughter of the Void.
She's a big girl. Like you mentioned, 3 items. It's gonna be scary now for the side of Bulldog. Specifically though for Lelouch, like, it's his biggest enemy, his biggest weakness will be the Kai'Sa. But to be fair, the way this game's gone, even though again that Nord have the gold lead, it's just, we're not playing team fights. We're just picking people out of position for both teams, right? Like the Jankos has been picking people, Bulldog have been picking people. It's tough. It's tough for this Kai'Sa to really find those players and those back to fronts. Oof, when the game isn't one of those games.
I think then the other side of that is, if it's not the gold that showed the difference, 6 Grubs and 3 Dragons kind of are. Bulldogs have gotten a lot of those neutral objectives, and now Nord, playing a Fnatic Deathbrush, came in, and Kasing kind of aware that something could be going on there, and a threaded volley comes on out and spots out the attempted trap.
Where is the next pick going to happen? Both these teams have played for pick this game, have compositions that excel at picking opposing champions out of position. Who is it going to be next? I would like to favor, honestly, the likes of Jankos on that Vi. You know, maybe even paired up with Inax like we've seen before. Ronaldo going ham. Certainly has opportunities to make plays happen. Oh, but man, it's just so tough. And the thing is, you have to imagine the next pick that happens will lead to the Nash. That's a big, or the Atakan or something like that. It's a big deal, right? Like, we are 30 minutes into this game. I know it's felt a little, I don't know. I mean, yeah, a little tame by NLC standards. 17 kills at 30 minutes. We often see like a kill a minute, right, in this league. But it's late in the game. Those death timers are long. The damage is high. We'll burn through those objectives.
Well, that'll be what we need to keep our eyes on. Tech Navy in danger here. Has Chachi hop on forwards, misses that. The teleports begin to fly. Meganar's coming, but the Hextech ultimatum also here. How aggressively do you want to play this? Ronaldo just outside of the wallop. Both solo laners once again responding to attempted play from the other.
Everyone is now down in this bot side.
Oh boy.
Bulldog have the inside track on Atakan. Nord came in! No,
Came in!
not like
Oh
this!
my god! Oh, he got away with it just about for a second or two. Throws down the Unraveled Arms. X-Fin comes over the wall with the Arcane Shift. Lulis looking to drive on through, look to pick up Nash potentially. Glacial Fissure matched by the Impale, but the Braum is melted down. Vault door or not, Bulldogs have the man advantage. Wheel his wall, might make it
could be
two.
more.
Oh, Chachi pulled back with the seismic shove, flashes away, not quite enough.
Oh, wow.
Uses the Weaver's Wall as a hook shock exit. Now Jankos, though, in danger, split off from the team. We'll have a Vault Breaker shortly. Managing to run away, Xafeng looking for an angle. Magnus Storm with a crash down. Flash shot in. They try and turn it around, but they cannot. Bring down Xafeng. Inax hits with his own axe. And he goes down as well. They lose 2 as Nord try to find something, pull a rabbit out of a hat, and find nothing but a little more to stare. At least Chachi clears the wave, but that will be Soul. That might well be Atakan too.
Bulldog taking everything they want right here. When it was just the Braum, it wasn't too significant, but finding the jungler, finding the ADC, there is nothing for Nord to respond to this one. That will be that Infernal Soul. No big objectives to follow up, but you have to feel from this point onwards here for Bulldog, these team fights, these plays that are already going in their favor will be even more in their favor with that soul buff.
And that was after we thought Cayman had overstepped, was about to get picked. Find it, and it all goes from there. And I don't blame Jankos and Inix for trying to turn it around. You were already stuck in a bad position, and Jankos was already going down. You may as well try and find something. Speaking of, that is a 6-level advantage in the top lane to support matchup. Not enough time to do serious damage to Kasing's Rel. Aaron would be next on the cards. Atakan didn't fall, worth noting again. Infernal Soul is a nasty thing to give up to a Talia and an Ezreal who have so much range to abuse it with.
Absolutely, that's precisely it. I was saying this before as well, like, it's gross. Absolutely gross. Those missed shots coming through, the threaded volleys as well, just too much. Too much, and like, who's going to soak it if you're Nord, right? Sure, the Braum, okay, cool, that's one candidate, and that's it. End of list, bro. End of list. Even Jankos isn't going to want to tank an Infernal Soul, like, combo from these carries. It's a lot of damage, it's pretty scary, and again, the pick that has just been so big as a factor in this game, still continues to be so. Even more so threatening with that damage, and oh, they're trying it again, sneaky from the back.
Spotted.
Yeah.
Does it matter though? They're going to keep going on through. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Glacial Fissure pulls came in off it, but the Baron's reset already. So despite a nice looking play from Nash, now potentially in danger. He's plus going into the pit! No! Betrayal! Nash is left to the whims of Nash. They actually managed to pick off the Atakan on the other side of the rift. Though Chachi stole Atakan, which is wild to me. But Baron now at threat as Bulldogs turn to the big purple worm. Look to try and steal it. Jankos over the back of this. They might have to pull off the back, as actually, despite Nash's, I suppose now, heroic sacrifice, Nord might get away with both of these neutrals. There's resets coming on through. How aggressively do they want to play this or back away? But they have got the withdrawals courtesy of the stolen Atakan.
Ice in the veins of Nords, able to secure the Atakan bot side and steal themselves in preparation for this Nash play. I mean, Chachi is still pushing bot. Cayman could be in trouble. Happy feet.
Chachi, he's got a withdrawal, maybe just looking to trade that out. Hextech ultimatums, trying to get another hook shot, does so. Golden from Cayman ensures that the Leandri's burn will be enough.
Dude, they just won't stop. They won't stop. They want more.
We go for the third time. Nord starting from the back of the pit is Ronaldo. He's on vision all the while. Here come Bulldogs to try and contest Jankos. Lost a third of his HP bar. Ixtal impact into the wall. Looking to bring down the Scorpion. Inax will kill her instinct. Trying to run away, but it means he's not in the play as the Weaver's Wall splits him off. Jankos safe for now. Still have some withdrawals to work with. Inax gets hopped on twice by the instinct. Makes it a cha-cha slide real smooth as Ronaldo goes looking for that as well. Can't quite find it. They burn a lot of withdrawals but don't find any kills. Bulldogs all alive. Withdrawals now looking mighty thin on the ground for Nord, and Baron still stands.
Oh man, are we going to chance the Baron now as well? We did get some kills if you're Bulldog, but there were withdrawals. They don't really count. Inax is back on the map. Ronaldo is back on the map. It should fall down fast enough that there is nothing that Nord can do about it. Finally, this Baron dance comes to a close. Oh, it was hairy, back and forth on both teams. I feel like Nord are calling here. Stop the backs, stop the paws.
Here comes Ronaldo. Can he find someone? Oh, the resets come on through. And despite the attempts to stop the backs, they can't do it.
Sheesh.
Everyone from Bulldogs gets out alive. But Elder in 2 minutes at this point, but between Infernal Soul and Baron, you've got to feel that Bulldogs should be in a position to push for a meaningful game state at this point.
We've thought that before, mind you, and Nord just refused to back down. They refused to go quietly. All this advantage that Bulldog pull up. It just doesn't... Nord, oh, they're such a tough opposition to play against. Credit to these guys as a squad. But then credit to Bulldog, right? For being able to actually give it to them. Certainly a far cry from what we saw in game number 1. As here comes Inax.
Right, to find the assassination onto X-Men. Couldn't quite get the passive and now in danger himself! He's gone too deep! And suffers for it! Bulldogs punish the attempt on their AD carries line with lethal force. Nash afterwards goes down bot lane of Nord, left to the Wolves. Or I suppose in this case, the Bulldogs.
15 kills to 8. Finally, a significant advantage for Bulldog with the wave, with Baron, with 5 members versus 3. Chachi has taken the wave behind this one. If Nord can kill it, that will end the siege. If not, this game is over.
They've got 6 grubs. I get afraid at this point. Can't quite get them in range, and Chachi with the back means they can't push for anything more. They get most of an inhibitor turret, but not the whole thing. Came in a little low. Exafeng a little low. They need to think about resetting. There's 25 seconds on Elder, and we've already seen that Nord have been willing to rush objectives.
Whoa. That was a close one for Nord. Close call. The game almost fell right here. As you mentioned, though, 20 seconds. Elder Dragon. This has got to be the next big fight, and quite possibly the last one. If Nord give this one up with a soul in the back pocket of Bulldog, you're in trouble. You're in big, big trouble. But at the same time...
Here we go.
Yeah. God. This is it. The game rests in this next 30 seconds.
Lulas, ability to drive through the wall, gets on in there, stunned up by Chachi. Glacial Fissure afterwards, look at Kasing. Look at me, on the other side. Hextech ultimatum, locks down Chachi. They get Cayman on a killing spree. Yakos is dead. They took the Elder. Ronaldo finds a shuffle that means nothing at all. Bulldogs find vengeance for the NLC semi-finals. They will Weaver's Wall into the base and look to end it right here, right now.
Came in with a huge play at the end, a triple kill for the Bulldog mid laner, and Bulldog, man, they look bad in game number 1, but don't they look great in this one, taking down Nord. 37 minutes on the clock, 20 kills to their name, finally picking up that win on their first NLC Spring.
A return to the form we saw that got them to the semi-finals, that got them to the LAN. They do it against the team that humbled them there. They go 1-1, and welcome back to the league, Bulldogs. That's what I was hoping for.
Big revenge, as you mentioned. Nord humbled them in Nottingham, right? They secured Bulldog down into 3rd place while Nord went into the final against also Donez. And I mean, what a game, honestly. I'm very impressed by Bulldog's ability to bounce back in that one, and against a team the caliber of Nord. Yeah, quality stuff.
And don't get me wrong, there was a substitution in that changes things around a little bit, but even so, you've got to turn up and do that. And apparently Bulldogs are just here to mess with my predictions. I'm 0 for 2 on predicting the correct game scores for them. Desk, how are you doing on that front?
I would like to raise my sincerest apologies to Cayman. I was not familiar with his game. I talked about overextending. Poor dude died underneath his tower in game number 1. But in this one, what a freaking beast on that Talia. Top lane, bot lane, mid lane, solo killing Ronaldo underneath his tower. Honestly, if I had a hat, don't have one, but if I did, hats off.
Agree 100%. Cayman, I think, is the MVP of this match. That Talia was so useful as well. A lot of members with dashes and, well, just taking advantage of that. How did we start this one? Jumping from Champion Select to the beginning of this game. It's not only the Cayman show, although we did a big one, but I think Lulu was also menacingly with this Skarner, not taking any kills, but giving all the assists.
And this might be the big why to Bulldogs, why they were able to have this game being so dominant and so in their hands, because Lulas was everywhere. If you look at how the early game went for the team, what were they focusing on? Lulas was focusing on having his solo lanes accelerate as much as possible, especially Cayman, and his second objective was getting all those neutral objectives on the map, all 6 grabs, the Herald, most of the dragons, except I think for one dragon that went into the pockets of Nord. Lulas was everywhere on the map.
And I feel like the MVP for this particular play was the ward that expired right before the Skarner showed up in this Tri-Brush, which baited Inax to walk forward, try and get the shot down onto Cabe, and decided that Lulaf was there. Skarner is a champion, apparently. Riot. What? And yeah, this did Skarner things.
I mean, Yanko's played with Skarner multiple times in the winter, so he knows what this champion
But
is
now
capable
you want to
of doing.
divide. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Priorities confused. Maybe you need those eyebrows back. I don't know. It looks good though. It looks good. We were talking about that. It looks good.
It's a vibe. The no eyebrows is definitely a vibe. It suits him a lot.
Good one. Good outfit, Yankos. As we went on through the game though, All those objectives were getting controlled, coming in from Lula's, came in with the Talia, allowing you to roam and also getting pressured around the map. I think as soon as you got a little bit of advantage as Bulldog, they never slowed down. And we always had doubts and questions about Bulldog's early game. And when they finally get it, looks clean.
It wasn't always a big advantage for them, which is what's the most interesting part for me. Because if you look at the overall gold, it was moving a little bit. There were the moments when the gold gap was much higher between the teams, and then it just gets really shortened by Nord. You get the lanes like bot lane, for example, where Nord were having gold advantage in their pockets, for Inex, for example. But overall, yeah, despite those little hiccups, it was always Bulldog who were ahead. And the moment they got ahead, the moment they came and got ahead, nobody could compete with him in terms of the speed with which he was getting items and experience in.
I feel like in general they had a very wombo combo-esque side for the side of Nord, and I feel like Nash didn't necessarily fit the bill on that. Like, Braum is usually a champion that you want to peel with, not necessarily go forward with, and when your entire composition goes forward and Nash was getting caught right before big neutral objectives, I feel like Bulldog were able to snowball the 4 versus 5s that were given very open-handedly to them.
Oh, we do have something set up. I just saw it, and this is pivotal as soon as we get it on air. But we also have another replay, and this replay we just shown kind of highlights how Nord could have played if they played as a team and for that wombo. But this is where everything shines in, and we were like, oh, who's gonna smite first? Who's gonna smite first? It was not a smite.
I think the Zelda was left on 70 HP, if I'm not wrong. I think the first smite will go down from Jankos. The second
79.
smite goes down as well. So both junglers actually missed the 50-50 and came in. Whoa! Not only is he an absolute beast on the Rift doing his job, but he's actually a beast doing his jungler's job as well. Well done.
It's like, Lulus, you don't want to smite it? Okay, I got everything on this game. I'll do everything by myself. And yeah, let's highlight Cayman at this moment with his stats as well. That's a good KDA, that's a good damage, goal participation, damage per minute, everything.
30%
really high.
damage percentage and 85.7% kill participation, 800 DPM on Talia? That is great. That is just great. He just had a nutty game. That is crazy.
Hey, he's really good with his Talia, okay? Regardless of what you have to say about his gameplay on some specific champions, Ari and Talia have always been his pocket picks, and he has always been really good on them.
You know what? Let's talk to him. Yeah, let's talk to him. Mid gap. Cayman is ready for the interview. Oh, he's doing it again. He's doing it again.
Hello.
How are you feeling? Long time no see, Cayman.
Yeah, long time no see. Wasn't sure if I will see you guys again. Was already missing you, you know, my archer room, my other people, and yeah. But luckily I'm back in NLC. Back also, of course, with my dog, like always, you know. And yeah, it's actually I heard you were praising my Talia, but this was actually my first Talia game ever in official. So yeah, it's as a pro player, I don't know if you guys can relate, but you never fully learn a champion until you play it one time in competitive, because it's always different, right? So this was my, you know, first, now I'm and it started with a solo killer, so it's actually a banger. Honestly, I'm really happy about that game, and yeah, we had really some sloppy things, but the pick was insane. And I think I also delivered a bit, so that's good.
Hey, just a word of advice: maybe keep playing the Talia. Maybe it actually worked really well. I'm just saying. But first game, something happened. Cayman, should we talk about first game?
I'm not too sure if we should talk about that Aurora incident. But I think it's like hard to understand from outside. But we played really bad grub sequence, and basically afterwards, it was just not like easy for the enemies, but like way easier than it should have been. And we put stones in our way, and I think this game we didn't. I think we did it also really calm and also successful. I think good job to DMG, honestly. They punished us there, but yeah, this was really learning experience, and I think we were all a bit choking, honestly, after like some weeks. So yeah, now we are warmed up. Thanks, DMG.
You are one of the only teams, Los Ratones included, on not making any changes. So did the meta change of lane swaps and all that just be gone? Did that help you towards the team? Are you still adapting to it? And with a new coach, at least from the background, within the Rift, everything is looking good. But outside... Okay, guide me, because I need help.
No, I just wanted to show it because it's a meme in my stream. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I can obviously take it away, answer on to your question. I think the meta change helped us because we were a bit of a meme in the regular split, losing every time. But it mainly happened because of our lane swaps. I mean, coincidentally, today we swapped again for Grobs and lost the whole game there. So, you know. Luckily, Riot has us on their back, but yeah, I think if Exo just plays his laning phase, if he just can click his fingers, if Mita can click with his fingers, and everything happens, me, Lulas, Cayman, Kasing can like recall the things, then like it's really chill, you know. So Riot made this possible with the change, so for sure it helped us. But, I mean, we were third place, you know. So, obviously, we also performed in winter. I don't want to be like we are way better now.
You are no longer the underdogs, you know that. You are no longer the underdogs. Skyman, at least it's a 1-1 for today. So, it's a good one at the end of the day. You took one out of Nord. The MG making things even more interesting. The team is looking good as well. Let's see what happens on day 2. As always, thank you so much for the interview, Skyman. Good to see you.
Thank you.
And keep playing Talia, man.
One quick shout out. Shout out to someone that is right now in the hospital. Someone really precious to me. That the last 2 days I was not sure what's gonna happen. So yeah, I'm basically I didn't get to play much solo queue, but I want to say thanks for being there for me, and I will be there for you as well. After this official, of course. So thank you, and it's always a meme from my chat. The pick Timo. So to go away from that set note, if you go to my Cayman_LOL channel and use 44,000 channel points, you can make me pick Timo. Okay. Not an official though. Not an official. You know, my coach will boom me after. But in solo queue, okay?
If 10 people redeem that code of Big Timo, you have to play it officially. I'm just saying, it's now illegal. It's the law, Cayman. It's the law. Cut the interview. He's not allowed to say. Cut the interview. It's now Timo. It's the law. There you go. I'm not changing the rules. I'm just saying.
I'm saying Group A was banning Timo all day yesterday. So I don't know.
Best wishes and also recovery to whoever it is. Wish you a speedy recovery. Now, we're about to jump onto the 4th game, but we need to chill for a little bit. So as soon as we can, we are back after a word from our sponsors.
Grab a tea.
LLS versus DMG is the match that is going to be following after Nord versus Bulldog. Right now, DMG with the win to start off the day. Can they follow through, or will LLS be able to at least get one on the W Factor? I need your guidance desk. What do you say?
All right, Solari, take it away.
I say that it's gonna be rough for LLS. I mean, they started it rough with the upgraded Ruddy roster to have us their first game of the split. But now, like, before this split, I would have said, yeah, in this match, LLS have a chance. After seeing what DMG did in game number 1 to Bulldogs, I would have my bets with DMG here. They looked so good in this game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it was kind of a breath of fresh air, especially since they brought a new jungle in from the sort of DMG, and it actually worked, right? I think, if I'm not wrong, was the only successful buy of the day.
Actually, yeah.
I think so.
Might
I think
be.
Dandom actually brought the only successful buy of the day. And actually, I'm very excited again because I want to bring up in general his champion pool. He's a very fun kind of jungler. He's got things like Lilia, Diana, Jarvan, Sejuani. Okay, Sejuani's not fun, but I'm just telling you all of the different kind of champions that he has in his pool. And I feel like with Biscard and Bucci actually showing up in that game number 1, I wonder if right now, other than the buy, more things can be unlocked to be played through that jungle.
Okay, DMG is building up to be that team that always wanted to promote talent, and step by step they're achieving that. And there you go, DMG now with even Bucci playing off his usual suspects of getting the Cassante and the Renekton, going for something more damage wise, and also playing a little bit safe. On the other side though, LightSide. I mean, we heard the interview with Average, and having Elijah, having Arabo, Golden Penny and Sunfry. We need to see a little bit more of them to understand how they play and how they fit well as a team. I think this is a team that needs a little bit more time together to make it happen. At least we only get to see one game of them, so we don't have that much information to dive deep. This could be the good one where we finally get to see LLS.
I want to see them on different picks. I was not convinced with their draft from game number 1. I don't think it was a draft that highlights their individual strength at all, so I want to see more development from them.
And of course, this is the part where I'm worried about, because I feel like, especially when it comes to that mid jungle, I think like Biscard did show up in that game number 1, and we've seen some of his stats previously from Winter Split as well. Biscard did step up, but the thing that I'm most worried about is that Elijah chose to go with a Cassante in the current meta, where primarily only carries are being played towards the top side of the map. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the only tank that I have seen that I can remember is things like Sion over in the top side of the map that can actually impact other sides through team fighting, through flanks, through TPs, through ulting, through lane. And I feel like Bucci had a fantastic game number 1 during the day. So I'm actually excited to see Elijah get out of that comfort zone of Cassante, move out of the mentality of, hey, let's pick top. Yeah, ban it away. You know, better. Ban it away so you don't have to go through the temptation. Just ban it away.
I feel as well, following through with the bans. Now the Gwen should take place as well. Rumble has been strong, but now worthy of ban apparently. And Varos, that has been a good one. Dandom though, I mean, you take the Lilia, good, he plays the Sejuani. You take the Sejuani, good, he plays Vi. I don't think it's easy to ban Dandom. When we showed the champion pool that he has, oh, there you go. Hey, you don't get to see a Vi Trouble.
Hey, but there's Diana in the pool as well. There's Diana.
There is Diana
there's
in the
Jarvan.
pool.
There's
Maybe you can play Graves jungle, right, Trouble?
Absolutely
I know this is
not.
like
Stop.
a
Just
trigger
stop.
word.
Stop
This
right
is
there.
trigger.
Stop right there.
This is trigger
Stop
word
right
for
there.
Trouble.
Okay, there's only so much. There's only so much I can handle. Stop it right there.
Rumble, there you go. The B1.
It's not Sunday, so let's look at the bright side here. It's better than what we saw before, and that's definitely more in style of what we want to see from Elijah. Not convinced yet about LLS.
Ooh, and Bucci is going to run the exact same matchup he ran into Miatek, the Jace, into the Rumble. He actually absolutely demolished that matchup over in the top side of the map. And I want to see a little bit of setup through that jungle from Dandom. Potentially maybe even something like the Maokai or the Sejuani if they want to play through something a little bit more facilitating now that the Vi and the Lily is out.
Maybe the jungle now for Dandom do not reveal anything right now unless you want to pick something for the mids. Okay, at least you make it snappy. You leave it in the question mark department,
Yeah.
Biscard, or even Faitsky. It doesn't matter right now.
I believe Fayeski has played quite some Corki in the previous split, if I'm not mixing things up again. But yeah, could definitely be a flex here. Already having a lot of AD power in the side of DMG, so I wonder if, despite that Lilia ban from the side of LS, if they still want to bring in an AP jungler for Tandem.
I am very worried about this Javan. There's already a very non-immobile AD carry on the side of DMG, and now you're kind of giving them the hint that they can pick champions that can very easily escape the Cataclysm right here. LLS are very clearly going for a wombo combo, but so far the only one who's a sitting duck is the Jace, and it's only in DMG's hand to just pick champions with very, very high mobility to be able to evade that Jarvan.
Or just to pick things that will not let Misfortune play through her wombo combo, because yes, you still have Rumble and J4, but ideally you want all of these three to play together. Oh, Iskana would be so
You put a
good
wall
here.
up,
Let's go!
I'll travel through it. All
Yes! And I'll grab you on the way, and I will not let it do anything. You wanna ulti, you wanna throw in a red carpet, you wanna go into bullet time, nah, not allowed.
You might even use Cataclysm to push Arvin against his own wall. That's just... You're just providing assistance to Denim at this point. What do you take away now? Because you know the AD carry, you know the jungle, and you know the top. So if you focus on Harbor right now, on those control champions, the Syndra, even the Victor of the way, if you want to, even Ari if you want to be a little bit weird. Because with the Jarvan, what do you bring? You bring like what? A control mage that can provide something towards the team fight paired up with Misfortune.
I
bring
feel like Oriana, Hui are the two that pop in mind as well. I feel like the new proof combo of the Oriana Javan or Oriana Nocturne, right? It's just very easy. Both press the R button at the same time and you get the big combo, the wombo combo right there. But again, there is enough tankiness so far. You've got the scanner. You're most likely going to have a tanky support instead of DMG and mobility through that Corki. I would rather, I think, see the way to create some control, some distance. You have the poke, you have all that room to play with the Misfortune and the J4, rather than the Oriana, who's quite short range and very susceptible to ganks.
Okay, it's going to be the Azir to wrap up the band phase coming in from DMG. They also have the next pick available. Maybe going for the support and not revealing everything right off, unless they want to save it for last. They do have a few engage or even disengage if you want to follow through, because you're lacking on the AP department a lot. You need help on that, so the AP champion has to be a big one. Galdu, I don't know if that would be it, but at least they remove it, and now they have to reveal another card. What do you reveal from the deck?
I think you probably reveal what's going into the mid lane, whether it's going to be the Corki or another champion, and you leave support for counterpick over in the end. Unless you know you're going to be playing into some very heavy engage, potentially Leona from the side of LLS. I mean, it just makes sense, right? You've got Misfortune. Leona is her best pairing right now, so you're playing to just play counter engage with the Rel. Also another champion that can very easily evade the walls from Javan.
Yeah, pretty much everybody on the DMG side can evade the wall from J4 at this point. If they add it up with something mobile on the mid lane, it would completely neutralize LLS, but it feels like an angle for just some very big carry on the mid lane, something of a sort of control mage, or Rihanna here is going onto LLS side just to have this additional wombo combo. LLS are playing heavily around their ultimates right now. If you take off their ultimates before a big fight, it's going to be so easy for DMG to cut through LLS.
And now we get to see the mid or AD carry. At this moment, I think it has to be a mid.
Yeah, I feel like if you go Ezreal here, it's kind of a very tough lane to play, specifically to the Misfortune. So I would potentially take that Corki down the mid lane and get a very long-range mid laner. Now, what I really love right here from DMG, yes, there is that bombo combo coming through from LLS, but there is so much range on the side of DMG. The Jace, the Corki, the Wave, it gets locked in right here. They literally play you through 2 screens away. So Javan is gonna really have to commit together with Leona, and once you do, Skarner, Rel are gonna be waiting.
Leona is gonna make J4's job a little bit easier here, but still, yeah, it's going to be so hard for LLS to try to play. I am not seeing how anybody from LightSide side is getting to that Hui and doing anything with him, and as long as Hui survives through the team fights, there is going to be that very consistent burst damage coming out of DMG side.
But it does look like one of those teams that if it clicks, it just clicks. But until then, gonna be hard. Tell me, Trouble. Final thoughts.
I mean, I think Hybrids right here, picking up that Jarvan that early, he's gonna have to put his money where his mouth is to make it work.
Agree. Salati, anything?
Yeah, agree. I think it's going to be a really good game for DMG, but I'm looking forward to see if LS can make this combo wobble work.
It's a hard one to pull off, but maybe LLS can do it to at least get a pair of like a win and a loss and do the same for DMG. But what do you think, Costas, before we jump into the Rift?
I feel like we need a new name for the Wombo combo. We have Bombo combo, we have Wombo Bombo combo. Have you got an additional word to add into the
Combo Wombo is good.
Combo Wombo?
You swap it
Invert
around.
it, that's nice.
Yeah,
That's good.
Happy Feet, that in Falco. And the rest just is implied.
Just to play this point, yeah. It's kind of insane how, like, that one random clip from 20 years ago, whatever it is now, is still so, like, insanely popular.
Yeah, it's great. I use it as an example when it's gonna sound so lame when I'm like teaching about casting. I teach a lot of like great lines, epic lines, right? And there's a lot of them from traditional sports, poetic lines, really cool things. And then I'm like, I show that one, I'm like, bruh, but sometimes it's about the passion for the game. That's what it's all about, you know? Don't overthink it, just shout.
Just get loud.
Say random
Exactly.
things. And the energy and excitement ultimately is what things boil down to in esports.
Yeah, I see the idea, Professor Foxy. That's a good read, and I completely agree. As hopefully we'll have a bit of opportunity to shout nice and loud as Elijah may be shouting in pain very shortly as Bucci finds a great level 1 trade here. I think we'll probably force a bit of an ugly reset.
Yeah, minions ain't up though, so I think he just walks back. Unfortunately for Bucci, won't have too much to say about that one. Though he won't, you know, Elijah's starting with his E, and will be late-ish to lane, so won't be able to get that early push or anything like that. But yeah, so far a little bit of aggression coming through from Bucci, who did have a very good first game here, right, in the NLC when they upset Bulldog. I feel like Bucci, Dandem were really, really solid. You know, we did highlight him as wanting to see some more out of him. He served us so much last year, not so much in the Winter Split. But 2024 was a good year for Bucci, and yeah, he's had his split to cool off, and now it's time to go hard.
And on the other side of that is Elijah was another one of those players that had a great 2024 towards the end of it, and then fell away a little bit. Tried the Xante last time around and didn't find all that much with the champion. 1 or 2 cool flashy escapes with it was about all we saw. Now in a carry v carry matchup, exactly who comes out on top. And starting on his red buff, going towards the bot side of the map, and Jarvan doing the same. Highbridge looking to play towards that top side of the matchup and maybe try and keep Bucci a little bit down if he's going to be on that side of the map.
A lot of aggressive lanes again, though, coming through in this game, specifically from LightSide. You know, Misfortune Leona definitely wants to make things happen, has the potential to do that. And then when you're looking topside as well, a Jace Rumble matchup. Again, a lot of potential for plays to happen, a lot of potential for engages, for things to go down. And yeah, Hybrid already skipping his top side. This is an off-time gank for Bucci. He won't be expecting this.
Goes into hammer form, slowed down by the Electro Harpoons. There's nowhere to run. Will finally get away, but there's no drag to go with the flag. And so Bucci with the flash actually does survive, despite what looked like a pretty done deal.
Yeah, that's the idea of the flash W on Jarvan, is you're saving your EQ, which is otherwise a very telegraphed ability combo, for after Bucci's flash, so that you can follow up the flash and secure that kill. I'm not sure what happened to the Dragon Strike. I'm not sure what happened to that Q for Jarvan, for that to not work. But that was the attempt, and either way, we get the flash from Jace. That's now down. Very vulnerable here as a top laner for any return ganks from Hybrid.
Pulls off the level 3 gank at the very least. Flash you're pretty happy with. Forces Bucci into an awkward spot and doesn't get to have that pressure he did, say, the last time we saw him playing that Jason. Again, it was a really good look from DMG. Handled Bulldogs with alacrity, I think is the word I'll use today. It's a fun word, and I want to stick with it. Especially as we... Yeah, no, I'm a fan. As we kind of... I don't want to say dismissed, but we were here basically needing DMG to show us something before we started believing in them. And that was a really good start to do that. Again, it was only one game. It was only one showing here. We've still got to see a little bit more out of them. But at least the first attempt was a good look. And here against LightSide, who would be nominally on paper a more even matchup, see whether they can do it again.
I think it's fair though for DMG. Ooh, Sunfri's jumped very far in. Ooh. Aftershocks just make it so that not too much is being traded back as far as damage goes there. And yeah, just to pick up on your point again there. You know what, never mind. Let's fight in topside. Bucci has no flash. He could be in trouble. Elijah has his.
Yeah, here's the scrap shot. We'll turn around, and Dandum is around, so I think it might be a little risky, especially as cooldowns start to come on through.
No wards, no wards.
Oh, hang on, how much? You can drive through this wall here, picks up a boulder. Evil. It's now available to be used to knock something around. Is Elijah just shy? Can't quite find the Ixtal's impact, and so Elijah just gets to walk away.
That was a little bit disrespectful from Elijah, but well done. Nice little happy feet there on that play. Avoiding Skarner, which is impressive because Skarner has a pretty fat model, by the way. Like, he's a chunky boy. So just being able to walk forward and not have to flash away is, yeah, that's very nice stuff there from Elijah. Big deal as well, saving your flash when you're someone like Rumble. Otherwise can be quite vulnerable in his lane.
To which we will have to see whether we can get some return turnarounds on that one. As Dandum not able to get the value there. I think he was kind of hoping for. Felt like a good option. Couldn't quite do it. Grub's now taken. Dragon, now taken by Highbridge. All the while that was happening. And this guard now in danger as Sunfree's come from the other side of the lane to where you'd expect him to be from. But a quick fleeting current. And Bizguard gets to walk to safety.
And now after Dragon, Highbridge, she's getting greedy. He wants to get both. He wants to get both these objectives. He's moving over to the Grubs, but DMG, they know this is going down. They are responding, but Bizguard is stuck under his turret. Ooh, I'm not sure DMG can respond to this one properly, you know. I think they're just going to have to let it go, which is...
Wow.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for LLS. Golden Penny, though. This is not good for him.
We'll make it
really
rain in the strut, so he can just walk really fast. Hang on, there's a way to drive through the wall here, but I don't think Dan is going to be quite in time. Oh, no. And yeah, Misfortune is just really, really quick. I don't know what they put in those heels, but clearly it comes with like some, like, I don't know, roller skates or something.
Yes, they're made for walking on boots. And that's just what she do. She walk away from all
over
the players.
DMG, apparently, I know.
Yeah, that's the one. Golden Penny,
that's how the song goes.
Something like that, at least, yeah. He had a good game one as well, as sort of like a reassurance for LLS, who otherwise, you know, it wasn't a great showing, but I would say Golden Penny on that Jhin was actually pretty good. You know, he didn't get many opportunities to do anything, and I think that's kind of just a result of being Jhin. Obviously, the rest of your team not, you know, having much control on the map also doesn't help. But Misfortune certainly is a champion that can maybe be a little bit more aggressive or demands plays be a bit more around her. With that in mind, you might actually see a bit more out of Golden Penny in this game.
Anthem did just walk across the control ward, so Harbo knows that the Scorpion's around, so won't find any ingress into the mid lane particularly. I think I somewhat agree there. I think Bucci now in danger. Flame Spitter comes on down. Bucci in danger. Just about turns around on the turret shot. Not quite there. Elijah gets out of range just before another one could come flying on through. But another flash blown by Bucci, who's not having as much fun this time around in the matchup.
Definitely not. Does have his teleport though, so we'll be able to get back in here in time. Elijah, yeah, he's going to walk away from this one. Crucially denies the cannon minion to the turret though, with that little bit of an extra push. And 4 seconds now on his teleport means he'll be able to match this for Bucci. He may not even have to use it, to be honest. Bucci is still on the turret. He might just decide to walk up topside. I'd be a little bit surprised, but that is potential. As Golden Penny, level 6 and cut up Sky.
Go. There's a world where you just go crashing down forward. Sunfree not with the level 6. Yeah, here's the engage. Flash for the Magnus. Golden Penny flashes on out to safety, but now Sunfree in danger under that turret. Gets out to safety. Despite the attempted trap, Summon has blown. No one dies.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the execution of that one. Dandum though, he's found Elijah.
Forces the flash this time around. Attempt 2 gets a little bit more than attempt 1.
Alright, there goes the flash now on the Rumble. With that being down, it really evens things out here in the top side, Bucci can be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that Rumble can't just splash on top of him with the overheat and smack him with those empowered auto attacks. Yeah, which otherwise is a big threat for Jace. And now with the return play, Elijah, no flash.
Doesn't find too much more. No equalizer available as yet. So Bucci gets the wave shove and will look to back away. But look who else is here. It's Sunfry and Highbridge. Looking for potential angle in here. Elijah. Put down that ward and spot out the Scorpion hanging around in that bush. And be able to get the wave shove regardless. Remember, Bucci, no teleport. So may just decide he has to stay here.
Dandem's wasting a lot of time. The question being, what does Highbridge get in response? Dandem's just been here forever. Just chilling topside, covering for Bucci, potentially ganking as well. He did before. Okay. Is he trying to pull the wave?
That's the correct phrasing. Is Sunfry tanks
got the red carpet.
Oh, and he's delayed the reset. Bucci with no flash, no TP, and I fear no hope for survival. Elijah with 20% HP. The TP now comes flying on through. We'll see the resets come down. Worth noting, 20 seconds till Grubs. LightSide had the first set, but with Elijah's health bar being so low and the reset not having come about, they might be a little late if they wanted to start those on spawn.
Both objectives synchronizing their respawns. 10 on the Grubs, 15 on the Dragon. It was LightSide who took both. Oh, a chunk on the bullet time there. Not too much though for Fatesky. LightSide got both of these, right? I don't think they're going to get both this time around either, especially Golden Penny using that bullet time. You'd imagine at this point he's in trouble himself. Sunfry, can he protect him?
Yeah, people comes on through. Sunfry trying to buy some time. The Magnet Storm comes along. A suppression onto Sunfry. And they won't quite pick up the Leona 2, but the damage is done. Golden Penny is picked up and put into the piggy banks of DMG.
Oh, the return though. He's going to pick up his own kill.
How did he do that one? He's going to try and run away. Has an Ignite and a Dream. I don't know how he managed to pick up that kill, but it caught us by surprise, that's for sure. The Ignite comes on down, but it feels like a little too little, a little too late, and he will die as well. All the while, though, Highbridge picks up Grubs. He's delayed the start of the Dragon, so I half wonder whether now LightSide feel like they've got the ability to catch people on a slightly off-tempo.
Yeah, DMG is, like you say, off-tempo. They're deciding to recall themselves. Yeah, Bizguard now with that interrupted reset. This could be, again, another double objective. Yeah. Golden Penny's back on the map. Fatesky hasn't reset yet. If LightSide see that, and they see that Fatesky has just reset, I think they would have pulled the trigger there. I think he was just a little bit off vision. And here's the replay, bottom left. Yeah. It's just...
Nice. Nice.
Just fancied it. Just fancied it. Hits ding 6 and goes for the kill. Not worth it though, because Fatesky gets a kill in return. So yes, Leona is now fed, but so is.
You know what? I'd argue it stops the Dragon in fairness too. So
well,
to the Dragon. Fair, so maybe
you might be right on that. Yeah, outside of the context of just the kills, yeah, I'll give you that.
Either way, the Dragon not started. There are better wards for DMG around. It feels like both teams managed to get wards deep in the enemy jungle and not swept the ones out in their own. So there's decent vision for both teams around this bot side river, just slightly inverted. As the scene of the crimes we just witnessed was bot lane. That's where we return. Golden Penny on that reset did have Bloodthirster, so has that very key item to the misfortune, of course. I mean, she pretty much always has Strut Up because you don't lose that until you take actual damage, and the shield really helps with that.
Yeah, it's a nice little interaction Misfortune has there with, like you say, with the shields. And the fact that she has Strut, just... She doesn't even have tier 1 boots, man. And she's speedy. She's not slow. She's keeping up with Leona, who's got Merc Treads, man. It's...
I love that you say that as she walks across the honey fruit and gets slowed, but...
Oh, yeah,
Dragon's coming across.
There is that. Oh, big TPs, big fight.
Yeah, the angle. Down goes looking for Impale. Only really lands onto one, but Harbour gets the flash away. The equalizer back. It's pretty good. Spiraling Despair onto Elijah. It's an absolute bloodbath. In comes the Cataclysm, locking DMG inside. Highbridge survives and allows the rest of his team to follow up. Fatesky tries to go on in and will at least get one more. It is messy stuff out here as Golden Penny running down Bucci down to 20% HP. Hit with the Make It Rain and Misfortune struts her stuff. One last auto. Not quite enough as Bucci flashes out to safety. It is, I believe, a 1-4-2? in the grand scheme of things. Have a look at the replay.
I think you're right. And Bizguard survives on 1 HP here. Now take a look at the combo between Rumble, between the Orianna here. Red carpet, boom. Shockwave, boom. It's gross. It's disgusting. And it's an easy mop-up for LightSide after those two go down. Bizguard, 1 HP's his way out of this after the burn as well. Fateski, not quite as lucky. That could have been a lot worse for DMG, I'm not going to lie. But LightSide, beautiful team fight.
1 for 3 as I count at the end of that. It got a little bit difficult to count with a lot of those label health bars. Escapes either way. Nice play from LightSide. Gets them right into it. They've got the second dragon. Now for feet of strength, we're both playing away for that first turret, but this is not the DMG we saw in game 1. They're looking a lot more awkward around these objectives. Speaking with Bucci on this Jace, hit with the Shockwave, hit with the full Leona combo, and unfortunately, the full force of the sun is a bit more than a man with a hammer can stand in front of.
Yeah, you can see Sunfree's reaction to that play as well. Able to bring down Bucci. Finally, he's punished for losing his flash, right? That is the 3rd time Bucci has flashed defensively in this game. Or he's done it 3 times, but he's not died until that point. Speaking of dying though, Elijah.
He's in danger, gets crashed down on. Dead. Fateski picks that one up. 4th kill for the Corki now. All the while though, remember 6 scrubs and a wave means this mid lane turret will fall.
You get 2,
they already get the one in bot side as well. Yeah, that's feats of strength. That's a huge shove. Harbor with the clockwork wind up and those 6 scrubs. Probably do a fair amount of damage to this tier 2 down here as well. LightSide looking to keep shoving on 2 lanes here.
No, I don't. Do they get mid still? I don't know about this one though. Hybrid's peeled away from this mid lane to go for these wolves and maybe to kind of shadow Harbor as well. But I think you just full send it mid there. You get that tier 2 mid. That was an insane push. Great waves. Yeah, like 2 waves there too. Yeah, that could have been 2 mid towers falling down, but LLS decided not to go for that. It's not the end of the world if you don't take a turret because, you know, you can just get it later. It's not going anywhere, but I think that would have been a really nice injection of gold if they were able to pick it up. But not going to happen. Instead, DMG now opting towards this Rift Herald.
Eclipse done for Hybrid's going for a very aggressive build on the Jarvan. That means we are starting to get those first items largely completed. A brawl you feel is brewing, but unfortunately they overbrew it and it goes flat, so no fight occurs. Hybrid may be looking to catch out the Skarner on the way out, but he drives swiftly enough through walls. It doesn't threaten too much, but that does mean the damage they did to tier 2 earlier in mid lane now followed up on those mites offering some minions where none were really there before.
Perfect stuff. LightSide. Wow, what a change we've seen from their first game here. The first game that they played, they actually, I mean, they had a good start. They looked good to begin with, and then it all just fell apart. Whereas this game's a lot more collected. Yeah, look at this. Harbor has really stepped up in this one as well.
Hang on.
Doing so much damage. Bizguard's done though, surely.
Supportal combat. Sunfry did have the solar flares yet to burn it. Here come the TPs though, and now Sunfry is very, very deep with no real way out. I think he wanted to try and solar flare Bizguard on his exit. Couldn't quite do it, and that will be a kill over the LightSide. But again, learns to teleport to do it. Do they lose anything on the other side of the map? I think with the waves already shoved in the way they are and those tier 1s off the board, not easy to do it. Yeah.
Elijah might be looking for this play here. Yeah, here we go.
They jump on it there with the blast go. Bucci did not enjoy that, but here comes Sunfry. Elijah caught back with the Ferromancy crash down, and Calmscape picks up that kill.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, 3v1. That's not cool. Elijah took that fight as well, right? He was charging up his heat in the bush. I think he actually overheated too early. Didn't get his ult down. He silenced himself. Like, you do want to overheat in the 1v1 versus Jace because your empowered auto attacks are just mega. They're insane. Ideally, you get your ult down, you know, get the rest of your abilities, and then overheat while your Q's up. That's the ideal combo. Didn't happen that time around. Elijah will fall. What does LS get on the bottom side of this map here? They've got kind of some level of control in this bot jungle, but it's all being swept away. This dragon that spawns in 5 seconds. There's no significant vision advantage here.
It's not. This will be Infernal Soul Point for LightSide if they can secure it. They have got a lot of map control. Giving up a couple kills topside was a bit of a frustration point, but they are still in a pretty good spot this game. DMG need this fight to go well. Using the Herald, try and buy space. It's a good crash down into the Magnet Storm. Gold Penny, Flash Cleanse away. Counter Strike with the massive Cataclysm bullet time combo. Headshots the backline. Sunfry trying to run away. Will get one back. They lose Bucci, they lose Faceky, they lose Komsky in nothing. Nothing for DMG in response.
Sky decent engaged, but all summoners were available from the carries of LightSide. You cannot lock them down in time. You saw what happened there, though, with the combination of Orianna, Java, and Misfortune. It is absolutely vile stuff. DMG should not be taking those fights, cannot take those fights. LightSide, as a response, will take down this dragon and put themselves in Soul Point.
Infernal Soul Point secured. Another set of kills for the side of Golden Penny. Also Harbo now on this Orianna, gone towards that Shadow Flame second to really hurt the squishies. Yes, you've got the Skarner, but everyone else not going to enjoy that at all. Unless Rel, of course, steals a load of the resist with the passive. She ain't that tanky either.
Rel and Leona, both of these champions, considering they have the majority of the deaths on their team, it shows you just how bloodthirsty this game has been. Because yeah, with the aftershocks, with the general tankiness of these two champs, like, you would expect them to be a little bit more durable, even though they are supports. It's just not been that game. It's just not been that kind of game. We've seen a lot of power go through, a lot of aggression. And speaking of, even more aggression onto these turrets. Bot side for Bucci. He's not quite had the same performance as we saw from him in the first game here. But there's still time. He's fully stacked his tier. When that one comes through, a lot of damage on those shock blasts.
Speaking of, Bucci was pretty shoved up to try and get that tier 1. Couldn't quite do it, and the rest of LightSide push in to the enemy blue side jungle, looking to potentially pinch him off, but the rest of the team there to defend. Bucci swift enough on the retreat out. Flash on forward on the Golden Penny! That's the 80 carry! Nowhere to go! As Dandem finds the moment, huge shutdown goes the way of DMG. Reminder, Atakan's up and down there, you just lost a member. Do they want to push for that objective? Ooh. Maybe not. They're looking to try and trade out waves here. This isn't what you necessarily want to get with that huge pickoff.
That's it. That is the question. Elijah, bruh, he is just auto-pathed in through bot side. Not what you wanted to do right there at all. Genuinely not sure what happened there, but still LightSide now. They don't want this Atakan to go down. They're going to try and contest, but they're down. Remember, the 80 carry is dead.
Speed up with the command dissonance onto Sunfry, but he's now on the wrong side of the play, looking to go back in. Into the backside he goes, but to what end? Solar Flare stuns up this Corki, but he's already got his Gatling gun rolling. And that allows Bucci to help pick up another kill from 1 and 2 to 3 and 2 in the blink of an eye.
LightSide have to be careful. They don't just go one by one. If they lemmings this game here, then that Atakan will fall. It's not what you want to have here in a game where you've had pretty good control. If you were to let it all go away by just being, undisciplined, wrong place, wrong time, that would just be, it would be tragic for LightSide, how hard they've worked to build up the lead in this game.
And I think if you look at how LightSide lost their first game to Ruddy, I think undisciplined in the mid game is a lot of it. They got early leads, they got Highbridge and Harbour way ahead of curve, and then fumbled in the mid game. Great play out of Ruddy to do that, don't get me wrong, but the sack struck back in a way I wasn't really necessarily thinking they should have been given so much of an opportunity to do so. And now in this game, LightSide, they've got Harbo at a crazy point of power, 2.5 items. You've got the Misfortune at 2 items. You've got the 2 items on Elijah. This is getting pretty good stuff, and you're not quite there on DMG. You want to get value out of this, especially with Infernal Soul on the table in about 1.5 minutes or so, when the setups will start to really come on through. Finally, DMG pick up that tier 1 in bot side, but LightSide now towards his top side.
Ooh, Bucci, a little bit tanky with that Spirit Shojin. He might find himself in trouble. We're going to back away our LightSide from this play. 4 members, though, towards the top side. Yeah, okay, not big enough. I don't know, I feel like going for this wave here. I guess, yeah, you can see LightSide might be rotating down. It's a little bit risky. Speaking of risky, though. Yeah, they're lurking, dude. They're lurking.
Mitsuki has got a Valkyrie, so not the easiest to lock down. See what Highbridge and Harbo were conspiring to do there with their compatriots. Blue buff stolen. That has been a bit of a problem point for DMG. Their poor Skarner just keeps dropping farm because it keeps being stolen. They will finally pick up a lot of these tier 1 structures though that they have not gotten earlier on. And once again, a bit of a bush bait. 45 seconds until Soul, and DMG do not know what's happening in this river at all.
It's so easy to turn here if you're Java and Orianna. DMG know that. They've got decent face check. Obviously, Rel will probably just die. Even Rel will probably just die. But things like the Corky Rockets, Aphelios abilities, even I guess the Skarnaku and the Shock Blast, they can check the bushes to see where LightSide are. Because otherwise, this is a very dark map for DMG. They have no control of this side here. But they need to get position for this Elder.
I think they've got a ward just over by Krugs. That is a potential teleport angle, but do you really want the Jace teleport? The Way teleport? A pick onto Elijah, though? That'll do! How on earth did he get caught out there?
Okay, so what's the response now from LightSide? They're not going to get the soul here. They are pushing through mids. Is that it? Is that the answer in Hib turret? They're turning as if they want to fight this, but I don't know, dude. It's 4 versus 5.
Solar Flare, Sunfire Flash, and they just blew up Bucci! Alright, that evens things out a little bit. In comes the Cataclysm. Damsel caught within. Flag, drag out onto Fateski, who just get away. The Impale goes wide onto no one. What about the turnaround? There's the back end, and the bullet time comes on through. And they bring down another. They will lose the side of the the jungler. There we go. Danton running to the wrong side. It's such a mess. Fateski,
oh my God.
big aggro by the Atacard in danger. Ixtal's impact out to safety. My days, Golden Penny hurts. But here comes Harbo. It's like the Atacard! What is happening?
No.
What on earth? Where is the JPEG? I know Wonder only played for a single game, a single week of the split last time around, but that JPEG holds true. What on earth was that?
Oh man, that is... Oh, it's tragic. It's tragic for DMG. I thought this was going to be terrible for LightSide because it's a 4 versus 5. Little did I know. Atakan was the 5th member that LightSide needed. Look at how Sunfury flashes in with the ball on his head here for an instant easy shockwave blow up onto Bucci. It's a 50-50 on the Dragon itself. Unfortunately for DMG, they take it. But this team fight, Golden Penny is just left untouched. Look at him go. And now it's all tragic for Fateski. I don't really want to say keep your eye on Fateski, but keep your eye on Fateski. Because he takes so much damage. He walks back in.
Oh, Biscott aggroes it towards him!
In the booth.
Oh, it's aggroed onto... It was aggroed onto Biscott, so the AoE killed him. Oh, no.
Oh, mate, that is sad. That is a sad, sad death for Fateski.
Alright, Golden Penny's now got 3 items. The Infinity Edge is done. Fateski, I think, will be typing a few question marks in chat after that one. That is a rough way to go.
That's so
they
funny.
do at least stop Soul, so there's that. That is the very small mercies they have been delivered after that fight. Man, it was 5v4, and still it goes like that.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Brilliant stuff. I love it. I love League of Legends. Get on NLC action. Prime time. League of Legends. Where else would you rather be?
Never let it be said it's boring. It's never that.
Now the lane swaps are gone. I agree. And CLG EU isn't a thing.
Anivia every time. Just clear the waves, baby.
13-year throwback. Jesus.
I was a Gambit fan, for the record. I was always on that side of it, and that was 20 minutes or lose by it.
Gambit fan, bruv. They were...
Moscow 5 in Season 2.
Yeah, they'd fallen off by the time they were Gambit. Moscow 5 Empire. That was it.
Oh, yeah.
Odd one yelling Empire because the new push fade. Oh, man. Dude, I'm just... my back hurts just talking about this. Atakan, though, his back's going to hurt because it's getting dunzoed. It is all kinds of over. I mean, what are DMG doing on the map here? They're literally all in base. They're not trading anything here. It's just, they just don't... I'm not sure. I am not sure what is going on right now.
I've said
that's
that
a
once
very
or
free
twice.
Atakan.
It was. They picked that up. That's also a reminder, the Ruinous Atacant that empowers the grubs you've got. It empowers the 3 dragons you've got. So you're effectively now walking with about 8 grubs rather than 6. That is very scary stuff, especially when you're already down an inhibitor turret in mid lane. LightSide, for all we had our complaints about how they played out the mid stages of last game, and it's not been perfect this game around, don't get me wrong. A few people getting caught out when they shouldn't have been. Have still managed to get a lot of structures, a lot of pressure on maps, played the waves a lot better. We can now look to set up around this Baron that DMG cleared some vision out around, and that's about it.
DMG, they need to be able to contest this one. You've already lost the Atakan, which is a big oopsie in my opinion. You can't be losing an Ashe as well. That's far too much to give up here. This tier 1 mid is still standing, man. 30 minutes into the game, it really just shows you how DMG have just not really been able to get any meaningful push or wave position. He should be able to get out of this one. Astakan is dead, so he should be safe. There we go. Just flies out to safety.
Forced him out of mid lane though. Remember, with the inhibitor turret down, always a little bit scary to give up control of mid lane. DMG now start to try and work their way back towards it, but with hybrids there, threatening a Cataclysm, and then a Valkyrie over the wall as Sunfry walks forwards on this Leona. Looking easy. 15 seconds on another round at this Dragon Pit. LightSide have largely come out on top of these, but I don't hear no bell yet, Foxy. So I suspect DMG will come fight, because they've been doing it all damn game.
And they've got to do it as well. At this point, you know, 30 minutes in, you stand to lose quite a lot if you don't fight. You can't concede this Dragon because that's Soul. You can't concede Nash because that would just be a push and end. Here comes the big old fight. LightSide looking for the wombo combo. Can they find it?
It's Nordic knockdown derby out here. LightSide versus DMG. Roll up, roll up. Tickets are going hot, and the Dragon is the prize. 8k HP right now. Bucci on one side, looking to land some poke. He is now at 3 items. Will begin to hurt again. Has come up to a significant lead. The only one on his team with it. Half HP. Dandem looking for an angle. Solar Flare buffered through by that massive angle as they come through the bullet time. Finsky just about life, but the Impale is superb. DMG by name, damaged by nature. Harbo tries, gets one back, but it is the quadra kill. On the other side, they'll lose Herbo. They'll get the pentakill. Bow down for Bizgard. He shows no regard for the lead.
Pentakill for Bizgard. 006 to 506. All it took was one team fight. But my goodness, yes, he may have got the pentakill. But as you shouted out, Dando on the Impale. Look at this Skarner, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness! It's so over after that point. Getting all of the carries, all the primary members just done, grabbed, CC'd down. After that point, there's nothing LightSide can do, and it's all just knocking them down for Bizgard at that point. It's going to be the Dragon, it's going to be the Baron Asher as well. A big prize to getting back into this game. LS may have just thrown it all away.
No. Soul Point, 6 scrubs, Adakan, gold lead. And suddenly, DMG get Dragon, get Baron, have a gold lead themselves. I've been seeing purple/blue at the bottom of my screen for nearly all of the game. LightSide might have just thrown it all away. The 10-stack Dark Seal now in the away inventory as well. That's like an extra 700 gold on top of the stats he's already got in there.
Oh man. He took a while for him to get his first kill, but once he got his first one, yeah, they all started following after that. And now he is huge. He's actually huge, genuinely, especially with that Rabadoodles finished up. Got some Magic Pen as well. At this point, though, like, DMG are just massive. Like, the front line is huge. It's so hard for Golden Penny to even get a good bullet time down. I don't know how you navigate these team fights.
I thought he'd found one in that last play, but Dandem just says no, scrolls towards him and presses R. Really problematic. The damage is still pretty good from LightSide, don't get me wrong. Can all still go wrong. Karmsky down very low. As the Solar Flare comes on through, Bucci not there. They're going for the play, but the turnaround Magnus on Karmsky goes crashing on down. But they manage to get the suppression. 1 for 1 as it stands. Still looking for the play. They finally bring down Bizgard. The way dies. Huge shutdown. Bucci wasn't there. Gets the tier 2, not the inhibitor. And the Baron shove is somewhat stalled. Nice engage from LightSide.
That was a good re-engage from DMG under the turret from Calmsky, but just not enough. Just not enough, and LightSide able to find those kills. Their Golden Penny, unfortunately, has a bit of a target on his back. When he doesn't have those summoners, it's so hard for him to survive in these team fights. Between Calmsky and Dandem jumping on him, it's almost impossible to survive. And considering the tools of Harbo and Leona are all about, in this game at least, comboing aggressively, there's not a lot to protect him. That could be a problem moving forward here, especially considering he is the main damage to bring down the front line of Rel and Skarner.
He's gone towards a Dirk last item here, and you've already got 100% crit, so I'm not sure
Edge of Night,
how...
surely.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's going to be a collector. I think it might be the Edge of Night. You're right.
I think that that Banshee shield is, yeah.
Critical,
I think that's a
yeah.
pretty good idea, to be fair. I could get behind that for sure. A little bit of health as well for survivability. Certainly does. I don't think he has any issues with his damage, right? It's
No.
the issues is not being
Delivering it,
60
yeah.
under, yeah, immediately in a team fight.
Bullet time is such a nebulous term, right? Like, are we talking a bullet hour? Are we talking a bullet second?
True.
Unfortunately, right, it feels like we're getting bullet second. It's not been easy over the last few fights to actually get a full channel of the ultimate without someone coming to really punish you for standing still for too long.
Yeah, he just can't last long enough. He just, sometimes it does. And Misfortune's gonna have to find a way to fix that. To be honest, I don't really think it's her responsibility.
No.
Right? Yeah, you need your summoners basically. You need your summoners.
Yeah,
Maybe
yes.
Edge and I will help you as well. But we'll see how this one unfolds at this point.
Reduction. Is there a way of flicking over to see how much gold Misfortune's got in inventory right now? So it'd be great to know if she's going to get that Edge of Night prior to this dragon that's spawning in 35 seconds. Can't be miles off.
No, she's
might not
pretty
be possible.
close. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, it's a big deal. It's a good thing to point out because it would be a big deal, right? Whether or not she's got an extra defensive tool. The flash is coming up now. That's 5 seconds on the flash. So that is a big one as well. Thing is as well, like once we get one big fight, the game's over, right? The bases, the lanes are pushed down enough that, uh-oh, calm sky. Okay, chilling. All right, here we go. The fight's happening. It's happening.
2 inhibitors exposed, wave shoved up. Bot side, Solar Flare lands onto Bucci, but there's no real follow-up. Dandon on the other side gets jumped on. A lot of damage, he's split up from the team. That Skarner's not tanky anymore. Jungler flashes, goes down. The Ignite claims his life. There is no smite on the board. Damage must play. DMG must play. But without the smite, I think that's just Infernal Soul.
Oh, and it was looking so good for the comeback of DMG. But one missed position. And the dragon, it falls. The soul, the Infernal Soul now for LightSide. Oh, they've been gifted this one. The game was falling away after that botched team fight at the last dragon. But now, very much back in their favor with that soul. I can't believe I'm saying this, but a Skarner got caught out of position and died. The Undestructible is gone. Golden Penny, you can see the damage though when he's actually able to put it out.
I mean, it's a 2.5 item Skarner versus a 4.5 item Misfortune. It's a bit rough if you don't get to go through some of your shields, get away from the damage. And it does just end up burning out there. Now, the gold lead, largely at this point, immaterial. It's 600 gold, 800 gold, something like that. Not very significant at all. Really will come down to execution. The Infernal Soul, empowered by that Ruinous Attican, empowered by the 6 grubs. LightSide have got so many extra tools to their name. This game should be theirs, but I said that 20 minutes ago. I'm saying it now, it's 37 minutes, and we'll have an Elder Dragon soon enough.
Still comes down to one fight. One big fight. You lose enough members, and you barrel down mid. It doesn't matter which team it is, who it is. We lose, 3-4 people, and boom, that's it. Game over, especially when you see that there are not a lot of turrets available for DMG's base. And here we go, another fight. It's going to start. Bucci's bot side got TP. Elijah, no teleport. No teleport on the Rumble, pushing in mid lane. That could be crucial.
Baron alive. Bucci trying to get as much value here as he can. He is the scariest man on the side lane. Despite not having any grubs, but to the Baron we go. 2-man by LightSide. Highbridge and Golden Penny starting that one up. Dandem onto one side, looking to find an angle in here. Started, and we are going to get that flip. Bucci's roamed on over. Sunfree comes on over, looks for the flash, shield break. Can't quite do it. Baron secure, but denies Dandem getting on in there. Well, now Solar Flare at the back end of the Dandem very, very deep. Finds a suppression, but the follow-up's not fantastic. The front line engage is eviscerated and put on fire. Elijah jumps on in. The spiraling despair is only Huizone. LightSide have surely done it.
The rock, paper, scissors of the NLC continues. LightSide not looking too hot in their first game, but it's been solid here in game number 2 for them. Whereas on the converse, DMG, so good, upsetting Bulldog early on in the day. And now just weren't quite able to find their footing. A day of redemption, a day of success, and a day of failure for some of these teams. The 1-1 curse continues. We have one game left today. Will it be that way all throughout? LightSide pick up their win of the spring split.
And you worried there, didn't you? That after that early game, after the soul, after the outer card, after the madness in that mid game, that DMG might be able to pull it back, that LightSide might throw another lead that they had. It didn't happen this time around.
Yeah.
They were the ones that came out ahead, and credit to them. It wasn't easy, it wasn't clean, but it was a win.
Yeah, and they needed that. They needed that win for sure. Like, there's always been, even with LightSide in the winter spring, there were always upsides. They were just not it. It just wasn't happening. But this time around, credit to them. Pulled that game out. Good win. And yeah, very nice stuff, LightSide.
Well, Desk, I now leave you with the unenviable choice, wrong thing. Task is the word we're going to use to break down that game. I fumble my words. I hope you don't fumble the breakdown.
A win is a win. A win is a win. That's what you have to say.
Wait. I can describe what happened very quickly. LLS were winning until they were losing, until they were winning, until they were losing very bad, getting pentakilled, until they were winning. It was very simple.
Yeah. Well, that's it. We'll see you next game.
This music is going hard.
Like, what is happening? Like, oh, it started off weird at the beginning of the game, but we got to see LLS making their wombo combo work somehow. The misfortune was left untouched most of the times, unbothered, no CC whatsoever, and that was enough. I mean, I think the big play that changed everything was the pentakill, was the big Skarner play. Aside from that, I always think like LLS was a little bit ahead on the match. Solari, I see you thinking. Are you listening to the voices, or are you bringing?
Yeah, I'm listening to one voice, and it's saying some nonsense right now, and I'm like trying to be very polite about it, but unfortunately, no. There were several
music instead. It's better.
Honestly, yeah, fair point. I have to add something. I feel like in this game there were several pivotal points that were turning the direction of the game in very specific ways. For example, at 13 minutes, it's actually, in my opinion, where things started clicking for LLS, because before that, we didn't really see too much proactivity from them, which is really weird considering they are the team who have J4 as their jungler. You want to see a lot from them on the lanes. But which one is it? Is this level 6, level 7? Charles, do you remember what happened? This is not the big one, no.
This was actually one of the very first fights where LLS started winning using their wombo combo and using their ability to actually gap close. And especially in the early game, again, we've talked about champions like the Misfortune, like the Leona and the Rambo. That level 6 really hurts. If you can get that CC to stick, it really does hurt. And I felt like DMG really didn't help the situation by putting themselves too far forward, like Fetsky Wing in at the very end, as you saw there in the replay as well. And I felt like I was actually scared. I said go next when it was level 7 and I had not seen Javan on any lane, taking any flash, ganking, like putting pressure. I was like, just go next. You know, like Javan is literally there to deliver the ball. But I feel like, honestly, I said for hybrids, you gotta put your money where your mouth is. He actually did.
He actually, a little bit later in the game, but he actually did. But I think it's also about what DMG were doing on the map, because so much was being influenced by how good or how bad their decisions were on the map. Like, for example, in the very beginning of the game, we saw DMG several times on the top lane trying to do something about Elijah, and only once did it work out for them. But then in some fights, things were not clicking for them at all, because I am surprised by how DMG were choosing to pick some fights. This one is one of those examples. Later on, you're going to see them taking fights when they're in a clear disadvantage, like when they don't have enough people to have a full-on 5v5. They take on fights when they don't have any access to the enemy Misfortune to do anything to her, or when the enemy has all of the tools, especially their ultimates, available.
Yeah, it was hard to click for DMG, and you got to a point where the window was closed. Tell me, Trouble.
I feel like it was just, I really like Solari's point right there, because I feel like the Misfortune was a big thorn on their butt.
Yeah.
Because every single time they would push forward, they just could not necessarily reach that Misfortune. So they could take the picks, and they could push through tri-bushes, and they could push through choke points. But once they just pushed too far, that Misfortune ult was just melting every HP bar, even the Skarner included. And I feel like, again, this comes all the way back to those early plays where Misfortune is just a stat checker and she got ahead and she had a lot more gold than the Corki in this particular case. And I feel like having that Misfortune to get ahead, build up penetration before all that armor comes through onto the Skarner can really shine in those sort of team fights where one bullet time can change the course of the whole fight.
But not only one bullet time, well, you can also get one impale to change the history itself.
I was about to say, don't ask me what the Hui spells are called. There's like 15 of them.
This was when Hui was at 006, by the way.
Yes, Agent 006 turned into Agent Penta, but Dandom did all the job here. Okay, look at what he's doing with this Impale. It's a 3-4 man Impale? And Beastcar just has to finish the job, and he does it perfectly, but it's Dandom who sets the things up, and that's a very big moment from DMG when they start building on, but they don't take it all the way to win the game.
Yeah, and I felt like the Skarner was such an integral part as into why that fight was won, and as you can see on the gold graph as well, that's where the gold graph took a dip towards that red side as well. However, I felt like the Skarner ults weren't necessarily on point, they were overextension, so unless you have both your Rel and your Skarner at the same pace, allowing that layer of CC to come through, layer of damage to come through from the Hui and the Jace, it just wasn't quite possible because LLS had so much engage and backline access with the Java, with the Rumble ults, that they were splitting them apart.
Well, we have to highlight Arvo at this moment, and this is a funny story, no trouble, because I know his previous split was not the brightest, and starting off like this is good.
Honestly, the Rise, I don't want to see it ever again, even though I know it's coming back to the meta, and like LCK and LPL are playing it a lot. It wasn't my favorite when Harbour was playing it. However, right now he had a fantastic laning phase. His ultimates were great, and even though the stats don't necessarily speak for themselves, we literally just put them there because we wanted to highlight how well he played in this particular game. He was ahead of the way, he was making plays, he was following around Java, and I think he needed to do what he needed to do with that Orianna to create space for that Misfortune and these plays through the team fights.
I believe you're correct, and that's why, jumping into the interview, we have Elijah. Hey, welcome back. It's always good to see that smile. How are you feeling after that game, though?
I feel a bit fanboyed, I'm not gonna lie. But that's just because I know Dendam, I love Dendam. He probably loves me as well, and then it was just Fiesta on top lane where I was just being pressured a lot. But it was a fun game, like I enjoyed it.
It was fun. You do get a W at the end of the first day for Group B, yes, and you tie up with DMG. It's gonna be a weird ending, by the way. I think Group B yet again is gonna have a lot of cute scores at the end of those 2 days. But looking into this game, a lot of whoopsies, if you don't agree with me.
Yeah, especially from my side. I
what was happening, Elijah?
I don't know. I didn't expect them to play the way they played. They were playing a lot through me because I guess I just got caught and I'm no mobility champion, so it makes sense for them to just go for me when I'm such an easy kill, right? So that's just something that I need to improve on, right? Naturally, it's just something I can put my blame on, but of course, it is what it is. But I still win in the end, so I'm not gonna really complain that much.
Yeah, you got that 1-1, so that's good for you. So tell me a little bit more about this team, like the LLS. Of this spring split, because now you're getting Golden Penny, you get Sunfry. So what can you tell me about this bot line? How do you look into them?
I mean, Golden Penny is my brother. He's the other guy with the glasses on, you know. And then Sunfry is my baby. It's just like it's how it is. Like we're a big family here. It was like summer split as well, all over again for me. Just happy faces, just wanting to play, and I'm just excited to be here again, right? And just represent LLS.
Looks happy. It looks like a happy team to play with. And versus the Ruddy sack, you definitely had a moment of glory, like the team LLS had a moment of glory going through that match. It could have been a W for you folks. It could have definitely been a W. What do you think missed?
The draft.
Apologies.
I'm not just gonna hold that back. That's just my humble opinion. I think it was a little bit of an oopsie on the draft. Just how it was in terms of the way, maybe not going Cassandra R5 was the way, but I'm not sure. I think it was a bit hard overall because we have a lot of melees against something like Varus and something like Ari is just hard to pin down. It becomes impossible for us to actually get the pick, and then they will always just like if I have a fail safe of the unhit Varus, that it just becomes impossible for us to, not impossible of course, but it just becomes hard to deal with later on.
Yeah, we discussed that on desk. That's exactly what we brought up regarding
I'm
the
not
Champions
surprised.
Select,
Like
too many
I was
millions, yeah.
thinking it.
Yeah, so
we
tell
just gotta be
me,
ready.
day 2 with a 1-1, how do you think this is going to turn out?
I mean, I can't tell for sure. Only thing I can guarantee is that I will try my best.
That's fair. That's really fair. We'll talk at the end of the group, and then I can get different questions for you, Elijah. Congratulations for the W. It was a hard one, but a deserved one. So have a good rest until next week.
Thank you.
Okay.
Cheers.
I'll see you
Have a
soon.
good night.
They know, and they brought the Champion Select was like, oh, that's a stone on our foot. That's that's not a good one. Well, easy to fix, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, if you're talking about draft, you just go back to the drawing board, and this is exactly what you need to... This is probably like the easiest thing you can work on, because you can just sit around as a team, pop down your champions, your coach then goes onto... I forgot what the website... There's like a website where you can just do complete like drafts over and over again. You just basically be puzzling around with the drafts and see which one your team likes the most. So it's the easiest fix. I feel like the in-game was also a little bit... questionable from Elijah as well. I think he mentioned it as well a few points. We're like, what's my Rumble doing pushing a different lane with no words, with no control? But I feel like he knows that as well, and he mentioned it. So it's only up from here. I mean, like, LLS, we had zero expectations from them, and they managed to pick up a victory versus a team that did super well at the beginning of the day. So props to them.
We still have one more match through this day. It's going to be Nord versus Ruddy. Everybody was expecting for this clash of titans before we wrap up today's stream. So without further ado, a word from the sponsors, and we will be right back. Last match of week 1 is gonna be Nord versus Ruddy. We don't have a lot of time before we jump into match 5 of this day. Both teams want this W. It's really important for both of them. Where do we start?
Can we start with Nord maybe, because it hurts a little bit to talk about them right now. They lost their first game today against Bulldog, so it feels like it's so personal to them to win this one against Ruddy, because it would stink so much that the team that took second place in the winter split is going to end their first day in the spring split with a 0-2. Ooh.
Trouble, you have to say that
Yeah.
without being muted. Trouble, you're still muted.
Trouble.
Trouble,
We love
Trouble,
you.
you're muted.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I said it would suck even more for Jankos. Because he's already lost once while swapping team, but now losing twice, losing to the team that he left to join Nord is gonna sting twice as much.
It's a big thorn. And well, you're talking about him. Might as well bring in the head-to-head Jankos versus NettyNet. What is my eyes? Like, where my eyes should go? Guide
In
me.
the middle.
Be my GPS.
In the
Oh,
middle.
yeah.
I mean, if you look at the stats, you know, it looks like Jankos has such a good stats better than NettyNet, but I want you to look at the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. NettyNet currently
600.
sitting number 4 on the entire EUS ladder. I think Jankos is like 256, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he's actually like a big grinder when it comes to solo queue. He's played for Ruddy before, and I feel like his champion pool is one that's really fun as well. The Olafs, the Lee Sins, the more aggro type of champions. He played Vi earlier on as well. And I feel like especially the things like the Rengar and the Mundo that we mentioned, 170 games each on these champions in solo queue with more than 50% win rate on both of those, and they were banned against him on the first game he played. Does Nord feel the same way going into them?
Honestly, they
Yeah,
should.
that's my big question. There you go.
Yeah.
It's answered. But
Yeah.
do you take the Mundo? Okay, understandable. Do you take a Rengar? Because Rengar is one of those, if he gets away with the score, cool. Is it 80 carry life becomes no life? Okay,
Yes.
he does.
Yes.
Wow.
If you already take the Mundo out, take the Rengar out too.
Wow. Respect.
Is Poppy gonna be banned, I wonder, by Radisak? Just need to answer respect with some more respect.
I mean, he has to, right? I feel like Chachi pretty much blinded Poppy into anything. And especially through a lot of the more aggro champions, I feel like Poppy in general does pretty good into them. Not only because she's a neutralizer, but because her wave clear is kind of good as well. Like her Q, the Q2 that comes through the pop from the ground. I feel like she has pretty good wave clear. She's pretty much undieable as well. So she's an overall like really good neutralizer champion. I would really want to hope that this is the one that gets knocked
Gwen is available.
on the way, but Gwen is up. B1 Gwen instantly locked in. Is NettyNet going to reply with an Afiri?
You would hope so, because she's also open. This is the first game we have both open.
That was so fast.
Wow.
Let's be honest, Skarner has been proving today that he's still extremely viable. Wait, what? This is Chachi.
Wait.
What is this going
something
to slow down?
No,
So
no,
double
let's keep
melee
going.
on solo
Yes.
lanes for Sejuani.
And Sejuani on top of that, just to make sure that Jankos has a free choice. Do you want to go to the top lane to help Gwen out? Do you want to go to the mid lane to help Yone out? Do it so, please.
Wow, just Johnny's just smurfing on the champions like, pick this. No time. No, I would order like, it's a bunny. Now, for the bans, where should we look out? Like, this is fast.
Bot lane.
The thing about the Gwen as well is that there's not necessarily many counters that play into the Gwen. And I want to remind everyone that when Cassante was at his best before the big bunch of nerfs that came through, because Gwen was initially a counter pick into Cassante because he forced him to go towards Jackshow, which deemed his early game less valuable than if he would go Frozen Fist or something
Iceborne.
Gauntlet. Iceborne Gauntlet, there you go.
Yeah.
So right here, I wonder what Gethan has to play on the top side of the map into that Gwen, especially now that Jace has been taken out of the pool as well.
Do we want to go a little bit crazy here? Do we want, okay, less crazy
Yes.
but Camille? Or do we want more crazy? Do we want fewer for Radisak? If you can't have a direct answer to Gwen on the lane, why not have an answer in terms of the side lane pressure for Gethan?
I don't know how I feel about Fiora or Camille because there's a thing called Yone on the other side for Nord, and this champion is just freaking invincible on a side lane, particularly once that Blade of the Ruin King is finished right here. So I feel like there is not a lot of backline access. I feel the Radisak have to take the ground where they go front to back right here. They use Aurora as their aggressive factor, and then they play a little bit more front to backish, a little bit more of an engaged support coming through. Oh my god! You're just a freaking genius!
That was
The
good.
Fiora.
That was a good one. I was thinking maybe for the Swain, a lot of melee champions, keep him at bay with
A
dry
genius,
lines.
yeah.
Big.
I don't know if I like the Fiora right here. I'm just gonna be dead ass honest. I just feel like Yone is kind of so strong on the side lane, and paired, like, mind you, you're gonna have 2 side lane champions right here, Yone and Gwen. So if you're just gonna take one, who takes the other from the side of Ruddy? And honestly, I feel like Jankos gonna have a lot to say in that early game to shut that one down.
Aurora has to take the other
melee.
one. Aurora has to be the other one. She is not as good on the side lanes, but she has to be the answer on the side lanes in this case. Because, yeah, otherwise Radisak are just going to lose simply because they cannot keep up with the tempo from Nord.
Final pick. What is the support for Ruddy? This is gonna be so bloody.
I wonder if it's Rel, or Rel.
would be so good.
I don't know. I don't know. Rel kind of speaks to me.
Oh. Okay, well,
if you shard them, yeah.
It's a more mobile Rel. It's the same kind of thing.
It's an unmounted Rel, but
Yeah,
faster.
Rel with wings. Yeah, looks
Wow.
good. So at the end of the day, we have, I don't know, Nord is looking for fights non-stop and brawls non-stop, even sideline pressure when those 2 champions, Yone and Gwen, get those items. On the other side, well, the challenge has been met. I want to know your predictions. I want to know your thoughts.
I feel like Nord is looking to scale right here. They've got an incredible scaling team. If they get to that late game, I feel like Yone, Gwen become invincible champions, and Ezreal can actually stay pretty safe from that Fiora. On the other side, I see a lot of skill and expression being picked up by Ruddy, and honestly, I'm really excited to see that Fiora. There is a meme about EU Fiora, so I hope that they prove us wrong.
I want to see Jankas finally thriving in this game, because this feels like his draft, honestly. Him on Sejuani having so many lanes to work around, having so many things to work around and to proc his E-passive. This has to be his game. If it isn't, I don't know what is.
Well, it is our last match of the week, and all of those matches, well, Nord versus Ruddy. High expectations, high bloody as well. That's what we're hoping as we toss it to the casters. Take it away.
There was a word used there by Solari that I think Jankos might start crying over. That was thriving. Thriving on Sejuani, a man who at times has perhaps been vocal about the need to put him on Sejuani duty and how that kind of breaks his spirit. It's back again! Sejuani duty times! And the rest of the draft as well, but it just amuses me that Jankos is once again on Sejuani. No escape.
Bruh. Yeah, it's... I mean, if there's a reason to do it, it's when you've got 2 melee solo laners, 2 good like champions that need set up as well. It's cool. It's a good pick, but yeah, I don't think I'll be particularly happy about it. I will tell you that much for sure. But hey, who's happy playing Sejuani, I guess. We'll see though. Ronaldo is going to be, I would say, the main beneficiary of this one. Even though, you know, it works well with Gwen too, but the Yone Sejuani combo is just so... Oh man, it's so well documented in the meta right now.
Yeah, Marlon, gonna find Nash. I'll also note that worth checking top lane summoners in a matchup like this. Gwen often flexes summoners, but she's gone for flash teleport. That's an ignite on Gaethan though. There's also 3 people here. Gaethan! No! Flash away as flash burned by Chachi, but both top laners now down that summoner.
Yeah, Chachi flashing to try and get the stacks for the Sejuani stun. Which would have, yeah. I love how Vizichachi is now Gaethan as well. He's so omnipresent that he is both top laners in the player cams.
Oh yeah, that's what I think. I did rename the top laners the cams. I was like, hang on, what are the? Yeah. Did I say something? Was it me?
No. But it's all good stuff so far here. I think for me, what I'm really keeping my eyes on, obviously just this draft as a whole, like that's crazy, dude. Right? I think top side you've got you all obviously you're gonna be watching Fiora versus Gwen, especially with the ignite on Gaethan. But Peng for me was like insane, dude. Like he was really good in the first game. Like he turbo Astro Gap Turbo Ari versus Silas and.
Flash from Nata to get out of the way as Nash went flashing in himself. Nata had a great time on that Varus just the last time we saw them, but great start from Norden and the bot side. The Ezreal and Alistair getting to level 2 first was not what I was expecting in a matchup like that. Well played nonetheless.
I guess the flash away from a Varus could be quite significant considering that champion is otherwise very immobile. But obviously he can play to his range should he want so.
Once again going towards the lethal tempo, by the way, so it's not going to be the poke Varus again, by the by.
Yeah, I honestly feel like that's not terrible when you've got people like Yone and Gwen, because I think it's the only way you really compete against them, right? Like Varus kind of has some self-peel with his ulti, so like Yone jumps towards you, you slam your ulti down, and you can actually kind of fight fire with fire, right? A lot of upfront DPS, a lot of right-click DPS, as opposed to the poke, which you would otherwise see from a Varus.
And of course, you can see the angle saying, look, I can rush edge of Knight second, play with the Ghost Blade. You can sometimes play out those melee versus range matchups you go towards that, but I think this game will be tricky to stay at range. But either way, decision's been made there. Nat now looking at Chachi, who will get shoved back towards the lane, but I don't know to what real end here, as Chachi says, I think I might just eat scorpions for breakfast in the long run. I'm not sure you want this. I've got Conqueror Sniper now. Gaethan goes on forwards, gets a wonderful riposte slow, and Chachi just dies.
Okay, that was a little bit disrespectful.
Are we done? Yes, we are. Okay, you can keep going now. Disrespectful?
Yeah, I mean, Chachi, yeah, you can 1v1 Skarner. That's cool. But it's not a 1v1, man.
Hang on.
It isn't. Okay, whoa, what's happening down bot side? Nata's going to get
Violence! Inax flashing! Hang on! Nearly get to one back. It's 2 for Nata. Welcome back to the NLC, my friend. This is 2 wonderful games of Varus in a row.
Oh, Nata survives. He doesn't even have his flash here, but it's just enough to bring down that double kill. Get the crash on a huge wave as well. Oh, that's going to be tragic. Nash, he's the first one to fall here. I'm not quite sure what happens. They're trying to hold for the freeze, maybe? Yeah, this is the greedy play from... Oh, wait, no, this isn't the replay. That's not a replay,
That's live.
sorry. That's
That's live.
That's just Chachi. Yeah, okay. Chachi's... Yeah, okay.
So,
All
yeah,
right, Chachi.
we got
You did
baited.
it.
But he managed to get one back. That was also into the Ignite there. Gaethan overplaying that one a little bit. Will even up the gold somewhat there. Worth noting as well, there is no teleport on Gaethan, as we said about that Ignite. Means that it's not going to be always the easiest to get those resets at the timings they would like. All the way. Still Ruddy Sack, though, with the first 3 kills. So they've got that marker towards the feats of strength. No feasting as yet. No Cho'Gath in this game.
Nah, I'm just going to get pushed away for this one. I would also like to do this thing where I get distracted again and comment on Gaethan's name.
Yeah.
It sounds so Welsh. It's like Daveth.
You say that as though it's an insult. I remind you,
It's
I am
not,
half
no,
Welsh.
okay, that's fair.
Like,
that's
hang
fair.
on.
What I should say, let me follow up. Although, to be fair, I'm happy to let it sit as an insult to the Welsh. That's fine by
Thank
me.
you.
But,
Appreciate it, really.
But I also will follow up by saying it's French, not Welsh. So it's like...
Careful now, there's going to be
I
2
don't
countries in 20 seconds.
Dude, that's it. As a British man, I am in full swing on this.
Will be in a slightly spot of bother, but there's still a level 6 to work with, and Natty now just getting run down under his own turret. Yankos around as well. All the way, and I save Foxtrot from insulting anyone else in the local vicinity. Could tell he's from the south of England, honestly.
For now. No one is safe as Chachi. You're not safe either, bro.
He's not. He's probably just dead. Flash for the auto. Gets it. Off the gloves we go. Now Yankos in a 1v2.
Yankos.
Permafrost comes on down. Probably onto Natina. But here comes Ronaldo as well. Looking for an angle. Slowed down by the big boulder toss. Gaten still not at level 6. Still managed to get a double because he's got a riposte. Wonderful time. Marlon now looking to find an angle. The double stun into the fate seal on 3. But now Penga's around. Goes between world. Ronaldo dies. You hate the go to football. And you hate the go to this game.
Absolutely destructive from the Ruddy Sack against Nord. I mean, what's happening here? It's just lemmings again, one by one for Nord. Chachi though, dude, he keeps taking the 1v1s and he is strong in the 1v1s, very strong in the 1v1s. You can see, even in the 2v1, to be honest, he's making it happen. But it's not enough. You have to respect your opponents. Gaethan now might be in trouble himself.
In danger, goes forward, and he's got a bit of use of that. Grand challenge will finally fall. 4-1 to 4-2. This Fiora is certainly playing with fire. Ruddy Sack now 2,000 gold up. If we do not get Ruinous Atakan this game, I do not know what to tell you.
Yeah, you can see there's Chachi doubling up again in the bot side on the player cams. Yeah, it's been a toughie. It's been a tough one so far for both these teams.
Chachi's in danger again. It's just not I feel like we've been a 2v2 or a 3v3 lane the entire time. I need to know a number. I don't know whether you can do this, stats team, but what is the time other people not named top laners have spent in the top lane relative to the game stakes? It's going to be like 20 to 30% of the time there's been a player who is not a top laner there.
There's so much happening. Like, I wanted to keep an eye on top side because I thought this matchup was just interesting as is, but mostly outside of lane phase, right? I thought it was going to be the 1v1, the split push, that kind of thing, right? Like, the lane matchups, the side lane, that kind of thing. Not this. This is not what I was expecting. I was not expecting all of this to go down so far. Before 10 minutes, man. Before 10 minutes, it's already all happened.
Well, we now find ourselves in a position where Ruddy Sack are up 3,000 gold, and Nord, reminder, lost their first game. They could end today 0-2. Ruddy Sack with the full rebuild. Yes, some players we know from NLC, but a full rebuild of players who are not LEC champions, who are not LEC former players or Worlds former players. Suddenly looking to be doing what they've done in the past and really taking it to the very best in this league. We wondered exactly how far their old school strategy of team building would take them in day one of the, or rather day two, but their first day of games. So far, so very damn good. It's not done yet. We are only 9 minutes into the game. Even if with 10 kills, it feels like we're a lot further in.
There's a 3,000 gold lead though before 10 minutes. 3,000. That's just unheard of. It's ridiculous stuff. And you can see as well when you look at the gold totals, like it's basically just split across the entire map.
Oh my god.
It's tough.
Yankos is back. There goes the grand challenge. Needs to try and use a W. Does try to do it. Doesn't make it work. Chachi in danger. Goes down. Makes it the 1-for-1. Natty Nat now on the killing spree. But both top laners end up dying to their opposite junglers.
1-for-1, like you say. It's tough for Fiora looking at this matchup though. She is really struggling against Gwen, considering this was the counter pick, right? It was the Fiora picked into the Gwen. And yes, Gwen is strong in the meta right now, but you can't be affording to lose these 1v1s so fervently like we're seeing right now. Having said that, Fiora is a mega scaler. It should get better for her as time goes on, but I'm not convinced the Gwen isn't going to be able to stand toe-to-toe at all points in this game.
Yeah, and of course, there was a little bit of assistance from Yankos as we saw, and the items are roughly matched. The gold lead shrinks a little, which is important. Actually, as I say that, I think Chachi was the one who picked up that kill, so does neutralize that a bit. And the other difference, of course, is the teleport, right? Chachi up that level, up that bit of farm. Larger, in fact, it's been easier on the resets. Nash, though, gets shunted into a wall. Yankos around. Marlon now looking for potential angle in as Nasser's now here, looking to trade this one out. A slide on forward into another riposte, and Gaithan is donated another kill.
Rest in pepperonis, Nash. That is his third death of this game at 11 minutes. Only Chachi has more. It's just been so bloodthirsty, and he didn't really achieve anything for it either. These grubs are going to be spawning. It should be 6 grubs now for Ruddy. As Ronaldo,
here we go.
He won't be long either.
Fate sealed, buys some time. Marlon in danger, will back away now. The turnaround, though, as Yankos is here. True shot barrage! And they get out alive. Maybe I spelled a lie. He might be the GOAT of the game too. As it comes Chachi. And it's a very close shave for Ruddy Sack. The Hairline Airlines come crashing on down. They went to the wrong barbers.
Oh my goodness. It's 3 deaths for Ruddy Sack. They were so far ahead in this game. And the turnaround from Nord. A botched tower dive. Brutal stuff right here. And Nord, they're going to get these grubs as well. This was squarely in the pocket of the Sack. They were so happy with this one. A huge lead. They're going to get these grubs as well, and they've just all thrown it away.
Down to 1,000 gold lead. The grubs disappeared from their hands. They overplay it. There was no wave. And suddenly, this Gwen has a lead. Inverting what we saw not so long ago. This Yone has a lead. Up 700 gold. Those solo laners are going to be problematic at this point. Yes, you're still doing well in bot lane. Yes, your Skarner is way ahead of curve with a very early Heartsteel. However, Nord now suddenly feel like they have got avenues to attack this game and people who are strong enough to contest their opposite numbers.
And it starts in the mid lane with Ronaldo on the Yone. It reminds me of the performance he had last split when he was playing for Verdant against Los Ratones. In the game which honestly was the closest Los Ratones got to losing a proper game. I say proper game because, you know, they did lose a game, but I mean, does that even
It was a
count,
weird old game, yeah.
That was a weird game. That was a weird game, a weird draft. It was cooked right from the get-go. Yeah, but Verdant were winning really, really hard. A lot of that was because Ronaldo was on his Yone. He was playing side lanes really well. Fortunately, he got caught once, and that was basically the end of the game because Los Ratones are so good. But still, he is a man that you can put faith in, and so far, he's rewarding his team.
Gwen, fortunately though, is immune by pressing W. And gets away with that one. Jankos in a potential bit of danger as Pen comes looking alongside Marlon. Here comes Chachi though. Quickness comes on down. There's a suppression. And across comes Gaithan. Looking to put a grand challenge down, gets the healing. And gets on out to safety. Much better dive from Ruddy Sack.
There we go. That's what you want to see. No response for Nord either on this one. Ronaldo going to get some plates bot side, but pretty much a trivial response as Ruddy Sack, as you mentioned, much better. That's what you want to see. Gethin on this Fiora as well with that Ravenous Hydra, able to push down those waves fast, regen it up. It's just, this is a lot more of what you're expecting from a team that had a huge advantage in this game.
And it gets first turret towards Fiora. Ronaldo does a good job to trade it out. However, because Ruddy Sack got it first, they are the ones that earn themselves the feat of strength. Could be significant in a game that has been pretty hotly contested. The problem is we're going to start looking where those gold leads are. The Fiora back ahead. It's been very volatile, that matchup. Has wondered whether it might be. But then you look towards the jungle. This Skarner, Natty Nat against Jankos. This Skarner, 4-1 and 6, 109 heart steal stacks. Very close to an unending despair. It's going to be such a nightmare to kill before more damage items get built by Nord.
Yeah, you do have some good answers later on into the game. The likes of Gwen and Yone actually quite good at killing tanky targets, but yeah, we're a ways off from that happening so far here. He's going to be that immovable object that Nord will struggle so much against. And already at this point, just taking a little bit of stock of what we've got. To be fair, considering the gold advantage for Ruddy Sack, which has dwindled in comparison, they've not really got a huge amount, right? Like, you look at the map state, you look at the objectives, turrets, these kind of things. It's not a huge amount for them, right? So this game is certainly still contestable for Nord. Not even in a small way either, right? Like, it's absolutely still up in the air for Nord.
And that makes this matchup all that bit more spicy because, of course, we've not really talked about it on cast yet, but reminder, Jankos was playing for Ruddy Sack last split. Ruddy went for the budget loss returns plan. They went for Perks and Jankos as your top jungle option, one of the greatest pairings that Europe ever saw. And it fumbled. It crashed out really hard. Hell, then, of course, Jankos goes to replace Santorin on Nord on this team that did match up to loss returns and is now behind in the game versus Ruddy Sack, and it's just that little extra bit of spice. Hell, we were seeing memes from Don Jake and the Ruddy Sack crew on Twitter basically going, you know, the Judas memes for being a traitor. Obviously, injected with a mutual option as nice attempted to steal there, but it just means there's a little bit more pride on the line here. Ruddy Sack going towards their way of building teams. Jankos moving on to Nord to prove he can still compete with the best, and right now, Ruddy Sack is the one with the slight advantage.
It's true, this revenge for Jankos, who, my goodness, may have had to take a revisit back to Turkey with how much he was putting his hair out on that Ruddy Sack roster in the winter split. Imagine that, dude. Imagine hopping ship and then getting blasted by them here. That would just be painful for him. But he was a shining spot on the Ruddy roster. And so far, you know, he's looked good here for Nord as well, as Ronaldo could be in trouble. Natty Nat here, gonna collapse.
Go. Over the wall, Fate sealed as Burn gets out to safety. Okay, Herald's dropped. Gonna look for this tier 1 down here. Gaitham's gonna be donated. It's 6, 4, and 6. Down a bit of CS. Teleport advantage there as Gwen will at least get one on the other side, but they've still got another Herald. Charge available. Nord even look to contest this. They're sending people down now, but it might be a little too little. Another half a turret health bar gone. Not too much more than that. 2 minutes until the next dragon. And I will note as well, of course, Ronaldo backs for that second item, and it is Ronaldo. It is not. It isn't no way. It is a Nord with a caveat to him. It is unfortunate, I think, that coming into this very hype matchup, it is the slight substitute coming on him for various reasons. But still, that is the state of affairs. Ronaldo's still in a very good position this game. He's the only person on his team with the lead, so despite being the substitute, having a good showing.
He's done well so far. I will give him credit for that. Ronaldo is... well, okay, we'll forget game 1. I don't think that was particularly hot, to be fair. But on this Yone, certainly in this game, he's putting up a big threat for the Ruddy Sack to deal with. Like, I think all in all, I mean, you can see it from the goal totals there in mid lane as well, but all in all, I'd say that Ruddy Sack kind of have Nord solved to a certain degree right now in the game when it comes to their individual matchups. But Ronaldo is... he is a question mark. He is a question mark for Ruddy Sack. He's an issue that needs addressing. And I'm not quite sure if the Ruddy Sack have the tools to address it. I think it might come down to the Fiora Yone 1v1 as this game goes on, but that might be quite difficult for the Fiora to win, especially if she itemizes into some magic resist like she's thinking about now with this Hex Drinker.
Yeah, it does delay the full second item, but Hex Drinker value as a part complete always been very, very high. There's that one ward just by the red buff that's giving Nord a lot of info here about Ruddy Sack on their way in. Finally spot that out, get rid of it. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. Would only be second dragon of the game for either team. With a bit more contest over the grubs early on. But doesn't that Ruddy Sack, with the wave shoved in the way they are, will be the ones likely to start that one up if anyone is on spawn.
20 seconds. Counting it down. How is it? Are we 20 minutes into this game? I feel like we've been in this game for like 40. Is that just me or what?
No. We just had so much insane amounts of action early that we...
no, it's just stopped. We were violence bombed by these two teams.
Is that like love bombing, but like the opposite?
Yes,
is that what this is?
Exactly. That's what that is.
Oh man!
Give me the pain. I need the pain again, dude. I need it back. I'm not used to this, man.
Probably for your own spare time, mate. Where's the second item completed?
Bro, you're the Evelyn mate
so
here.
True.
Okay.
So true. But there we are. As there is in fact Yannicon spawning. Ravenous Hydra done for Fiora as well, and I think we are getting ready for a proper drag down brawl.
Cross is going to be starting it up.
Finds 3 people. Glacial Prison onto Nata, but not that much follow-up. Dash, though, into the backside with the headbutt pulverized. Doesn't get that much value onto Nata. The rest of the fight now looking ugly as Marlon needs to run away. Chachi with the needlework brings down the AD carry. They lose 2 at the back end of it, though, to Ruddy Sack. They did claim Yankos, but at what cost? Got the smite available.
All the attention that Chachi was given this game from the Ruddy Sack. All of the ways that the Ruddy Sack found to put him down, he refuses to bend. This man is still the guy. He TP'd in and took over that team fight. He's so tough for the Sack to deal with. Now was running around in circles trying to find ways to survive. It was the Sejuanio into the Alistair combo, into then the Gwen ran at him. It was just too much for him to deal with in the end. And yeah, Ruddy Sack, dude, they were in a good lead, but they're really struggling to find their ways in this game.
Fortunately for them, though, because Yankos died, they couldn't turn towards Dragon. So Dragon's still up, now going to start it up. The reset's going to be a little late, so Dragon will now go to Nord, and I have made a very swift liar there. Thank you for that one, Nord. And we come away from this one with a bit of an interesting game state. See, of course, that Atakan is up, this Fiora's still strong, but the Gwen right back in it, and Chachi, one of the most veteran top laners in the world, and again, before he even started League, he was playing other esports to top levels. I mention this every now and then. He went by Magyar in Age of Mythology. Hell, at the finals in Nottingham, I got to chat with him a bit. He was saying, he was chatting about Age of Mythology and what it was like to play that game, and he's transitioned over to a very different style of game.
Does he still play, do you know?
Not as much as he used to. Occasionally, of course, there is supposedly a remake coming at some point properly, so we'll see where all of that goes. So, he's been a pro for many, many years, just not always in League of Legends. And Now in a game like this, on Gwen, that's not tank duty, that's not old man hands jokes. This is a very good showing from him, even if it has been a hotly contested matchup.
Yeah, Chachi is nothing short of a legend of the EU scene.
Well, I'll claim it. Congratulations for giving honorary citizenship.
He went to Nottingham once, therefore he won in Insomnia Land. He won Insomnia Land, therefore he's UK. Yeah, nah, but he is legit a legend of the EU scene. From his Unicorn of Love days, Splice, and all that stuff as well. Like it's great to see these guys here again, still competing, still got what it takes. Yankos, obviously, another one. His teammate in the jungle. It's also just nothing short of, I mean, miraculous might be too much, but how are these guys still good? Seriously, the game changes so much, and they get older, but they just still have it. They still keep it up, and it's impressive to say the least.
A really great Twitter thread, as I'm hoping we get a second of it, but maybe not. Ruddy and Nord are positioning around here, so I'll hold on the conversation about age and the discussion about it perhaps a little later on, which I suppose is apt considering the topic we're talking about. No need rushing that one. Pull away. Alright, actually, I feel like we have got a second here. Basically, Just John, the coach of Nord, had a really interesting Twitter thread talking about how age is somewhat misrepresented in esports. The fact that we have got people like Daigo Mahara and stuff in fighting games in his 40s still winning big competitions out there. And actually, if you've got a 26-year-old rookie, he's still a rookie. You can still teach him stuff. Why on earth would you put him down over someone who is 18 in the same position? You can still learn a lot about the game if you're still looking to do it. And these players like Chachi, like Yankos, continue to prove that, right? That each in some ways can just be a number if you're still willing to put the grind in. And so far, they've been willing to do that. Ruddy Sack, though, start up the Atakan, and we might have another fight.
It's donezo.
It's got
Nord just
no
don't
fight.
Care.
Wow.
They just don't care.
Okay.
Okay. That's that. All right. Thank you very much, say Ruddy. No contest there. Not even a whiff of a contest. That's going to be the free Atakan. And to be honest, this Atakan, the withdrawal Atakan, it doesn't really mean, in and of itself, it's not huge to give it over, which is why I think some teams are actually okay to concede it. Like, oh wait, it wasn't the revive one, okay, it was the buff one, okay.
Yeah, it was.
So I completely rewind my point. I don't think it should be even up this Atakan. The revive one, fine, because if you can just weather the storm, it's like a buff, it goes away, it's fine, really.
If you got wave shove, but while they're taking the Atakan, take turrets, you go, okay, well they got one turret back.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
it, right?
You can excuse like trading it and that stuff, whatever. It's fine. But this one, I don't know, man. I feel like this is a little too much to give up for free, like the way Nord did. Not a fan.
You heard Foxy there. I think I agree as well. That's a very bold call. Minute till next dragon. See how much it haunts them. Because again, that buff gives you a lot of those roses as well. Gives you the experience, the adaptive force. 19 for Nord. If we can hover over onto a Ruddy Sack member, we'll have an idea about how many roses they've got. And that's not including, of course, the buff you get, which amps all the other neutrals you have. It is pretty nasty as games go on. There we go, 48. Oh man, that is probably about half a level and about a longsword / amp tone's worth of extra AP or AD. It's pretty significant.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. You know, you think about how strong old Dragon was. Well, we're on top of old things like old Dragon when it just gave you 190 gold, and it had to get changed because it was just too good. Like, bro, that's like half of a longsword or an amp tome, right? And now, yeah, you're getting that plus XP. It's pretty significant. All those flowers that the Ruddy Sack were able to pick up. Not going to be able to sneak away this Nash is Nord. Ruddy, though, I don't think they're in any rush on this one at all. Just going to be chilling. They might want to try and take away this dragon if it's open to them. I mean, it's only the third dragon at 27 minutes, though.
We've been more interested in the blood rather than necessarily the objectives that go with them. Third item's just been done for Ronaldo. Looks like Nord is saying, look, we'd rather have set up around this top side of the map. Threaten Baron. It's only second dragon. We can afford to give this up. Inax, though, eating a lot of damage from that Baron isn't fantastic for them. That's that dragon secured by Gaten.
it's just the second dragon. There's no rush for any team to do too much here. And I fear that's just what's going to be happening. The thing is, I was expecting to see a little more kind of clashing between the Fiora and the Gwen in this side lane. But it's not happening because Fiora is just shoving really hard with a Ravenous Hydra, with that big AoE, getting the waves pushed in, and then walks away. And doesn't have to actually stay around to fight. I will say though, with an asterisk here, perhaps something that can be exploited by Nord is that lack of teleport on the Fiora, right? There's the ignite there for the 1v1s, for the fights. But if there are no 1v1s or fights going down, you're really gonna, regret not having the teleport. It might be something that you charge it down there and you can get the numbers advantage on the top side.
Okay, needs to be a bit wary because, of course, he's got 2 solo laners in his bot lane now. Is Peng. Gets teleported on, teleports out himself. Flash, Glacial Prison lands! And that means his Bunny Rabbit's in danger! You know how you kill the killer Bunny Rabbit with a holy hand grenade! Courtesy of an ice bomb from Jankos! Brought down, they counted to 3.
Big shutdown as well into the pocket of Ronaldo right outside the Baron pits. Nords, this might just be the lifeline they need to get back into this game. They've started up Baron, here we go!
Man advantage. Peng, no teleport, tried to use it to escape. That means 35 seconds plus without their mid laner. Baron down to half HP. Natty Nut still around, can get into the pit, has a flash of his own, and of course can go tunneling through that stone. Nat for the flash, pulverized. Gator now on an angle, looking to go to Chachi, who flashes on in and starts making an acupuncture session from hell. As Ruddy Sack in danger. Gator trying to trade themselves out. Finally gets that ground challenge healing. Gets the decent riposte. It's still not quite enough. Still healing, still damaging. In a 1v3, this Fiora is a menace. They're still playing it out. Natty Nat drives Ronaldo into a wall, but he'll mortal steal his way through. I'm not sure they can Baron here, but they can damn well try.
They're gonna try, but I'm with you. I'm not sure that's well advised on that. Big team fight coming through. Considering that was a 4 versus 5, Nord pretty much only just about got away with this one. It's the flash engage onto Nata from Alistair with the Chachi flank. And again, just like the previous team fight, Nata is a target. Gets huge focus down. And once you lose your ADC here, if you're Ruddy Sack, it's so tough. It's already a 4 versus 5, right? You lost your mid lane. If you lose your ADC insta as well, then, what do you have left? As it turns out, not enough.
You have a Fiora, is what you have, I suppose. And
yeah, Fiora damn well tried.
That was getting pretty dicey indeed. And there's so many summoners down. There's so many, I was going to say items. There's no GAs as yet down, but we burned a lot to make those plays happen. I'm looking on the side of Nord. No flashes at all anyway. I'm looking on the other side. Ruddy Sack got a flash on the 3 members, which is pretty significant on things like that Rakan, things like that Skarner, hell, even on the Aurora. Not going to be as easy for Nord to make plays like that happen again.
That's the thing. Just got to wait for these cooldowns, specifically the summoner cooldowns. Nata might have a more fun time of things while these cooldowns are not up. Specifically things like, the Alistair flash. May be able to survive a little bit longer, but dude, this guy has just not had a fun time at all this game. And part of that is with the auto attack build. You have to walk up a little bit closer, but even if he was balancing, he'd be struggling here. Maybe the Edge Knight would save him, but that's about it. He might be getting another flank. Here we go, Chachi.
3v1 on one side. Chachi gets charmed and put down in the dirt. Our Gwen, who are in mid lane, hallowed be thy miss, put to rest. Down in the mid lane by the Ruddy Sack. Now Jankos knocked up by the Grand Entrance, impaled by his replacement, and he joins his top laner. They're heading towards Baron now with the Sack.
Nord, they succeeded through the flank of Chachi, and they are defeated through the flank of Chachi. It wasn't enough. 1 versus 3 did not happen. Insta-focus down and murdered, and the Sack. Woo! They're going to look for Baron, but it's not going to be for free here. Ruddy Sack want to do something.
Inax just about survived, but now Nash now in danger. Gonna try and get that one back. The fate sealed though!
Okay.
Pen can't quite die. Gets away to safety, the soul unbound. Proc on the rebinding does not quite kill off Peng. 42 HP after some regen. Yeah, Marlon and Peng were close to death.
They're very close. And Nord are now pinging onto this dragon, but take a look topside. Take a look topside. Fiora was pushing in, but no, that's gonna be a reset here instead. You'd think now with this Baron buff, it's gonna be very tough for Nord to really push back against the split push of the Fiora. I'm not sure what the answer is for this. It's been Chachi up until this point.
Yeah.
But if Gethin still can't bring down that 1v1 versus Chachi, now that he's got a Nash, you know, now that he's got 8 kills as well, then I don't know, dude. You just, yeah, you're really struggling in that case.
Nord at least have a Nash of their own in the Alistair. Found himself 1 or 2 decent plays with the headbutt pulverizers, but I think if you can't lock down Nata and blow him up, or knock down Peng early on, his extended plays have been quite tricky. You heard it on the desk. There is so much skill expression, was the term that Georgia used for it, and I tend to agree. There is so much mobility, so much mobility in general, that Ruddy can start to dance around some of these fights despite what looks like a wonderful team fight comp from Nord. The scaling is great, the synergy with the Sejuani is great, but you do need to be able to use it onto the right target before they dance away from you.
It all comes down to the sub in the mid lane. Ronaldo.
Got a QSS.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is it's resting on his shoulders now. He does have quite a good lead over Peng, but even just as a Yone, his execution at this point here, you know, trying to catch out people like Nato, people like Peng, maybe even just go a little bit toe to toe with the Fiora, who otherwise would be a little hard to deal with. It's what it comes down to here. Can he find those angles for those fights?
Inax starting to hurt here a little bit as well. Finds a 2-shot barrage as the rest of Ruddy break into the base. Inhibitor turret in topside down. Peng looking for an angle. Doesn't quite find it. That killer bunny rabbit looking more and more Monty Python-like now with the 3 items. Death Cap to her name. Makes Aurora a very scary bunny indeed. Gaithan pushed away from that turret just a little bit as Chachi puts down that hell of miss. Ronaldo looks for an angle. Knock up onto Nata, but not chased around from between worlds. Goes that Aurora stunned up as Sejuani tries to say no. Look at Inax on the other side though, landing Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot. Natty down the backside, another engage for Ronaldo! Finds a couple. The turnaround though is pretty significant as Ruddy now needs to back away. 99 will finally fall. A double for Peng is traded out for 3. It's messy, it's not clean. They still manage to pick up the inhibitor and Nord come away with the man advantage just about.
And it's all that Nord need at this point. They just need to hold on. They need to buy some time. They got rid of some Baron buffs there as well. It might not be a big win, but it's big enough. Ruddy halted. If they win that fight, they probably win the game. We'll take another look at how this one went down here because, honestly, Ronaldo hits up Nata and then goes back in. After this, Between Worlds comes down. Right, look at this. There's the sash on the suppression. Jumps forwards. Gets another knock-up. My goodness.
Oh.
And there it is. Boom. Yeah. He did a lot of... I hate to say this about a Yone, but he was quite well a utility Yone in that fight. He got like 2 different knockups onto Nata. Then with his ultimate as well. You think of Yone as the carry guy, and he actually was... You know, if that was a support Yone, that would have been a sick play.
And the other side of that, right, is the QSS to get out of that Impale.
Yeah.
Really, really valuable there. He's got his
the
damage
GA now
items.
as well.
He's got a GA. This guy is going to be such a menace. Got to kill him twice and through the ability to cleanse out of some of that critical CC. The game, as we've seen a few times today, it's definitely not done. Jankos fairly over this angle. Looking to find someone. Ronaldo. Spirit clears. Jankos looking for an angle onto Nata. Body blocked by Marlon. Trying to make that angle difficult. Natty Nat finds an Impale. Onto 2. The turnaround comes through. Is down with the quickness. Go Nord. Try to hold on to the side. As Peng goes between worlds and shows them the other side of the veil. Just for stepped on. It's webbing hunting season. Elmer Fudd trying to make a dock out of this one. Through the while though, look at Gaithan. That is just damage on damage on damage from Fiora, who will throw down the grand challenge and ensure that Nord fall again today. They are 0-2 and Ruddy hit right back 2-0. Split 1 put well and truly behind them.
Inax, just the sole member standing. He's not going to be enough to stop this. Coming into day 2, if you told me that this Nord lineup would be 0-2 at the end of their first round of games, I wouldn't have believed
Incredible.
you. And the sack, disappointing, upsetting Nord and all the Nord faithful. And what a way to do it as well. They look clean, they look quality. The sack is back.
It's impressive stuff. It wasn't an easy affair. Nord came and played. That top side was volatile as we hoped it would be. But in the end, I think Ruddy, as the game went on, felt like they were more coordinated in those fights. That Fiora investment they used early was so crazy. Foxy, last thoughts for the day?
Bruh, I don't know. I'm out of thoughts. I wasn't expecting any. Most of those results I was not expecting. I'll just throw it out there. What happened today?
Well, that's for the desk to break down. Take it away from here, folks.
Chaos back and forth and a big camping site on top side. Let's start with that one. Chachi queued in for the 5v5 1v1 on lane. That's not what he got.
Has anybody in this game, in both of these teams, at any point gotten any cue that there are other lanes that exist in game apart from the top lane? Because it feels like it has been an ARAM top lane fiesta for like half of the game.
I just want to say that I kind of feel bad for Jankos, first of all. Dude didn't even finish his first clear, and both his top lane and bot lane had died, respectively, in their lanes. And I'm like, we just highlighted how it would suck so bad, because he left Ruddy to join Nord. He lost to Bulldog, who looked a mess earlier on, but now also losing to Ruddy, who he left to join Nord. It's just the perfect talent. It just happened. It just happened. And it's just crazy.
It is rough. I don't know if he's going to shave his head now. I don't know yet, because we love you very much, man. We love you very much. Stay with us. Stay with us. But now, rough game and rough start for Nord above all, with an 0-2 at the first. Can you imagine?
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Nord starting on lower bracket at the end of seeding stage? I don't know.
That's
still too early. It's still too early. I'm just setting expectations. I'm just setting expectations.
No, it's not too early. We only have 2 days before we go into the playoffs, where the real fun begins and where you can be promoted to spectator, as you like to say it. I don't think it's too early. I think you have absolutely no right to be losing a single game, yet alone 2 games in a row, if you are in a situation like this and if you are Nord, who just got 2nd place in the winter split.
Yeah, and I feel like for Nord right here, I feel like I'm looking at the composition again, and I'm like, I see Ronaldo hitting level 18, 4 items from the Yone, and I'm like, it's Yone, and he was doing Yone things throughout the entire freaking game. But I feel like the way that Ruddy collapses, the way that Ruddy spaces around the fights, honestly, it's just impeccable. And I feel like, again, props to the coaching staff. I know Yamato is behind them as well. Props to the coaching staff. Props to the people who reinvented the players and the whole group of people that rejoined Ruddy to bring them together. These guys look incredibly good. And I'm talking about team fights. Like right here. Okay. Riot, that was a Yone diff right here.
It's a clean Yone diff, honestly. With Ronaldo being controlled twice by Skana, and it didn't mean anything because he still kept killing.
I mean, yeah, it's my Yone, but it's a good Yone moment. And I agree
this
with
is
you.
why
Even
it's
on
not
the base,
my Yone. This is why it's
a
not my
different
Yone, because
Okay.
it's a good Yone moment.
Enemy Yone. Okay, enemy Yone. And even on the last stand, we almost got to see Yone turning it around when everything was almost done. And keep in mind that Ronaldo is the sub. He's not supposed to be here longer. It's only for today, as no way it was not like he couldn't play for Nord today. So Ronaldo did the sub. He did a good job. And Nord still came out of this one 0-2. But we need to highlight Ruddy. And I agree with you, TurboLink, 100%. This team is... It's the Ruddy Aura. I think they got it back, the mojo.
Yeah, and I just want your eyes right here in this particular fight, because I'm pretty sure this was the last fight before it ended.
Yeah.
DP coming through in that mid lane, and then Ronaldo tries to peek into that Skarner, but this Skarner gets a fantastic 2-man ult, and then look at Pang in the backline. He just TP'd in the mid lane. You know where he's coming from. So the second Nord funneled through that choke point to push through together with Jankos. They get absolutely chunked by that Aurora.
Can I also pinpoint your attention to Gaethan here for a second? Because this Fiora pick as unexpected for everybody except for me as it came in the draft, and with how much he has suffered throughout the majority of the game, the glow up towards the end of the game was insane. It wasn't the Fiora that I was expecting to see, the one that is trying to match the side lanes. It was quite the opposite. It was Fiora that was there in the team fights, because it looks like for these Ruddy suck, their main strength is in their team fights.
Hold on a minute.
Our Fiora.
Keep that,
yeah,
keep that,
10-5.
no. Keep that graphic up.
Uh-huh.
27.5 thousand damage on Skarner? Yone, for example, had 28.5.
Yeah.
That's 27.5 from Skarner. And you know why? That's because that's a Skarner with a heart steal that kept fist fighting through that early game, stacking that heart steal into 4 melee champions.
You know what's really funny is that, like, Yone has sword, spirit, soul bounding, and everything. It's kind of just like, hey, I have a tail. And then deals almost the same damage as Yone. I don't know. One goes into a spirit realm to try and just delete the universe. The other one is like, chonko, chonko. And that's enough for you. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I agree with you. Getting with a 10-5 on the Fiora, somehow it pulled it through at the end of it. The grand challenge was accepted, and it was a good week for Ruddy Sack, at least for this first one. We still have to see what happens on the second one. Let me just check, because Ruddy played versus LLS and versus Nord. So this means they still have to play versus DMG.
They played? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bulldog.
Yeah, and Bulldog.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
It's looking like a promise.
Talk with Natty Nat. I think he's waiting for us. Natty, big
Hello.
boss, how you doing?
How you doing, boss? I'm doing great, man. I've been waiting to speak for you for a little bit now.
Really? Man, I'm a big fan, so I'm excited for this one. 2-0, first week. Man, the team is looking clean, right?
It feels great, man. I've been thinking now, I've been, watching the broadcast for a while. I'm thinking how much, PR training would I've had to have. But honestly, the team is like, I'm really happy with the team. To be able to have this opportunity again. I've been dry of professional play for a while. I was playing on Ruddy before. And I feel the aura is back,
Boss, can we just talk about the Mundo and Rengar arc that is going on in your life?
I mean, the Rengar has been... I've been famous for my Rengar for a while now. Smoking pros all left and right, in solo queue, it is what it is. I'm very happy now.
Mundo, it's so different.
It's very different, but it's like... I was friends with a Mundo one trick, and then I just started playing it in the jungle. I was like, wait, I can just play jungle, and I don't need to lane anymore. That's the only weakness. And... it took me a year maybe, but now, I mean, you see Scuman picking it LEC. I think that's a big tribute to me, to be honest. I'm very happy with it, so
it's going to be a perma ban. What's the third champion we should be on the lookout?
You see the Skarner. The thing is, I love when people say I'm a two-trick and things like this, because it just gives me motivation to prove them all wrong. I think you can play everything in this game, so...
I was talking with Peng, and by the way, massive personality. I love
Peng, yeah.
Peng, I think Peng versus Balsa 1v1, that would be gold. That would be just a gold mine. But tell me something. He was talking about the scrims and how things were going. What's the main objective for Ruddy this split? Because winter split, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. It didn't happen. So spring split, Ruddy. What's the objective, Natty? Talk to me.
Now I'm thinking, will I get I'm just like, doing the thought process in my head right now. How much do I want to say? I think personally for me, I wanted to beat Nordman. I wanted to beat Jankos. I wanted to beat him real bad. I ain't gonna lie. Like, Judas down, I don't care. Ruddy up, come on now, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to beat him bad, real bad. And that's what we did. And I'm very happy. I need to pinch myself in the skin a little bit. Like, I'm playing as Jankos, this guy I've been watching since I was like 8 years old. It's crazy to me, crazy.
So who's the next target for you? When it's out,
I think the Bulldogs, they gotta go down. Like, I have a tribute for my club, the dogs, they gotta go. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Nettie, final question for you. I've been asking this for the players because it's always a wonderful part to get to see your personality. What's your lifetime goal as a human being? What's your dream?
As a human is crazy, but I mean, I wanna make
the Lord.
I've been been thinking about, do I go school or do I continue with League? And I think the opportunity to play League at a high level, I think if you don't take that, you're stupid. So I want to go LEC. That's my goal. And then honestly, I want to go Worlds as well. That's the main objective.
The solo queue has proved you have the skills and you have everything is there. So good luck. It's it. This is it. Can you take down the Reds though?
The Rats are strong. I'll go into this project. I think it's just fun for me. It's fun playing at a high level. In solo queue, you do it, but not really. It's like, are you queuing into 5 G2 stack or are you queuing into Oompa Loompa 2, 3, 4? And in professional play, I'm looking forward to play against the best. And I think, I don't want to throw shade, but I think it's pretty obvious that the Rats are the best in the league and I want to play against them. So
I heard the sentence and someone just brought it back up before I could have actually said out loud. Bang said on the interview, best mid jungle duo. Do you back it up?
I mean, the thing is, like, Bang's agreed to me a few times in scrims. It's the only guy I got them mad at, but I think he's the fucking GOAT, man. He's so good. He's always a blast as well. Everyone loves him. And honestly, in terms of mid duos, I think I couldn't ask for anyone else.
Good to know. Natty, thank you so much for this one. Pleasure to talk with you and the best of luck. You got the 2-0 to start this off.
Hey, it's a good start. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling. You know what I'm saying?
Ready up,
right,
I guess.
have a good
Ready
one.
up, boss. I'll see you soon. Massive personality as well. Good to talk to. We got some good interviews today. I'm happy. See, this is the vibe. This is the Ruddy. You see it, you like it,
the
you're
essence.
like, damn.
Yeah. The
I bet
glitz
Don Jack is
and the
just
glum
smiling.
and the high life is always nice. But when you get
Oh my
grounded
god.
and you bring that personality out and then money goes out the way, that's when the true real you comes out, Ruddy.
See, to me, it's like if you had to put the emoji game we usually play, Ruddy Winter is like, I don't know what's happening, but Spring Ruddy, you bite the lip. You
Yeah.
bite the lip. It's like
do.
looking good. It's looking good.
Is this
Now with this in
Ruddy?
mind, tell me.
This Ruddy is gonna end on the top of their group. Like, this group is so chaotic, but it really feels like this is a promise of Ruddy ending up on the top of this group.
Oh, is that a hot take?
Is it hard? It's like lukewarm take, brother.
I don't think it's even a
what's your take?
lukewarm take. I think it's just whatever is in front of you, right? Like, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
They're playing like they're the best team in their group. And I feel like if you ask me at the end of the day, who
Yeah.
would I have at the bottom of the group? It'd probably be LLS or DMG. Nord are sitting there on 0 and 2, and I'm starting to get worried because there's not many games left. As Solari said, you need to pick up every single win you can, and they also are going to have to face some teams. I've picked up some pretty chaotic victories.
So show me those standings to understand where we are and put a visual on it. Well, Blue Side was having fun today until
Smash.
the Ruddy Sack showed up. And there you go. Nord losing 2 games, one versus Bulldog Esports, so revenge for the Dogs, and the other one for Ruddy. They have to play versus LLS and DMG after this one. Ruddy isolated on 2-0, and after that, it's a tie.
Oh my god. This is so tight in this group right now. Bulldog, DMG, and LightSide.
Wow.
I don't even know who gets on top in the end out of these 3.
I need the
this is a
schedule.
free-for-all. It's a free-for-all group. Bring us the schedule as well, yeah. This is an absolutely free-for-all group. Again, the script writers for the NLC are doing everyone justice. I want your eyes, April 9th, Group A, 9 p.m. CEST, everyone there. Los Ratones versus Verdant.
Oh, yeah.
This is the team that was created to take down Los Ratones. They said they hadn't had any practice. They said they've only had 4 games of scrims, even if they count. Now they've had a week to get another 4 in. Let's see if they can take down the Rats.
Double it. And then on the other side, Ruddy will take on DMG. Nord versus LightSide. I don't know. Oh, this is looking hot. This is hot. I'm enjoying this. Group A, Group B, you have the schedule for this one, so you can't miss a single game. Everybody back at home, you need to join us on these days of seeding stage, so you are aware of what's going to happen on playoffs, so you can join us in Copenhagen. I know somewhere around the world, Duckling is just smashing and talking like Danish things, I don't know. But you can be part of this Leagues Disrupt. This means this is a special event in Copenhagen where you can enjoy not only meeting the teams, getting the semi-final, the grand final, getting live music performances, getting a meet and greet with not only the players but content creators. This is not only an NLC environment. This is not only an NLC event. This is big. That's all I have to say. This is big. This is massive. This is you have to go. And if you go, I'll buy you a pastry from Denmark.
Does Denmark have good pastries?
I almost felt like Duckling. Sorry. Danish pastries are one of the best in the world. I'm not Danish, so
yeah. So you can trust our opinions.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good.
I'll hold on to that because I'm Greek and we live on pastry. So
I know. Me too.
I'll hold you to that. I'll hold you to that, buddy.
Trouble. When we get there, I'll buy you breakfast like with the best pastries ever. Deal?
Listen, you tell me I'll get you food, I'm in. Doesn't matter what it is. You've bribed me already. Get me food, I'm in.
What have I done? Well, but this is my final words for the day. Salari, what's your final word of the day?
This group is so unexpected, bro. I could not predict what was gonna happen today, and I feel like all of our predictions just straight into the trash can because it doesn't matter anymore. These teams have completely shattered all of our expectations. This is so fun to watch. I can't wait to see what they're gonna play like next week.
Well, Ruddy Sack is back. Yanko's POV, Cat Despair.
Search for a few, happy for the others. I would like to say this was lovely.
Who did this?
This was lovely.
Who did
Production
this?
is just smurfing. Production is just smurfing, by the way. You know what?
You rats
Everybody
in the
on
chat.
chat, this is for you. Big kiss for everyone because we
Alright,
love you
kiss.
very much. There you go. And until we meet again, keep climbing, and you know we love you. You're part of the show. The show without you wouldn't be the same. I'll see you soon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Arozzi skapades av gamers för andra gamers. Vi har en känsla för vad kunden vill ha. Gamers har vuxit upp och vill ha en modernare stil. Våra bästsäljare är Arena Desk och våra olika modeller av gamingstolar. De har fått pris inom ergonomi och hållbarhet.